Yi Futian took Zi Feng to the place where the island lord of Eastern Deity Island resided. Upon seeing the two, the female island lord said calmly, "Are you ready to leave?" Clearly, she had already guessed that Yi Futian was leaving. After the turmoil regarding the Jun family had been resolved, Yi Futian was basically in a state of retreat. Besides cultivation, he was concentrating on alchemy. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved, his temperament had also been transformed. The only reason he was here to see her, it could only be that he was preparing to leave. "Yes, and we have come to say goodbye," Yi Futian nodded. "Very good." The island lord nodded readily, not asking him to stay. She continued, "How about having Baimu take some people and escort you?" Yi Futian was not sure of the other's true intention. He had enjoyed many benefits on Eastern Deity Island. It would not be realistic for him to cut off all contact with Eastern Deity Island after leaving. It would be too ungrateful, and the island lord would probably hunt him down. He swallowed the elixir, the divine tree was integrated into his body, and the divine flame was absorbed by him as well. He had inherited the alchemy art of the supreme deity Donglai, and enjoyed an unknown number of treasures in heaven and earth. Now he was about to kidnap a true phoenix from Eastern Deity Island. Don't overthink it. It's just to ensure your safety. It would be a small group because it doesn't make sense to have more. "I will pick the most outstanding ones," said the island lord. "With my current strength, the protection of the people from Eastern Deity Island won't be necessary." Yi Futian said, "Even if there are elders who are more powerful than me, it would not be by much. Moreover, I will not be staying put. If something comes up that cannot be solved, with the elders of Eastern Deity Island along, it will only complicate things." The island lord looked at Yi Futian and said, "You mean, you want to leave by yourself?" Yi Futian looked at the other in the eyes. Clearly, she was still worried about him, but it was not unexpected. Who wouldn't? There are no outsiders here. I have already appointed you internally as the second island lord of Eastern Deity Island. If you surpass me in the future, you could inherit the position as the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Everything here that is mine can be considered to be yours as well," said the female island lord. "Mine?" Yi Futian blinked. Was he now the second island lord? This woman was no joke. She was willing to give him the entire Eastern Deity Island. Did this mean that all the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island were also his? As his thoughts turned to this, he immediately stopped himself. He viewed himself as a righteous gentleman. The female island lord nodded. "It's all yours. If you can get to that day, even I have to obey your orders." Yi Futian looked at the stunningly beautiful and noble face in front of him, and his thoughts drifted to the unspeakable. "Ahem!" Yi Futian looked at the island lord and said, "I hardly deserve such honor. You have swallowed the elixir and the divine tree. You inherited everything from my ancestors. You are now the heir of Eastern Deity Island, and there is nothing wrong with passing the island to you one day," the island lord of Eastern Deity Island continued. Yi Futian's eyes flickered. Since the other had said so, then there was no need for him to remain coy. He looked at the female island lord and said, "However, this has nothing to do with whether the people of Eastern Deity Island would follow me. Their following means little, unless—" "Unless what?" the female island lord asked. Yi Futian looked at her, seemed to want to say something more, but stopped himself. If accompanied by someone who was a top Renhuang, it would be much safer. Unless they get tangled up with some mighty figures, there would be little trouble. "If you have anything to say it," the female island lord said coldly. What was this guy thinking? Those roving eyes were making her very displeased. "How about the island lord also go with me for a bit of air?" Yi Futian said weakly. Although he was already of the Middle Renhuang realm, his tone seemed to suggest a little lack of confidence. After all, this was a powerful existence that had slain cultivators in the ninth realm, such as Jun Xiaoyao. Although she was gorgeous, he was not deceived by her appearance. In the battle a few years ago, she had the most number of Renhuang kills. As Yi Futian's voice fell, an invisible pressure of the great path suddenly fell on him, making him shaking like a leaf. Next to him, Zi Feng watched dumbfounded at Yi Futian. Was he really asking the island lord to follow him? This B**** starred was too bold. Yi Futian looked at the beautiful island lord weakly. Since she had already said that Eastern Deity Island would be his sooner or later, he was only exercising his power in advance. He could feel the coercion. The pressure was great. The female island lord had been staring at Futian. She stepped forward. Her long skirt moved upon the ground, noble and cold, with unparalleled grace. She now walked next to Futian. If the island lord disagrees, then ignore what I just said. Futian's attitude weakened considerably. The island lord stared at him and said, "Very well." Futian blinked and looked up at the stunning face in front of him. She agreed. He didn't ask forcibly, and the other party actually agreed. The island lord's strength was extraordinary, and with her by his side, Runhuang realm opponents wouldn't be a concern anymore. "I'm with you." The beauty that was the island lord said while she stared at Futian. Suddenly, a small smile appeared, one that could turn all living creature upside down. However, Futian had no time to appreciate such beauty. On the contrary, he felt a tightness all over. Would there be any conspiracy? "When do we leave?" the island lord asked. "I'm going to refine some medicine. So how about after 7 days?" Futian raised his head and said in a low voice. His voice had lost much of its forcefulness. "Good. I will work out the route of the trial so that you can do your own thing with peace of mind," said the island lord. Looking at her, Futian felt that he was being led into a trap. The sense of conspiracy was getting stronger. Did he get this wrong? "You came from the original realm, unfamiliar with divine prefecture, and I know Donghua domain better than you. Don't worry. I'm just leading the way. After all, this time, I'm just your follower, Island Lord Yi." She continued, emphasizing the last 3 words. "The Island Lord is too courteous." "It is settled, then." Futian left quickly, still trembling. He fled without caring much for Zifeng, who was left behind. Watching Futian's departure, Zifeng was a little speechless. She looked at the island lord and said, "Sister, are you really going?" "Why not?" The island lord looked at Futian's departing figure with an intriguing smile. This little guy was truly daring, asking her to follow him. She gave him just a little taste, and he wanted to swallow the entire Eastern Deity Island up right this moment. Now, he even had some strange ideas about her. In this instance, on account that she hadn't been out for quite a long time, she would go with this little guy for a walk in the outside world. For the next 7 days, Futian had been spending all his time in the alchemy laboratory, completely immersed in it. And this time, there was no one observing. Everyone was waiting outside, and Futian didn't let anyone disturb his work. In the direction of the alchemy laboratory, wisps of terrifying aura permeated. A greenish divine splendor soared, turning into a divine tree, faintly covering this entire space. Inside, a medicinal fragrance flowed continuously from it. At this time, a terrifying flame of the way rushed into the sky, with a faint sound of the phoenix. When all the armorer looked over there, they saw a phantom of the phoenix appearing, circling outside. A loud cry of the phoenix was heard, and a beating sound came from inside the alchemy laboratory. The divine phoenix swayed upward and cried 9 times, piercing into the sky, like an unusual vision of heaven and earth with incredible radiance. Rays of divine light soared into the sky, and a vibrant fragrance permeated the air. The great path's divine brilliance illuminated the laboratory, and everyone fixated on the vision in front of them. Alchemy and an unusual phenomenon. "This is," someone murmured. "He should be," someone next to him responded, and they were all shocked. They finally realized why Futian's attainments in alchemy were so strong, and his progress was so rapid. No wonder the island lord favored him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. So, he was the heir of supreme deity Donglai. This was the alchemy of the supreme being Donglai, and Futian had inherited his art of alchemy. All the medicines were left in the cauldron. All you elders may distribute them amongst yourselves. I'm going to have to take my leave now." A voice was heard, and all the crowd saw was a figure in white on its way out, already gone. Only then did everyone came to their senses and rushed into the alchemy laboratory. A medicinal smell greeted them, strong and fragrant. Inside the alchemy cauldron, the divine light of the great path was flowing about. Buzz. A shadow rushed in. In the next moment, several shadows came out at the same time, all rushing toward the alchemy cauldron. Soon, there were bursts of booming sounds that came out of the alchemy laboratory. Futian moved in the void, as many voices kept coming from behind him. Voices were heard, followed by a loud bang. It was the sound of the alchemy laboratory exploding. Futian sighed. It was not that he didn't want to help them, but rather that he couldn't bear for them to turn on one another. On this day, many alchemists fought each other violently. Friends fighting friends. They had no regard for their own dignity, while some had even gone to war directly. There was a panic on Eastern Deity Island as it was turned upside down. When someone reported to the Island Lord, they discovered that the Island Lord had already left Eastern Deity Island with Futian and the others. Outside of Eastern Deity Island, a group of people walked in the void and mist. Baigong Ao stole a glance at the woman next to him from time to time, still in disbelief. His eyes, when they looked at Futian, were full of worship and admiration. This guy was a real genius to have actually kidnapped the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island. Did you do that deliberately? The Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island questioned Futian. Huh. Futian pretended to be confused. Alchemy Laboratory, the Island Lord prompted. A complete misunderstanding. I just wanted to keep some medicine, Futian replied, much aggrieved. The Island Lord glanced at him, but said nothing further. The group continued moving forward, preparing to leave the Penglai continent. In the vast sea of clouds, the black wind condor shuttled through the clouds and mist at an extremely fast speed. On the back of Black Wind Condor's massive body, there was a group of people. Some were sitting, and some were standing. The Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island was dressed in all red, standing in front, emanating a majestic elegance. Baimu stood quietly behind her. This time the fact that her master agreed to come along with him had shocked Baimu. Not only that, but her master even claimed that Eastern Deity Island might be handed over to Futian in the future. This was holding Futian in the highest esteem. Futian sat quietly behind them, with Xiaqing Yuan sitting on his left side, while Baigong Ao and Baigong Shuang were on his right. Zifeng sat alone in front near the head of the little condor. Occasionally, the little condor would tease her, but Zifeng had no interest in engaging him. Such a group of people may seem like a strange combination, but they were interacting harmoniously. At the moment, Futian was drinking with Baigong Ao. Of course, the wine was brought from Eastern Deity Island, precious delicacies with the whey hidden in the wine. One would be losing out to pass it over. Baimu, come and have a few drinks with us, Futian said to Baimu, who was standing there. Baimu looked at Futian, then at her master in front of her. Since the master was here, she still had to pay attention to her manners. If she was no longer the only one to accompany Futian, she might be able to be a little more casual. Island Lord, the journey is long. Why not come over and have a few drinks? Futian called out. The Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island turned her head and looked at Futian. Futian smiled and said, "The wine is from Eastern Deity Island. If you don't drink it, then there will be more for me." Baimu was somewhat speechless. This guy really didn't hesitate to speak his mind. On Eastern Deity Island, no one dared to speak to her master like that. Her master seldom revealed herself, and she was not fond of words. However, she was authoritative and uncompromising, nonetheless, extremely decisive in her action. There were no simple folks who could cultivate to the pinnacle of Renhuang. Their mind, means, and courage could not be affected by ordinary folks. The Island Lord walked over to Futian and sat down in front of him. Futian smiled and took out a wine glass to pour for her. He then raised his glass and said, "Now we are all one family, and addressing you as Island Lord sounds way too formal. The Island Lord is older than me and a descendant of the Supreme Deity. As half of a disciple of the Supreme Deity, how about addressing you as senior sister in the future?" Next to her, Baimu was dumbfounded. If Futian was to call her master senior sister, then, did this mean she would have to call him Uncle Master? Island Lord now became senior sister. This guy was so truly audacious. Baigong Ao lowered his head and smiled slyly. This kid was indeed quite a character, resorting to all these relations, such as this senior sister business. This relationship suddenly got a lot closer, and because the other party held Futian in high regard, most likely they would not refuse him. Sure enough, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island nodded and said, "It's up to you." Then it's settled. Futian smiled and said, "I, as the junior brother, should drink first." As he spoke, he picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing his action, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island also raised the glass and followed suit. "We are no longer in Eastern Deity Island, so we won't address you as Island Lord anymore. How about Goddess Donglai?" "Please," Baigong Ao said, raising the glass with both hands. The Island Lord was a descendant of Supreme Deity Donglai, with the last name Donglai. Therefore, Goddess Donglai was a fitting title for her. Goddess Donglai had another glass and asked Baigong Ao, "Why do you choose to follow him?" Baigong Ao was now in the 8th realm and had great opportunities at Eastern Deity Island. She wanted to know why Baigong Ao did not choose to return to his own continent to be number one, but choose to follow someone of a younger generation. Even Goddess Donglai is willing to accompany him to come out for trials. What reason do I have not to? Baigong Ao said with a smile. It was as if he didn't say anything, yet everything was said. The reason was simple. Why would Goddess Donglai be willing to accompany him? Then Baigong Ao would have no reason not to do the same. The two were only one level apart, but there was, in fact, a huge gap between them. They were not at the same level, whether in status or strength. Goddess Donglai nodded. She understood that very well now. "Sister, the memory I got from the Supreme Deity was a little fragmented. What happened back then? The other side went against Supreme Deity, but why leave Eastern Deity Island untouched?" Futian asked. "My father had some friends back then. The other party had done some unjustifiable deeds, and couldn't go to the extreme and was subjected to some restraints," said Goddess Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai was a master-level top alchemist, with many friends and people who owed him favors, and some of them were powerful individuals. Futian nodded. But such danger has always existed. This hidden danger was the reason why Eastern Deity Island had endured this for many years silently, avoiding any outings, just to accumulate strength? Endure? Accumulate strength? Goddess Donglai glanced at him, and there seemed to be a self-deprecating smile on that stunningly beautiful face. "I guess you were half right. Not enduring in silence, but we dared not leave, dared not be visible. As for enduring in silence and accumulating our strength, it is probably just some wishful thinking on our part. Even if we accumulated enough power to sweep all of Penglai, it is meaningless. If we cannot produce a top figure, no one would pay any attention to us. Today's Eastern Deity Island is unworthy." As she spoke, she raised the glass and drank up by herself. Her tone seemed to be tinged with some sadness. Eastern Deity Island was unworthy. What others perceived as silent endurance was actually Eastern Deity Island's wishful thinking. They did want to save their strength and improve themselves, but that made very little sense in reality. Unless there could be a peak existence one day, so Futian listened to what the others said and started to understand a little better. "So, there you have it," Goddess Donglai said. Futian had given a glimmer of hope for Eastern Deity Island. On Futian, she saw the potential for him to become a giant. Therefore, she was even willing to give him the entire Eastern Deity Island and accompany him for trials and cultivation. There was only one goal, and that was to help Futian reach the top. At Eastern Deity Island, she had observed Futian's behavior and found that he was good to those around him. If she could assist him and turn over all of Eastern Deity Island to him, he would at least have a sense of belonging toward Eastern Deity Island. Whether he would be willing to take revenge on behalf of Eastern Deity Island was something else. Still, if he climbed to the top, Eastern Deity Island would be freed and would no longer be living in fear of moving around at will or being too visible and causing trouble. She had named Futian as the second Island Lord, and she was willing to go so far as to abdicate and make way for Futian in the future. Of course, it was all for a purpose, handing Eastern Deity Island to him for preservation. This was the foundation left by her father, and she didn't want to see it disintegrate one day and became the dust of history. "If you reach the top one day, I will give you Eastern Deity Island. I hope you can accept it." Goddess Donglai's beautiful eyes were looking directly at Futian. Only at this moment did Futian finally understood her intention. Eastern Deity Island was not enduring in silence, but it was the fear of being too visible. To teach the world of opportunity of the Great Path was only for recruitment purposes. Even if the Eastern Deity Island had recruited someone, not much could be changed. At the very least, someone like Jiang Jiuming would never agree to join Eastern Deity Island. Futian was an exception. Perhaps it was fortuitous for Eastern Deity Island that such a person was sent to them. Everything was a destined coincidence. Very well, I accept. Futian nodded and made a toast to Goddess Donglai. His feeling toward Eastern Deity Island was very good, as they had gotten rid of the June family for him. Even as he partook the elixir and swallowed the divine tree, they had never threatened him, including those alchemy masters who were really quite lovely to him. Eastern Deity Island had always treated him with honesty, so it was not like he was influenced by those beautiful goddesses and the Island Lord after having received so many favors. It was so that he would take over Eastern Deity Island in the future. He had no reason to refuse such a request. Goddess Donglai nodded. Futian's promise was much relief to her, so she replied softly, "Thank you." "I should be the one to thank you," Futian said. "Senior sister, where are you planning on taking me this time?" The divine prefecture was vast. With Goddess Donglai as his guide on this trip, he need not worry about anything. Goddess Donglai was more familiar with the divine prefecture than him. "It's to pave the way for you." Goddess Donglai looked into the distance and whispered. She agreed to accept Futian's invitation this time because she had already given the matter a lot of consideration. Futian's appearance may attract the attention of their enemies, and if his performance was too dazzling, he might be in danger. Therefore, she immediately agreed to go along with Futian. On this trip, she was going to take Futian to the main continent in Donghua Domain, where there were old friends of her father. She intended to pave the way for Futian so that if he were ever in real trouble in the future, there would be people who could protect him. Futian didn't ask much, just nodded casually, while several of them continued to drink. Below the clouds and fog, they could see parts of the continents from time to time. They were passing through continents, one after another, and met many other cultivators on the way. Basically, these cultivators were all existences of the Renhuang realm, so that they could travel over continents. Chapter 1954, Alchemy Emperor. Before they knew it, they had been on the road for many days. Although it was a little monotonous at times, they had a few drinks here and there and chatted. Overall, it was a pleasant and easy time. "One more cluster of continents, and we will arrive at our destination," Goddess Donglai said while standing in front, looking into the distance. "Continental cluster?" Futian whispered. Goddess Donglai responded, still looked forward. "This vast area has a cluster of continents, all on the same massive plate, interconnected with one another, surrounding the main continent of the divine prefecture, the Donghua Domain, Dongshao continent. In actuality, this entire cluster of continents lies within the area of Dongshao continent, and almost all of them can be considered as a subsidiary of the Dongshao continent. This plate is self-contained but separated from each other." Goddess Donglai continued, memories in her eyes. It was as if she was recalling a time long ago when she had come here with her father. She had stayed in Dongshao continent for some years, so she seemed to have a lot of knowledge about this vast and endless plate of land. The black wind condor spread its wings and traveled fast over the tumbling clouds. They could see many cultivators because there was a continent right beneath them, and many cultivators were also traveling in the sky. After coming to the plate belonging to Dongshao continent, they could perceive that there were now many more cultivators, and from time to time they encountered others who were traveling in the void. As they continued moving forward again, they came to the sky above the mainland's central area. Goddess Donglai's divine consciousness diffused toward the sky below. Those brilliant eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void and looked into the sky below and said, "Down." A flash went through Black Wind Condor's eyes, and Futian transmitted a thought to him. Suddenly, his body went into a dive and swooped down, headed toward this continent. "Senior sister, didn't we just reach the outer plate of Dongshao continent?" Futian asked. "To visit a friend. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as half of a senior brother to you," said Goddess Donglai. Futian, a little taken aback, said, In the memory of the supreme deity, this disciple does not seem to have existed. Could it have been just a fragment? Not exactly a disciple, but someone he had instructed, so it counts as half of a disciple. His situation was different from yours, said Goddess Donglai. Understood. Yi Futian nodded and didn't inquire further. He could guess a thing or two. It must have been a cultivator who was instructed by the supreme deity Donglai, so that even though it was not a real master-disciple relationship, he was considered a half-disciple. It seemed that supreme deity Donglai had spent a lot of time in this area. The reason for Goddess Donglai's journey here seemed to have something to do with this. They might have quite a few acquaintances at this place. The black wind condor quickly broke through the clouds and mist and flew at a lower altitude, with a very clear vision of the buildings below. That tallest tower in front, Goddess Donglai said, and the black wind condor flapped his wings fiercely. His body turned into a dark stream of light, moving in that direction. Soon, they came to the periphery of this building complex. Except for that tallest sky-reaching tower, many ancient temples were towering in the surroundings, like the complex of a royal palace with a solemn atmosphere. Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian glanced at the tallest sky-reaching tower, with 3 elegant characters engraved on it. They seemed to contain the power of the Great Path and were extremely eye-catching. The Tower of the Alchemy Emperor seemed to be the holy land for alchemy. Below the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, it seemed that many people had gathered here, as if holding a banquet. A middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat on the stairs in front of tower, wearing a robe of purple and gold. From him, a strong aura of mighty and great authority could be detected as he conversed animatedly with everyone around him. But at this moment, he seemed to have perceived something as he raised his head and looked toward the void. Those eyes penetrated the void directly and locked onto the position of the black wind condor. At that instant, the black wind condor suddenly seemed to be subjected to the Great Path's terrifying coercion. His body swooped down as if out of his own control. However, the pressure disappeared instantly as the middle-aged man saw the person on the back of the black wind condor. He stood up, and his eyes fell on the foremost figure on the back of the black wind condor, Goddess Donglai. The pressure on the black wind condor decreased sharply, but his body continued to dive downward nonetheless and came to the place of the banquet. In an instant, the eyes of many cultivators fell on the newcomers, a little surprised. They had swooped down from the sky and crashed their party. How rude was that? However, none of them spoke. Judging from their host's movements and eyes, they seemed to be acquainted with one another. In the next moment, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He smiled and said, "After such a long time, I didn't expect Junior Sister to be able to join us." Junior Sister? Many people looked interested. Everyone present knew that Alchemy Emperor was not taught by any master. If there was anyone close to it, it could only be the master alchemist himself, Supreme Being Donglai, who had instructed him many years ago. The Alchemy Emperor had always held him in the highest regard and referred to him as teacher and paid him the respect of a disciple. So, this junior sister, could it be her? "It's been a long time," Goddess Donglai said. Yi Futian watched quietly. It seemed that this half-a-disciple of Supreme Deity Donglai was the top figure in this continent and had created the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Many of the guests at this banquet had strong cultivation skills, with quite a few of them being Upper Renhuang, and the aura of that middle-aged man was especially tyrannical. Judging by his perception, he should be a cultivator of the 9th realm at the peak of Renhuang. "I didn't expect Junior Sister to be here. Come and take a seat," Alchemy Emperor said as he stood up and walked down from his seat to greet her personally. Goddess Donglai and her party landed and moved forward under everyone's gaze. At the banquet, many people's attention was focused over there, and someone said, "Alchemy Emperor, aren't you going to make an introduction?" "Very well." Alchemy Emperor smiled and nodded. He led Goddess Donglai to his side and faced everyone, saying, "This is my junior sister. When my Master Supreme Deity Donglai was on his journey, I was fortunate enough to have met him, all of which made today possible. No doubt that all of you have heard what happened afterward." Indeed, everyone trembled in their hearts, knowing that the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai had actually left Eastern Deity Island and came here. Whatever happened at the time had caused a great disturbance. Although Eastern Deity Island and Penglai continent were far away, they had all heard about the incident, and at the time, this continental plate was also involved. However, it was still unclear why the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai had come out from their lair this time. Greetings to Goddess Donglai. Many people stood up and bowing with their hands together, acting quite politely. As the progeny of a known clan, Goddess Donglai was a top figure of the Renhuang realm, even if the fortune of the clan had waned considerably. Goddess Donglai nodded in return, as her gaze drifted to Yi Futian, who was next to her. Senior brother, allow me to introduce someone to you. Yi Lianyan. Alchemy Emperor looked at Yi Futian curiously and saw that his temperament was quite extraordinary. He concluded that he must be a genius talent. He nodded slightly at Yi Futian. One look, and one knows that our little brother is no ordinary folks. Yi Lianyan greets senior brother. Yi Futian bowed slightly for the Alchemy Emperor, which stunned the Alchemy Emperor so that he looked at Yi Futian and then at Goddess Donglai. He is considered to be an heir of my father's, Goddess Donglai said. Master has an heir? Alchemy Emperor sounded surprised. Yi Futian looked so very young, and Supreme Being Donglai had fallen for many years. Even then, before his fall, no one had ever heard of him excepting a last disciple. Father left some inheritance and was inherited by Lianyan. So indeed, he is father's successor, Goddess Donglai said. Alchemy Emperor was a little surprised, but still, he nodded. I didn't expect that I would have a junior brother. With junior sister and junior brother here, I will have someone to talk to, and I can have a good exchange of alchemy techniques with junior brother. The people below were very surprised that the Supreme Being Donglai had actually left an inheritance. Now, the inheritance had been inherited by this man. Was it the art of alchemy? How dare I exchange with senior brother? I'm afraid it is I who need to learn from my brother. Yi Futian's demeanor was humble and polite. Goddess Donglai glanced at him and didn't speak. Brother Yi is young, but if you could inherit from the Supreme Being, you must have outstanding qualities. Your alchemy techniques must also be extraordinary, perhaps not much less than the Alchemy Emperor. A young man below smiled and commented. Supreme Being Donglai now has an heir. It is indeed a happy event. The old man next to him smiled and added, I wonder how many grades of alchemy are you capable of now? The old man smiled gently, but his eyes were filled with brilliance. Yi Futian smiled and looked at the other. He replied, I am just beginning to dabble in the arts of alchemy. I dared not speak of alchemy, and I need to learn more from senior brother. The old man nodded slightly. You are too humble. Even if you are just at the beginning, you have started higher than most. With the Alchemy Emperor's guidance, your accomplishments are to be expected. Let's be seated. Alchemy Emperor seemed to be quite pleased, as he was full of smiles. He had seats prepared for Yi Futian and his party, which were arranged directly next to his. This demonstrated that the Alchemy Emperor's closeness with Goddess Donglai and the others. Chapter 1955, Traveling Together. Yi Futian and his people sat down, following which the many virtuosos of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor also took their seats. Actually, today's banquet was meant for the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. I did not expect you would be here too. It's such a coincidence. A few days later, I will be bringing some of the practitioners here along with me to the Dongxiao continent. Why don't you join us? The Alchemy Emperor smiled and said as he sat down. On our journey this time, we definitely will be paying that person a visit. The Donglai goddess nodded her head slightly. Naturally, she knew who that person was. This was her goal for traveling to the Dongxiao continent. Yi Futian represented the future of the Eastern Deity Island, and it was unfortunate that the Eastern Deity Island had a powerful enemy seeking revenge. She had to do something. It is really a fortunate coincidence this time. You came at the right time. If the senior knew that our teacher had an heir, he would definitely be joyous. The Alchemy Emperor smiled and said. That figure was friends with his teacher in the past, and they had a very close relationship. When his teacher passed away, the person felt deeply regretful. If he could see their teacher's heir, he would probably be pleased. I came to find senior for this matter indeed, the Donglai goddess said. I did not want to bring Junior Lianyan there myself. The Alchemy Emperor let out a quizzical expression and looked at the Donglai goddess with some curiosity. The Donglai goddess continued, Senior, you also know what his personality is like. When has he ever cared about the superficial rules of the world? Of course, with father's position, I won't have any trouble getting to meet him. However, I do not wish for that to be the reason that they could meet. Since we have met coincidentally here, then I can only ask to borrow a slot from Senior. The Alchemy Emperor immediately understood her meaning. It seemed that she had great confidence in Futian. As for the personality of that Senior, he, of course, understood a little too. If Futian was not exceptional enough and only relied on his status as the heir when he met the Senior, even if he were willing to provide guidance, he would probably not believe that Futian was deserving of the inheritance of the supreme deity Donglai. Since the Donglai goddess said this, she meant for Futian to first prove himself worthy before meeting the Senior. However, that would only succeed provided Futian was outstanding. Otherwise, he would just be eclipsed by all the other prodigies and appear all too common. The rest of the people at the banquet tensed a little upon hearing the Donglai goddess's words. Even though they had considered that this might be a possibility since the Donglai goddess had said it herself that she wanted Futian to also travel to the Dongxiao continent. This meant that Futian was going to take up a slot and become part of them. With the Dongxiao continent as the center continent tile, it was natural that the surrounding continents would look up to the Dongxiao continent. Furthermore, the good friend of the supreme deity Donglai was a truly exceptional figure from the Dongxiao continent. He stood at the pinnacle even among the extremely powerful, and on this continent, he had an incomparably high status. Every year, each continent would send their prodigies to the Dongxiao continent in the hopes that they would be able to cultivate at the cultivation court that he was at. Okay, leave this matter to me. The Alchemy Emperor nodded his head in agreement. He could still decide on this matter. However, whether Futian could get to meet him without using his status as the disciple of a goddess of the supreme deity Donglai was another matter. Since it had already been decided, everything else would depend on Futian himself. Since our little friend Yi is the disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, why is there a need to go through all this trouble? With such an important status, you could meet with the Senior directly, an elderly man seated below suggested. Well, there's no harm. He can treat it as an experience, the Alchemy Emperor replied. Hearing the reply, the elderly man kept silent. Since Emperor Yi obtained the inheritance from the supreme deity, surely he must have exceptional talent in alchemy. Even though Emperor Yi humbly claims to only be a beginner, but if he were truly common, how could he have obtained the supreme deity's inheritance? A middle-level Renhuang smiled and asked, Today, among us all, there are quite a few people who are alchemists, seeking guidance from the Alchemy Emperor all along. Since we have been fated to meet, could we ask Emperor Yi for advice on the path of alchemy? Futian looked toward the person who spoke. It seemed like he was inquisitive about his alchemy skills. Who would not be curious about the heir of the supreme deity Donglai? Even the Donglai goddess did not inherit her father's position. Rather, it was an outsider who did it. I have mentioned before that I have only just started down the path of alchemy. It was only recently that I even began trying my hand at refining elixirs. I don't have much talent in this aspect. Regarding how I obtained the inheritance, it was probably sheer luck, Futian replied, smiling. There was no need for him to show his true ability in alchemy. It would only cause him more trouble. Emperor Yi, there is no need to be overly humble, someone said with a smile. Since the Donglai goddess brought Futian from such a remote place to join the Dongxiao continent, there was no way Futian lacked in talent or strength. I am speaking only the truth. It's not that I'm humble. Furthermore, seated before me today are so many virtuosos. How could I possibly be more skilled than you? I would only be embarrassing myself, Futian replied with a smile. He truly believed that his potential in alchemy was quite common and that there was nothing exceptional about it. As for showing off his alchemy skills here, he never practiced alchemy casually. In the past, when he refined elixirs, he did so because he had a practical need for the elixirs. Showing off his alchemy skills was meaningless to him. Hearing Futian's words, everyone understood that it was probably impossible to have him practice alchemy in front of them. This man hid his ability very well. They wondered just how skilled he was. All right. Even though I originally arranged this gathering for you all, since my junior sister has coincidentally arrived, I shall not hold you back any further. In a few days, let's head towards the Dongxiao continent together, the Alchemy Emperor said. In fact, he was already hinting that he would like to end the gathering and for them to leave. Everyone certainly understood and respected his wishes, and one person after another got up to leave. Before taking their leave, several people still glanced at Futian once more. They were full of curiosity about this heir to the supreme deity Donglai. After the crowd left, the Alchemy Emperor also rose and said, I'll show you the way to the pavilion. You can rest there today. The Donglai goddesses also rose and followed behind the Alchemy Emperor. Apart from them, there were a couple of the Alchemy Emperor's disciples. They were also staring at the Donglai goddess and Futian. However, they all knew their place and kept their mouths shut, not saying anything. They only followed silently. Since the outsiders are no longer around, can you tell me the truth? This time you decided against using teacher status to get Futian to meet with the old senior. How confident are you that by taking this route, Futian would succeed? The Alchemy Emperor asked. 100%, the Donglai goddess replied, causing the Alchemy Emperor to halt for a moment. 100%? He thought. This meant that even if Futian solely relied on himself, he could definitely still make it to the side of the old senior and cultivate with his guidance. With that accomplished, if he revealed his identity in the end, it would be a nice surprise for the senior. The Alchemy Emperor nodded his head seriously. Since you trust Futian so much, I am suddenly a little excited. Junior Yi, since you have obtained teacher's inheritance, I hope you can inherit his position as well. I'll try my best, Futian replied. The Alchemy Emperor did not say anything else and continued casually chatting with the Donglai goddess. A couple of days later, an entire legion of practitioners departed majestically. This time, their numbers increased quite a bit. They were all headed towards the same destination, the Divine Prefecture, Dongxiao Continent. This was one of the main continents. Chapter 1956, Wangdu. The Dongxiao Continent was one of the strongest and most prosperous main continents in the entire Donghua domain, and it was a member of the Seven Continents. There were countless powerful factions in the Dongxiao Continent. A place like the Penglai Continent was nothing extraordinary in the entire Dongxiao Continent. Here, there were countless families and clans with deep historical roots. Among the numerous factions, the one that stood above all was undoubtedly the Wangshan Watchtower. The name, Wangshan Watchtower, originated from a watchtower. In the past, there were two people who drank wine at the top of the watchtower while trying to diagnose each other's vitalities, and thus the name Wangshan Watchtower arose. In the present day, the Wangshan Watchtower no longer referred to just that one watchtower. Rather, it was the name of the most powerful faction on the Dongxiao continent. Located within it was the Millet Emperor Cultivation Court, the sacred ground of cultivation that countless practitioners were hoping to get into. At that moment, in the air above the Dongxiao continent, a row of people was traveling majestically. They were Futian's group of people. Apart from them, the Alchemy Emperor and his followers were also there. Traveling together, their combined numbers were huge. From beyond the veil-like clouds, Futian cast his glance downwards and saw tower after tower standing straight up. They were countless ancient palaces and divine pavilions. They were, however, not even in the main city of the Dongxiao continent. This was just a city in a remote region in the continent, but even then, it boasted a strong force. Renhuangs were extremely common and could be found everywhere. The divine prefectures was immeasurably vast. Even the Penglai continent alone had above 1,000 continents surrounding it. One could expect that the Dongxiao continent, one of the main continents in the Donghua domain, would have gathered numerous virtuosos from the entire Donghua domain. Practitioners who had great strength would naturally flock towards places that were even stronger still. Naturally, this positive reinforcement strengthened the forces of the Dongxiao continent. After they passed many cities, a mountain range appeared below them. It appeared strange and dangerous at the same time, and from within the range exuded a terrifying aura. Along the thousands of kilometers of mountain range, one could vaguely spot a cluster of pavilions. Obviously, there were people living there. Should we take a detour? Someone asked the Alchemy Emperor. They all knew where they were. Within the Dongxiao continent, The extremely powerful were located in various places. Right where they were was the Dragon Submission mountain range. In this mountain range, there was a villa located within it. The reason behind the name of this Dragon Submission mountain range was that even a real dragon had to crouch low in submission if it were to pass through this area. "There is no need," the Alchemy Emperor replied. He was acquaintances with a few masters of the Dragon Submission mountain range. Nothing should go awry if they just passed through the area. As they were traversing the space above the mountain range, an overbearing aura shot straight into the heavens, and the roar of beasts reverberated through the entire space, accompanied by the howl of a dragon. Unexpectedly, a divine dragon at the Demon Emperor's stage rose into the air, accompanied by various vicious beasts. Someone stood on the Demon Emperor, and his gaze swept across the group as he asked, "Who are you?" "An old friend from the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. We would like to pass through this area and hope you can be agreeable to our request." The Alchemy Emperor had an ethereal air about him. His voice permeated the entire mountain range and reached below him. In response, wisps of divine consciousness swept upwards from below. Futian could distinctly feel a number of tendrils of divine consciousness descending upon and sweeping across him. "Ah, so it's my old friend who has come. Why don't you come down and take a seat?" A strong voice echoed out. A solemn-looking middle-aged man floated into the air. He had a stocky build and gave off a very dominant aura. "Alchemy Emperor, where's your sense of brotherhood? How can you not stay here for a few days when you are already here?" A couple of silhouettes rose into the air again. They all exuded a terrifying aura. Futian sensed that this mountain range actually had 3 level 9 virtuosos. It seemed that there were many terrifyingly strong virtuosos hidden in this Dragon Submission mountain range. The Dongxiao continent was indeed a main continent. Even just casually passing by, one could encounter such a strong force. From this, though, one could also tell just how high the status of a powerful alchemist was. The practitioners of the Dragon Submission mountain range were all rather friendly towards the Alchemy Emperor. There is a Dragon Submission villa in the Dragon Submission mountain range, and in it lived 3 lords of the villa. They are all well-versed in the art of beast taming. The Donglai goddess telepathically introduced the people they encountered to Futian. Futian nodded his head lightly. It seemed that even though the Donglai goddesses had always isolated themselves on the eastern deity island, they had never cut off communication with the outside world. In fact, it was also possible that she headed out frequently. He glanced at the beasts again. They were all Demon Emperor levels. The specialty of the Dragon Submission Villa was in beast taming, but in this aspect, there might not be many people who were more skilled than he was. This time, we are rushing for time to head towards Wangd. So, we won't be stopping here. Next time when the chance arises, I will pay you a visit again, the Alchemy Emperor said. The land of Wangdu, also known as Wang City, was the largest city in the Dongxiao continent. Its name was derived from the Wangshan Watchtower located inside. In the past, Wangdu was not even among the top 10 cities in the Dongxiao continent. However, due to the influence of the Wangshan Watchtower, Wangdu was able to develop rapidly, and gradually it rose to become the top city in the entire Dongxiao continent. That's right too. The Villa Lords nodded. Since that's the case, then we shan't hold you back anymore. Just as nice, there are quite a few juniors in the villa who want to take a look at the outside world. Alchemy Emperor, how would you like to bring along a few of them and show them the world? As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the row of people behind him and said, "Didn't you all want to go to Wangdu? You can learn a little from your senior, the Alchemy Emperor, on the way there." A few people walked up. They all had an extraordinary aura about them and were all Rinhuang-level practitioners. Bowing slightly to the Alchemy Emperor, they said, "Greetings to Senior Alchemy Emperor." Futian looked towards them. These people were really shrewd. They were all Rinhuang practitioners already. Surely there was no need for someone to babysit them? They were using it as an excuse. Their main purpose was to build a relationship with the Alchemy Emperor. After all, making an acquaintance with an alchemy grandmaster can only be beneficial. All right, the Alchemy Emperor nodded. Thanks for the trouble then. The Villa Lords expressed their gratitude. Nah, we are just traveling together. It won't be troublesome in the least bit, the Alchemy Emperor replied casually. The villa lords of the Dragon Submission Villa were all at the 9th level. In the entire Dongxiao continent, this could already be considered one of the top-tier factions. He certainly understood that there was no need for him to take care of them. We will leave now. All right. The other party nodded. Please. As he finished speaking, he looked at the few practitioners from the villa and said, remember to learn as much as you can from your senior. Understood. The practitioners nodded their heads quickly. The Alchemy Emperor and his entourage once again departed. This time, not only were they joined by a few more people from the Dragon Submission Villa and their mounts, which were also all demon emperors. Among them, a youth cloaked in black was riding a black dragon, exuding a terrifying aura. The black dragon's huge eyes turned towards the black wind condor below Futian. Although it was completely uninterested in the condor, when the dragon looked up at Zifeng, curiosity seemed to vaguely form in its eyes. Apparently, it had discovered that Zifeng was also a demon. While they were traveling, the practitioners from the villa introduced themselves. As they chatted casually, they got more familiar with each other. Among them, the key persons were the 3 practitioners who were the descendants of the 3 villa lords, namely Lin Xiu, Han Tai, and Leng Yi. Lin Xiu's aura had a tinge of the splendor of demons. He had exceptional features and was the son of the eldest villa lord. He was a middle-level Ranhuang. Wearing a robe, he appeared to have an extraordinary air about him. And these few seniors here are? Lin Xiu asked as he looked at the Penglai goddess and Beigong Ao behind the Alchemy Emperor. He was a little curious about them. In particular, the Penglai goddess gave them an extraordinary feeling. She looked gorgeous and noble, and she had a fearsome aura about her. She's my junior, the Alchemy Emperor answered without further elaboration. Greetings to my senior. Hearing the Alchemy Emperor's words, Lin Xiu bowed towards the Penglai goddess, who nodded her head lightly in response. He then turned his glance towards Futian and saw that this white-haired youth was very relaxed and casual. Futian was drinking his wine quietly at the side and appeared to be extremely carefree. The fragrance of wine wafted past Lin Xiu, causing a pleasant feeling to well up within him. He guessed that this white-haired Renhuang was a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor's junior. However, it was also rude to ask about everyone's identity, so he smiled and said, that is some good wine. If you don't mind, can I try a cup? Futian smiled and nodded. He retrieved a flask of wine, and encasing it in the power of the Great Path, sent it floating towards Lin Xiu. The flask came to a stop in front of him. Please, Futian said with a smile. Since a Renhuang had actively asked for a cup of wine, he would naturally not be stingy. It seemed that this Lin Xiu had a pretty straightforward personality. Thank you. Lin Xiu smiled in return. Popping open the wine flask, he raised it toward Futian and said, Dragon Submission Villa, Lin Xiu. Yi Liunyuan. Futian raised his cup in response. As for what his identity was at that moment, even he was also unclear, and so he only introduced himself by his name. Even though Lin Xiu could not get any information of Futian's origins from his self-introduction, he did not mind it either. He swallowed the wine in one gulp. He felt that his body felt extremely comfortable as the powers of the Great Path coursed through his body. This is some great wine, he commended. Indeed, Futian was related to the Alchemy Emperor. He could taste that the wine came from a faction that refined elixirs. Lin Xiu thus thought that Futian should be the disciple of the Alchemy Emperor's junior. Let's all have a few drinks together. Futian passed the wine to Han Tai and Leng Yi as well. He appeared very generous. The Donglai goddess at the side took a look at him. Just how much quality wine did this rascal take from the Eastern Deity Island? She thought to herself. He has been drinking it like water all this time on our trip, and yet there's still more. Now, he has even invited others to drink it with him as well. However, she did not really mind it. After all, the Dragon Submission Villa was not a minuscule faction. There was no harm in Futian making more friends. The Dongxiao continent was vast, so it took them several days to traverse an endless distance and finally reach the main city of the Dongxiao continent, Wangdu. When they arrived above Wangdu, they slowly descended from the air and traveled at a much lower distance above the city. Futian glanced at the city below him as he sat on the back of Black Wind Condor. He saw numerous pavilions built on the ground. Among the people walking on the pavements and streets, saint-level practitioners were all too common. In fact, many of them were at the Runhuang level. They have finally arrived at Huangdu of the Dongxiao continent, one of the main continents in the Donghua domain. The arrival of an entire group of virtuosos drew the gaze of many people. These new arrivers had an extraordinary air about them. They seemed to be really strong. Even in Huangdu, they could still be considered to be very strong. However, their attention was short-lived. The people of Huangdu were not particularly curious. After all, there were numerous virtuosos in Huangdu, and from time to time, extraordinary people would come. The local practitioners were used to it. Futian felt a little excited. He had already been in the Divine Prefecture for a couple of years. However, he had mostly been cultivating these few years. Now that he had come to the Dongxiao continent, he could finally be considered to be making contact with the core region of the Divine Prefecture. Next, he might be able to contact the major top-tier factions, and this contact might prove to be extremely relevant to everything that happened in the original realm. Chapter 1957. He knows a little. Futian and his group settled down in a tavern upon entering Huangdu. The taverns of Huangdu were as luxurious as palaces, and they were extremely comfortable. Although practitioners could technically live without eating, drinking, or sleeping, they couldn't travel nonstop without limit. Furthermore, many needed to cultivate, so a place to stay was necessary. The palace was located right at the top of a beautiful mountain peak. Around the mountaintop, various other palaces were scattered around. There was order within the disordered arrangement, and the scenery was stunning, and it was tranquil, so certainly, it was a very suitable place to cultivate. Of course, this mountain located right at the center of Huangdu was not a natural structure. Rather, it was man-made. Futian walked to the edge of the palace. He was on the face of the mountain, and the entirety of the prosperous ancient city was in his view. This was likely the most prosperous city that he had ever visited. Even the original realm's largest city could not begin to compare to this. "Shall we take a walk outside?" Lin Qiu asked as he stopped beside Futian. They had become more familiar with each other on their journey, especially after having bonded over wine. "Sure," Futian replied. Lin Qiu looked towards the people behind him and asked, "Since everyone has followed the Alchemy Emperor all the way here from the Taiwan continent, why don't we go out for a stroll and take in the view of Huangdu?" They had been cultivating in the Dragon Submission mountain range of the Dongxiao continent all this while, so they had certainly visited Huangdu more than once before. They would more or less be familiar with this place. The Alchemy Emperor had also visited Huangdu a couple of times before, and it was because of his journey here that he got to know the villa lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. Actually, most of those at the pinnacle of Runhuang level cultivation in this continent tile knew each other. After all, there weren't that many people who had attained such an advanced level of cultivation. Sure, everyone nodded. Even though the Alchemy Emperor had been to Huangdu several times, it was the first time that the youths from the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor visited this place. They all wanted to explore this city with countless of years of history, this ancient city that slowly became the top city in the entire Dongxiao continent. "Let's go!" Lin Qiu walked to the black dragon and climbed on its back. The dragon instantly let out a mighty roar and flew straight forward. The others also followed closely behind, traversing on air. However, they all kept their altitude to a minimum to more clearly take in the sights of Huangdu. Futian and Xiaqing Yuan stood on Little Condor's back. The wind blew straight at them, and their long robes fluttered behind them. They were casually taking a tour of the place, so they weren't flying very quickly. "Where do you all want to go? I know this place a little. I can show you around," Lin Qiu said as he looked at the people traveling in the air beside him. "Nah, we don't have anywhere particular in mind. Let's take a stroll," replied a follower of the Alchemy Emperor. "All right, then let's do that," Lin Qiu nodded and began to lead the group at the front. A short while later, they saw an extensive infrastructure in front of them. In it, many virtuosos were gathered, and it was very crowded. There were viewing platforms at the top of the infrastructure, and there were quite a few people seated there, watching what seemed to be an ongoing battle. "What's that place over there?" Futian asked. "That is the Heavenly Battle Palace," Lin Qiu replied. "It's a place where people pit their skills of the path against each other. Every day, countless practitioners will head here to battle others, and with time, this place has become a pretty renowned place in Wangdu. Mostly, saint-level practitioners would spar with each other. Once in a while, there will be Rinhuangs too. Yi Futian nodded his head. Practitioners all love to battle. Back in Emperor Xia's realm, there was also a Jutian temple, which was also a sacred sparring ground. Having encountered a very similar place here was thus no surprise. Furthermore, the people sparring were all a lot stronger. Any random person he picked out in the grounds was likely to have attained the saint level, and there were even Renhuang virtuosos partaking in sparring. Do you want to take a look? Lin Xiu asked. There's no need, Yi Futian replied. Having been through countless fights himself, he was not very interested in this. Okay. Lin Xiu continued forward. They passed by several different places. One of them had stairs that rose tens of thousands of feet into the heavens. At the top, there was an ethereal aura of deities. Lin Xiu looked in that direction and explained, "This is the goddess peak. The goddesses and the goddesses residing there all have extremely high cultivation levels. This faction was founded by a very powerful person. In Wangdu, many practitioners fantasize about the goddesses from this goddess peak." How many top-tier factions with a similar level of power are there in Wangdu? Yi Futian asked curiously. The Penglai continent had several such powerful factions, and needless to say, the Dongxiao continent certainly had numerous. However, he was curious how many such factions are there in this one main city Wangdu. I have not actually explicitly tried to count before, but according to what I know, the number stands between 20 to 30, Lin Xiu said nonchalantly. Yi Futian felt a ripple course through his heart. That's nothing to be surprised of, actually. Considering the prestige of Wangdu in the entire Donghua domain, virtuosos from countless continents would gather here, and naturally, many powerful factions will be formed. Furthermore, this is the strength of this city even after the collapse of the heavenly path. It is said that before the catastrophe, there were numerous Tianqian-level figures. I can't imagine just how that period was like, Lin Xiu said. Yi Futian nodded his head. Cultivating was difficult, but the number of humans in the world was massive and limitless. Even if the rate of success was extremely small, powerful figures could still emerge. As time passed, practitioners also grew stronger, and top-tier Renhuangs would also become more numerous. Furthermore, once anyone got to this level, as long as they were a little careful, they would also not die easily. The group continued forward. In the air, people were traveling in mid-air continuously, and they were all virtuosos at various levels of cultivation. They noticed that at that moment, several people were all headed in a certain direction. It seemed like something had happened. "Let's go take a look," Lin Xiu said, and then instantly moved in that direction. They noticed that below them, many virtuosos were heading in the same direction, gathering in a certain spot. They saw that structure after structure had been built into the ancient mountain in that area, looking very majestic. At that moment, many practitioners were gathered in front of the ancient mountain. Some were floating in midair, while others were standing on the ground, looking at the sight in front of them. Is this alchemy? Yi Futian let out an expression of surprise. A strong fragrance of elixir wafted out from there. At the front of the ancient mountain, many people were refining elixirs. A hot aura permeated the air around them, shrouding the vast space. "This is the Alchemy Divine Palace, the sacred ground of alchemy in Wangdu," Lin Xiu said as he looked at the people beside him, who were all alchemists too. It was sheer coincidence that they had arrived here. He did not intentionally bring them here, but rather was merely following the flow of people. A number of them glanced at Lin Xiu. It was obvious that they doubted that it was sheer coincidence. However, Yi Futian did not think too much about it. They moved closer to the outer circle to observe and saw many practitioners refining elixirs. Furthermore, all of the alchemists were Renhuang-level figures. "What are they doing?" Yi Futian asked. Shouldn't alchemists be practicing their craft quietly in alchemy towers? These were Renhuang alchemists they were talking about. Why would they be refining elixirs in public? Yi Futian thought quizzically. Naturally, they were not doing this to show off their abilities. This should be the alchemy convention organized by the Alchemy Divine Palace. These people are most likely alchemy grandmasters from various places. Alchemy grandmasters are rare in the world of cultivation. The Alchemy Divine Palace could be considered the top sacred ground of alchemy in the Dongxiao continent. Back when the supreme deity Donglai was still alive, no one could compare to the Penglai Eastern Deity Island. However, ever since he passed away, the Alchemy Divine Palace had been pushing for itself to be recognized as the authority of alchemy. They have ambitions to become the most powerful alchemy faction in the Donghua domain. A follower of the Alchemy Emperor explained to Yi Futian. He was a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor, and so he knew a little about the world of alchemy. The Alchemy Divine Palace had become extremely renowned. As an alchemist himself, he naturally knew about it, and in fact, knew quite a bit about this faction. Yi Futian nodded his head. No wonder there were so many practitioners and virtuosos gathered here. All practitioners wanted to make acquaintances with alchemy grandmasters. Since there was an alchemy convention being held here, naturally many people did not want to miss the opportunity and had all come here. How are their alchemy abilities? Lin Xiu looked at Yi Futian and asked with a little curiosity. He guessed that Yi Futian was a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor's junior, and if he was right, then Yi Futian should also be an alchemist. The people beside him also glanced at Yi Futian. Lin Xiu did not know that Yi Futian was the heir of the supreme deity Penglai that he just mentioned. They were also very curious about Yi Futian's alchemy abilities. He claimed to be only a beginner and was not really well-versed in alchemy. They didn't know just how much of it was true. Yi Futian looked in that direction and said, "Not too bad. They can all refine elixirs of the same level as their own cultivation level, so they are eligible alchemists. An alchemist could be considered average if he could refine elixirs of the same level as their own cultivation. As their cultivation increased, their alchemy abilities would also increase. Alchemists who could refine elixirs that had a higher level than their own were considered genius alchemists. As for those who could refine elixirs that had levels that were way above their own cultivation, they would be considered inhumanely prodigious. Prodigies like Yi Futian were not common at all. Furthermore, his combat abilities far surpassed his cultivation level as well. "That's a cocky tone," someone nearby commented as he glanced at Yi Futian. The alchemists who could participate in the alchemy convention were all very skilled. Yet, Yi Futian's judgment was that they were only not bad and could pass as alchemists. Just barely eligible alchemists? The person thought. "Do you also know how to refine elixirs?" someone else asked. "A little." Yi Futian was not too bothered by them. He nodded as he smiled lightly. Chapter 1958. Arrogant Words. "Do you know a little, or do you know nothing at all?" The other party continued after hearing Yi Futian's conversation. "Everyone who is participating in today's alchemy conference is an alchemy grandmaster. If you only know a little about alchemy, then it's best if you don't lightly pass judgment." Old mister. "You are right / Yi Futian smiled and nodded his head. He did not say much else, but just watched quietly. Furthermore, more people were gathering over here. At the front, the ethereal aura of deities permeated the mountain range. The fragrance of elixirs got stronger by the second as more alchemists managed to refine elixirs successfully. The radiance of the great path emanated from the elixir pills, causing the onlooking crowd to cheer with joy. Are there rewards to be gained from this alchemy conference? Why would so many alchemists come here? Yi Futian asked. Alchemists who were skilled in their craft were all very arrogant, and most hated refining elixirs in front of others. Moreover, there was no need for an audience if they just wanted to practice alchemy. It thus follows that there was something for them to be gained by participating in this alchemy conference. Of course, Lin Xiu nodded. According to what I know, the Alchemy Divine Palace would always give out rewards every time they host a conference like this. It could be alchemy techniques, or flames of the path, or priceless elixir recipes. Of course, there's also the possibility of getting valuable alchemy materials and ingredients. They are all treasures that alchemists love. Yi Futian nodded his head lightly. For many years, the Alchemy Divine Palace had used the Alchemy Conference to absorb many virtuosos into their ranks. Some were alchemists who wanted to join them, while others were practitioners who wished to obtain elixirs. In any case, the Alchemy Divine Palace grew in strength continuously. Now, even in this main city Wangdu, they could be considered one of the top-tier factions. It's been said that the old man in the Alchemy Divine Palace had been completely focused on cultivating for a long time without caring about anything else, and that he could be trying to shoot for the next cultivation level. Others say that he was refining elixirs to help himself break through to the next cultivation level, Lin Xiao said telepathically. After all, these rumors should not be mentioned publicly. Ah, I see. Yi Futian nodded. He continued to look in the same direction. As time passed, more elixirs were being refined, but even so, the crowd was still focused on only two of the alchemists among the participants. Yi Futian noticed that the two alchemists' names were the most commonly mentioned in conversations. They were definitely in the spotlight. One of them was a middle-aged man in long, violet robes. He looked to be in his 40s. He was very stable and calm when refining elixirs. He had the air of a grandmaster. His flame of the way was an extremely domineering violet lightning flame. He was a rather powerful alchemist in Wangdu and was honorably known as Grandmaster Zihe. The other person was significantly younger than him. He looked to be only in his 30s. With a pale, clear face, he looked like a scholar. His flame of the way had a golden hue. The area surrounding him burnt hotly. The golden flame of the way morphed into golden dragons that circled his alchemy cauldron. From the snippets of conversation among the crowd around, one could tell that this man was an alchemist from the Alchemy Divine Palace. As members of the organizing faction, they were also eligible to participate in the alchemy conference. Zhong Fan is indeed the direct disciple of the Palace Lord. He had already grasped the essence of the 9 Dragons elixir breath technique. The elixirs that he refines are probably going to be of an extremely high level. I can't wait to see it, someone said. He obviously had high expectations for this Renhuang named Zhongfan. The 9 Dragons elixir breath technique is an alchemy technique from the Alchemy Divine Palace. The Alchemy Divine Palace had proclaimed that technique to be the best in the entire Dongxiao continent, Lin Xiao telepathically explained. It's a pity that after the supreme deity Donglai passed away, the eastern deity island closed itself off from the rest of the world. As such, the alchemy techniques developed by the supreme deity Donglai were all but lost. No one from the outside world had ever witnessed them. Even though the alchemy emperor was also a disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, he had not successfully managed to inherit the supreme deity's techniques. As he communicated telepathically, Lin Xiao had a sudden epiphany. Indeed, the alchemy emperor had been the supreme deity Donglai's disciple at some point in time. In that case, does that mean his junior would also be? As this thought formed in his mind, there was a sudden change in how Lin Xiao looked at Yi Futian. Continuing along this line of reasoning, if the alchemy emperor's junior was the supreme deity's daughter, then does that mean that Yi Futian was the heir of the descendants of the supreme deity? Wait, you wouldn't happen to be the grand disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, would you? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. Yi Futian looked at him, smiled, and shook his head. Nope. Did I guess wrong? Lin Xiao thought to himself. In that case, what is his identity? He obviously would not guess that Yi Futian was a disciple of the supreme deity Donglai since Yi Futian was so young. After all, the supreme deity had already passed away for many years, so there was no way they would have met each other. Lin Xiao also had not heard of any news that the eastern deity island had an heir. Boom! At this moment, the powers of the thunder of the Great Path gathered in the skies above the alchemy grounds ahead. Countless lightning strikes blinded the area, and they all struck Grandmaster Zihe's cauldron. With the blinding radiance of lightning as a witness, a bead of concentrated lightning emerged, levitating softly in the air. This bead of lightning was baptized with limitless thunder of the Great Path, and it exuded an incomparably gorgeous divine radiance. That elixir looks so strong. It's almost like a divine bead. Many people gasped in wonder. Even though Grandmaster Zihe did not join any alchemy faction, many people believed that he could stand at the pinnacle of the alchemy world. Oin. Streaks of light radiated outwards, and that elixir swallowed the radiance of the thunder of the Great Path. Above the elixir, the glow of the Great Path appeared, and violet lightning cascaded around the entire space. Many people gasped in wonder. Grandmaster Zihe was a level 6 Renhuang, yet he had managed to refine a level 7 elixir. Furthermore, he had managed to overcome the step between the middle level to the high level. His alchemy skills could be considered to be terrifyingly good already. You are the Grandmaster Zihe indeed, praised an extremely powerful virtuoso on the ancient mountain. A level 7 elixir, and such a high grade too. One day, Grandmaster Zihe will definitely be able to refine top-tier elixirs. Senior, you flatter me. Zihe performed a fist salute in the direction of the virtuoso. At this moment, a terrifying phenomenon occurred in another place. 9 golden dragons appeared outside a certain cauldron. A beam of violet gold light shot straight up into the clouds. The golden dragons breathed fire at the cauldron, and light of the great path radiated. A rumble reverberated outwards from the cauldron, and a golden elixir floated out slowly from the cauldron. The flames of the great path breathed out by the 9 dragons were continuously being absorbed into the elixir. In the end, even the 9 dragons flew into the elixir, causing it to let out an ethereal dragon's roar. The elixir appeared to have a particularly overbearing power. Accompanying the radiance of golden light, when the elixir completely formed, a radiance glowed and stretched into the distance. The roar of a dragon could be heard, and one could almost see true dragons circling about the inside of the elixir. Level 6, top grade. A few people whispered among themselves. He was so close to a level 7 elixir. However, Zhongfan was only a level 5 renhuang. It was already very rare for an alchemist of his level to refine a level 6, top-grade elixir. Even though I had put in my all, it seems that I am still unable to compare to Grandmaster Zihe. Zhongfan looked at Zihe and smiled lightly. He was generous in admitting his inferiority. Haha, you were too humble. As a level 5 renhuang, you have managed to refine a level 6 top-grade elixir. Your alchemy abilities are certainly not below mine. I only have the advantage of a higher cultivation level. This does not prove that I am more skilled than you, Zihe politely replied. You two don't have to praise each other anymore, an alchemist at the side laughed. In this alchemy conference, the top 2 alchemists can be no one else but the 2 of you. Grandmaster Zihe should be the first, Zhongfan smiled and said. His generosity made him very likable. Having seen the 9 dragons' elixir breath today, my horizons have really expanded. In the Donghua domain, it is tough to find a technique of a similar level, Grandmaster Zihe replied. The 2 of them continued to commend each other. Since Grandmaster is the victor in this conference, would you like to practice this technique together? I would be able to seek your guidance in the future as well, Zhongfan asked, extending an invitation to him. Since Zihe was the victor of this alchemy conference, as long as he was willing to join the Alchemy Divine Palace, he would have the opportunity to learn this technique. Grandmaster Zihe, the Alchemy Divine Palace needs you. An elderly person on the ancient mountain invited. Grandmaster Zihe looked up into the ancient mountain and then lightly bowed in respect. It is my honor to join the Alchemy Divine Palace. Welcome, Grandmaster. Many people on the ancient mountain smiled. They had managed to persuade another alchemy grandmaster to join their ranks. Furthermore, this newcomer was one with significant potential. Welcome, Grandmaster Zihe, a youth walked over and said with a smile. Seeing this man appear, everyone's eyes turned to him. He was the current top genius of the Alchemy Divine Palace, rumored to be the heir to the Palace Lord of the Alchemy Divine Palace, the future Palace Lord, Chimu. Zihe looked at Chimu. He understood that this time the Alchemy Divine Palace had given him enough face. Chimu did not participate in the alchemy conference was because a chance had been given to him. They had wanted to invite him to join the Alchemy Divine Palace. With such courteous treatment from them, it would be a bit rude to still reject them. So, he chose to join the Alchemy Divine Palace. With Grandmaster Zihe joining our ranks, the Alchemy Divine Palace would certainly pull ahead of all other factions in the world of alchemy. All the powerful alchemists in the entire Donghua domain are now in among our ranks. What a joyous occasion! Chimu announced with a smile. The people around were all rather excited. The Alchemy Divine Palace definitely had huge ambitions. However, the Alchemy Divine Palace today certainly is not a faction that any other alchemy faction could even hope to compare to. How arrogant! A soft voice echoed out. Even though it was rather quiet, many people heard it, and those who did were looking around for the source of the voice. Chimu's gaze also turned toward the crowd. Many people voluntarily moved out of his line of sight. Futian and his group appeared. The person who voiced out his disapproval was none other than a practitioner from the Alchemy Emperor Tower, a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor. With such an arrogant announcement, the Alchemy Divine Palace had completely ignored all other alchemy factions, including the Alchemy Emperor Tower. Furthermore, there was still the Eastern Deity Island. Even if the Supreme Deity Donglai had passed away, it would be too much to say that all the exceptional alchemists in the Donghua domain now belonged to the Alchemy Divine Palace. You are? Chimu looked at him and asked. Who I am is unimportant. It is just that what you said just now is a little too cocky. The disciple's name was Lu Chuan. He looked at Chimu and said, even when the Supreme Deity Donglai was still alive, he had never made such an outrageous proclamation before. Futian looked at Chimu. What he said might just have been a slip of the tongue, given the celebratory atmosphere just now. However, it was nonetheless overly arrogant and contemptuous towards all the other alchemists in the world. Chapter 1959, Level 2 Low. Lu Chuan's words made everyone in the area around them temporarily go silent. The Alchemy Divine Palace was holding an alchemy conference on that day and had enlisted the help of Grandmaster Zihe, so the area was quite busy. Everything was relaxed and pleasant, and thus some flattery would only be natural. No one could have possibly imagined that someone would stand out from the ground and make things so awkward. After all, even the people of the Alchemy Divine Palace would not seriously say their alchemical creations were more powerful than those of Supreme Deity Donglai. That would only be deceiving themselves as well as others. Even all those years ago, Supreme Deity Donglai had already ascended. His alchemical skill was unparalleled. He certainly would have the advantage in terms of the plane he was on. But in terms of level, even when Supreme Deity Donglai was there, Eastern Deity Island would not necessarily have been stronger than the Alchemy Divine Palace. At that moment, a group of people was standing in the sky above the mountain. Among them was a middle-aged man with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked down on everyone, then looked towards Lu Chuan and the others and said, "Moreover, Eastern Deity Island is no longer here. They are in the past. Nowadays, if one wishes to find alchemy in the Donghua domain, one only has to look to the Alchemy Divine Palace. All the outstanding alchemy masters of the Dongshao continent are there. It would not even be a stretch to say that all the best alchemists in the world are there." This figure's aura was exceedingly strong. Although his manner was calm, he carried a sense of solemnity about him. All those around him had fierce auras as well. They were guests who had been invited by the Alchemy Divine Palace. They were cultivators from Qinhe Palace, another force on the Dongshao continent. Qinhe Palace was one of the forces that Lin Xiu had spoken of. They had received invitations and come as guests since they had always maintained good relations with the Alchemy Divine Palace. It was only normal for them to say a few words in praise of the Alchemy Divine Palace at a time like this. Even top forces were willing to ally themselves to a powerful holy land for alchemy. Of course, it would be a stretch to say that, said Lu Chuan, looking him, his gaze clashing with that of the middle-aged man's in midair. The force of their gazes was as powerful as a storm. The Alchemy Divine Palace is a holy land for alchemy, and I will not deny their alchemy skill. However, the Dongshao domain is vast, and there are many capable people there. Supreme Deity Donglai is gone, but Eastern Deity Island is still here. How do you know that there are no powerful alchemy masters there? There are many alchemical masters in the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor on the Taiyuan continent, and they are not necessarily inferior to those of the Alchemy Divine Palace. Many of the cultivators of the Alchemy Divine Palace were looking at Lu Chuan. Although the names of Supreme Deity Donglai and Eastern Deity Island were still prestigious, they did not carry very much threat with them. Moreover, they were in Wangdu. One of the elders looked at Lu Chuan and said, "So, are you from the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor?" Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone gasped, and there was a slight commotion. The Tower of the Alchemy Emperor was one of the top alchemy forces of the Taiyuan continent. Its master was said to have extraordinary attainments in alchemy and was thus called the Alchemy Emperor. Now he had opened up a top alchemy force on the Taiyuan continent. It was said that the Alchemy Emperor was Supreme Deity Donglai's heir. Many people knew that the Alchemy Emperor often came to the Dongxiao continent. Was this person who was the speaking one of the Alchemy Emperor's people? This was very interesting. What would happen if the people of the Alchemy Emperor and the Alchemy Palace met in the same place? Now it seemed that they would find out. Yes, said Lu Chuan to the other man. The elder up in the sky smiled and said, I have heard that the Alchemy Emperor was taught by Supreme Deity Donglai. The Alchemy Emperor is indeed powerful, but no one in the tower of the Alchemy Emperor can take up his mantle. Other than him, the power of the other alchemists there is in doubt. As for Eastern Deity Island, I don't know much about them. Since you are a student of the Alchemy Emperor and have come here to this alchemy conference, why don't we test you? You and Zhong Fan create alchemy together, and we will see just how high-level the alchemists of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor are. He would not use his own alchemical power to bully Lu Chuan. After all, they were all people of status, and it would not be proper to use his power to bully someone weaker than him. Although Zhong Fan had previously lost to Zihe, he was still of a very high level of alchemy. Within the Alchemy Palace, there was no one other than Chimu who could overcome him. I'll do it, said Zihe. Since I entered the Alchemy Palace, that makes me a member of the palace. I have long heard the name of the Alchemy Emperor and have always wanted to have a chance to find out how powerful he is. Now that I have come across one of his disciples, why don't we find out whose alchemy is stronger? If Grandmaster Zihe is willing, then I have no objections, said the elder from the Alchemy Palace with a smile. Zihe was the foremost person at the Alchemy Conference, even stronger than Zhongfan. Lu Chuan was silent. He knew his own alchemy level very well, and he was probably quite a bit weaker than Zihe. It would likely not be possible for him to defeat him. But now, his opponent was taking the initiative, so he would have to go and test his alchemy. If he refused to rise to the challenge, what would that make him? Moreover, a confrontation between alchemists would naturally be settled with alchemy. I have cultivated under the Alchemy Emperor, but I am unskilled in alchemy. However, if you would like to test me, then, by all means, let us continue. Lu Chuan was trapped between a rock and a hard place. If he refused, it would not only be his own face that he was losing. His figure flashed as he stepped forward quickly. Zihe looked at him and said, Please sit. Thank you, responded Lu Chuan. He sat cross-legged in mid-air. An alchemy cauldron appeared before him, and flames of the way filled it in a flash. At the same time, alchemical herbs flew into the cauldron. Grandmaster Zihe did the same, unveiling his alchemy cauldron and controlling the sacred flames of the great path until they burned brightly with perfection. Under the might of the thunder god, no one could see what Lu Chuan was doing. What was even more amazing was that as Zihe performed alchemy, the light of the great path of thunder covered the area, even the area where Lu Chuan's alchemy cauldron was. He seemed to be getting slower, and every action was slower than the one before it. Boom! The power of the great path of thunder fell from the sky, directly into his alchemy cauldron. Soon, a bright pill appeared, floating in the air and emanating the power of the earthly great path. It was similar to the previous pills, but it showed Grandmaster Zihe's skill and care. However, on the other side, Lu Chuan was looking very worried. His alchemy cauldron was shaking incessantly. Bang! A sharp noise rang out. Then a burning smell permeated the area. Lu Chuan's face was ashen, and he felt extremely embarrassed. He had lost this contest of alchemy. His opponent may have disrupted him, but a loss was a loss. He could not even control his alchemy. You could not even refine and complete your pill. I respect the Alchemy Emperor greatly, but are all those who study under him as weak as you? Zihe's voice had grown cold, and he spoke with great sarcasm. He seemed to have instantly become stern and overbearing as he lashed out at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan did not know whether to retreat or move forward, and he felt very embarrassed. He sat stiffly in midair. When you return, make sure you spend a few more years studying under the Alchemy Emperor before you come back here and be so arrogant again, said Zihe coldly in his powerful voice. He seemed completely different than before. Lu Chuan had not produced an alchemical pill, and thus had no response for his opponent. His heart was filled with sorrow and a hint of bitterness. Grandmaster Zihe has used him as a stepping stone to trample upon the Alchemy Divine Palace. Go away. Zihe flicked his sleeves. Lu Chuan returned to his people, his head lowered slightly. He did not look at anyone. Everyone around them began discussing what had just happened. Their words were a little harsh. It looks like all the heroic alchemy masters of the Donghua domain are here in the Alchemy Divine Palace. There is no question of that, someone said. The fact that a cultivator, who had studied under the Alchemy Emperor, had given such a poor showing disappointed many people. But Lin Xiu was looking at Futian. His expression had remained casual this whole time. If this man was truly an alchemy master, was he thinking about getting involved right now? Are the alchemy masters of the Donghua domain really this weak? Came another soft voice. The voice was very quiet, but everyone still heard it. Looks of astonishment came over their faces, and they looked at the woman who was speaking. It was Beigong Shuang, who was seated beside Futian. With a single sentence, she had insulted all the alchemists of the Donghua domain. Chapter 1960. Show his skills. Futian was stunned as well. He knew Beigong Shuang well enough to know that she was not really mocking anyone by saying this. She was just speaking to him. But cultivators had excellent hearing, and they could perceive everything she was saying. Thus, all the people watching from the mountain range around the Alchemy Divine Palace turned their gazes towards her. A look of surprise came into Beigong Shuang's eyes. She still wanted to question Futian. After all, she had seen him perform alchemy, and these people here were far inferior to him. Even as a lower-level Renhuang, he was able to create pills that upper-level Renhuangs would desire. But from what they had heard, this place was the foremost alchemy holy land, and it was said that all the skilled alchemists in the Donghua domain were here. Thus, it must be that all the alchemists in the Donghua domain were weak. Where are you from that you would dare speak so arrogantly? The cultivator from Qin He Palace unleashed the power of the Great Path, which fell directly upon Beigong Shuang. It was like an invisible hand was pressing down from the sky and grabbling the Great Path of space. This put Beigong Shuang under a great amount of pressure. Beigong Ao took a step forward, standing in front of Beigong Shuang. The Great Path of thunder swept out from him, and lightning flashed from his eyes, piercing towards his opponent. Their gazes locked. They were both of the 8th tier. An invisible aura swept out. Do you have doubts about the arts of the Alchemy Divine Palace themselves? Or do you think the alchemists are simply too weak? Zihe had crushed Lu Chuan in terms of his alchemy, but he still turned his gaze to Beigong Shuang when he heard her voice. The power of the Great Path seeped out from him. "What are you all doing?" said Lin Xiu, stepping forward and looking at all of them. "You all have said that the greatest alchemists of the Donghua domain are gathered here at the Alchemy Divine Palace. Since you are allowed to boast so, can she not also voice her opinion? Who are you?" Zihe's gaze fell upon Lin Xiu. "That is Lin Xiu of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range," said Zhong Fan from beside Zihe. He naturally recognized the other. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range was one of the top forces of the Dongxiao continent. He had seen Lin Xiu in Wangdu before. Lin Xiu's people and the Alchemy Emperor's people were mingling together, obviously trying to make friends with each other. After all, who would not want to make friends with a powerful alchemy force? It was just like Qin He Palace and the Alchemy Divine Palace. Zihe looked at Lin Xiu. No wonder he had dared to walk out here. He was a member of the Lin family of Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The 3 lords of Dragon Submission Villa were all 9th-tier Renhuangs, so powerful that ordinary forces would not dare offend them. Of course, the Alchemy Divine Palace was not an ordinary force. People from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range and Tower of the Alchemy Emperor on the Taiyuan continent have come here today to cause trouble, it seems, said the old cultivator from the Alchemy Divine Palace who was standing up in the air. Or perhaps the alchemy masters of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor want to continue testing themselves. "We just happened to be passing through," answered Lin Xiu with a smile. "Just passing through?" answered the man, turning his gaze to Beigong Shuang. "Then what did what you just said mean?" Beigong Shuang did not know what to say. She looked to Futian, who said, "If you want to say something, just say it." "I had observed that your alchemy powers were rather commonplace, and was asking why this was called the foremost holy land for alchemy in the Donghua domain. Are all the alchemists in the Donghua domain so unskilled?" asked Beigong Shuang, but she was a little doubtful. Was it possible that she was mistaken? for she had only seen Yi Futian perform alchemy before. Perhaps he was just extraordinarily skilled. However, hadn't Yi Futian just barely learned alchemy? Although he was very talented, for him to already be better than them would be impossibly quick. And these people were known as the best alchemy holy land in the Donghua domain. Why did she feel there was such a large gap between their alchemy and Yi Futian's? Previously, on Eastern Deity Island, Yi Futian had casually made alchemical pills that were far beyond his level. Although the ones he had created when he had first started were not the finest quality, they were still quite good. The ignorant speak their minds without fear. This is truly shameless talk, came an elder's cold voice. He looked at Beigong Shuang and said, "Since you think our alchemy is weak, let us see how good yours is." "No, I will not," responded Beigong Shuang. Her words stunned everyone. Many of them smiled. She said no? Yet she mocked the alchemical ability of the Alchemy Divine Palace. "You say you won't show us your alchemy, and yet you dare mock us?" Zihi's gaze pierced through Beigong Shuang. "But he will." Beigong Shuang turned to Yi Futian, shocking him. Was she selling him out? Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned upon Yi Futian, including Lu Chuan and the other cultivators who followed the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian had previously said that he did not understand alchemy, that he was only a beginner at it. But now, Beigong Shuang said he would show them his alchemy. Did this mean that Yi Futian was actually skilled at alchemy? Otherwise, Beigong Shuang would not have said anything. "Are you a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor as well?" Zihi asked him. "No, I'm not," said Yi Futian with a shake of the head. "Since your friend has seen fit to mock us, why don't you go ahead and show us how good your alchemy is?" said Grandmaster Zihi. "I have not been studying alchemy for long, so I do not have a great understanding of it." "Perhaps now is not a good time," said Yi Futian. "Why don't you speak plainly? You wish to leave, don't you?" said the cultivator from Qin He Palace coldly. His power filled the area where Yi Futian and the others were standing. Lin Xiu and the others took a step forward. Lin Xiu swept his gaze over everyone, saying, "Why are you doing this? If she wants to leave, are you really going to keep her here?" The Alchemy Divine Palace was powerful, and they had invited many forces here to make allies, but the people of Dragon Submission Villa were no pushovers. Moreover, since they had already allied with the Alchemy Emperor, it would be impossible for them to make friends with the Alchemy Divine Palace. Otherwise, they would be fair-weather friends. "Yes," said the cultivator from Qin He Palace. "If she does not explain herself, she will not be allowed to leave." When has Qin He Palace ever been this overbearing? Moreover, have you become a vassal of the Alchemy Divine Palace? Mocked Lin Xiu. But the other man ignored him. He was staring at Beigong Shuang. She had said something so presumptuous and thought she would be able to leave here easily. Yi Futian looked over at him and said, "Although I do not have a great understanding of alchemy, the level of the alchemy that I just observed here did seem to be a little low. Would you like me to give an account of myself?" Everyone was shocked when they heard him say this so casually. The level of the alchemy at the alchemy conference was a bit low. Everyone else was speechless. This alchemy conference had been held mainly for Grandmaster Zihi. He was thought to be the alchemist with the most potential in all of Wang City. And Zhong Fan of the Alchemy Divine Palace was here as well. Their levels were, in Yi Futian's opinion, a little low. Moreover, judging from his tone of voice, he seemed to have some plan in mind. He seemed to be dismissing the strength of the other alchemists here. Sheer arrogance. All the alchemy masters attending the conference stared at Yi Futian, looking livid. He had offended all of them by these words. That is truly arrogant. "If that is the case, then let us see how good your alchemy is," said a mid-level Renhuang coldly to Yi Futian, staring at him. This alchemist was proud of his own ability and had often been flattered by others. "I will wait and said the cultivator from Qin He Palace to Yi Futian. And he was not the only one. Everyone on the mountain was looking at Yi Futian. Could this man who had come here casually really be a powerful alchemist? Yi Futian took a few steps forward. Zihi stepped backward, and Zhong Fan and the others made way as well. They all watched Yi Futian. They wanted to see just how strong this man's alchemy was. Yi Futian waved his hand, and suddenly, an alchemy cauldron floated in the air in front of him. Next, a current of the great path spread out from him. The flames of the great path filled the cauldron in an instant. The brilliant flames were suffused with a divine aura. It was as if they were immortal fire. Futian took some herbs and put them in the alchemy furnace, using the flames to dissolve them. He sat there, cross-legged, his eyes closed. He seemed calm and self-possessed and very casual. His flames are very strong. Everyone's expressions changed as they watched. From what he was doing, they could tell just how strong his flames were. The image of a phoenix seemed to appear within the flames along with a divine tree. It seemed to be growing inside the cauldron. Zihi's gaze suddenly froze. As an alchemy master, he was very sensitive to the flames of the way. When Futian started, he could feel just how extraordinary his flames were. This man was not as simple as he seemed. Futian performed his alchemy very casually, constantly adding more herbs to be burned in the cauldron. He was light and carefree. It was as if he truly were a student first learning alchemy, but the herbs he was using were no ordinary herbs. Everyone in the vast space before the mountain watched him do his alchemy, but he seemed not to care. He seemed completely casual. Maybe this was how he always did alchemy. Is he really going to do it like this? Asked someone attending the alchemy conference. He is not using any special techniques? It's just like I said, I don't really understand alchemy, answered Futian with a smile. But in reality, he was controlling the power of each and every flame within his cauldron. The flames grew hotter, and lines of the power of the great path flowed into the cauldron. The tree grew older and larger, and a cyclone gradually formed within the cauldron alongside it, making screaming noises emit from it constantly. This was the roar of the great path. The tree continued to grow, spreading out from the cauldron. It was suffused with a life aura. Everyone saw that wherever its branches enveloped, there seemed to be brilliant light blooming. As the divine light grew fiercer and fiercer, they could see that a pill was growing within it and transforming into a piece of fruit. In a flash, the light of the great path covered a vast area, making everything seem mystical and magical. The pill fruit was shining brilliantly like a divine fruit of the great path. Everyone's expression changed to one of shock. The fruit was absolutely flawless. Futian waved his hand and took the fruit within it. Suddenly, the rays of the light of the great path disappeared. Futian looked at everyone and said, I don't understand alchemy very well, but I hurriedly created this pill. Naturally, it cannot be compared with those of the alchemists of the Alchemy Divine Palace. After all of the alchemical talent in the Donghua domain is gathered there. However, the alchemy level being performed here at the alchemy conference was rather low up till now. Thus, you all must not have been performing up to your usual standards. Everyone was plunged into silence when they heard Futian's words. His mocking tone left them all speechless. They had asked Futian to show his skills to them. Now that he had done so, would the Alchemy Divine Palace be satisfied? Chapter 1961. Take care of one's pride. In the vast region, countless gazes landed on Futian. He did not know how to concoct pills. Also, Futian claimed that he had only been concocting pills for a short while. Was he toying with Alchemy Divine Palace? Zihi stood there speechless. As an alchemy master, he naturally could tell the grade of a pill. He could sense what grade the pill that Futian concocted was at. The pill that Futian concocted was most likely on par with the one that Zihi came up with. However, Futian was only a fourth-tier Renhuang. Could it be that this fellow had a flawless divine wheel, and his way was without any blemish? On top of Zihi, there were many other cultivators who were mavens present. From a glance, they could tell that Futian's skill of refining pills was extraordinary. Now that Futian had demonstrated his skill, it was indeed proven that none of the alchemy masters present at the alchemy conference were comparable to him. Even Grandmaster Zihi would most likely pale into insignificance when compared to Futian. Since when did such a young alchemy grandmaster arise? Concocting pills was a time-consuming process. It was rare to encounter a young and skillful alchemy grandmaster. Chimu of Alchemy Divine Palace was an exception. His talent was 1 in a million. However, yet another exceptional alchemy master had appeared now. All the cultivators, who were proficient in concocting pills, from Donghua Domain were gathered in Alchemy Divine Palace. If that was the case, how about this youth? let alone the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Even the cultivators from Taiwan continent, who accompanied Alchemy Emperor on his trip, were stunned. Before this, they had asked Yi Futian before whether or not he was proficient in concocting pills. Yi Futian told them that he had a rudimentary understanding of the matter and wasn't really good at it. Was this what he meant by being not very good at it? Yi Futian merely concocted a pill casually, and the result was a pill of this grade. Was this what he called a rudimentary understanding? How would those elderly cultivators, who had devoted their lives to concocting pills, think of this? Yi Futian was the heir of supreme deity Donglai, a cultivator who had trained on Eastern Deity Island. The cultivators from Taiwan continent thought of Yi Futian's identity. The descendant of supreme deity Donglai had personally led him here. From the looks of it, their judgment of Yi Futian had been clouded due to their prejudice towards him. If Yi Futian was really an ordinary cultivator, would Goddess Donglai have brought him here? Moreover, Goddess Donglai was prepared to introduce him to the Millet Emperor. Based on the current situation, it seemed like they had come prepared. Of course, the cultivators from Taiwan continent would not tell the rest Yi Futian's identity. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were pompous, and they looked down on other alchemy factions in the Donghua domain. They disdained even the tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian's action this time was considered delivering a lesson to them. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace ought to know that their place was not the only place where powerful alchemy grandmasters could be found. "Who are you?" asked Chimu from Alchemy Divine Palace while looking at Yi Futian. Chimu's temperament was good, and he was well-mannered. He didn't reveal any hint of malice. He was purely curious about Yi Futian. Yi Futian visited the place along with the disciples of Alchemy Emperor. It would be common if Yi Futian said that he was the heir of Alchemy Emperor. However, Yi Futian had denied that. If so, what was his identity? With Yi Futian's skill in concocting pills, most likely very few people could contend with him even in Alchemy Divine Palace. "I'm Yi Lionian, a fledgling alchemy master," Yi Futian responded with a smile. "Yi Lionian," Chimu mumbled. "You must be joking. With such superb skills in refining pills, I am sure you must have devoted yourself in this area for many years. Alchemy Emperor is a top alchemy grandmaster whom I have always admired. It is normal for the Emperor to have an heir like you." Chimu's words were aimed to feel Yi Futian out. Chimu held on to his speculation that Yi Futian was a disciple of Alchemy Emperor. It was just that Yi Futian did not admit it before this. Hence, when Chimu talked to Yi Futian this time, his eyes were locked onto Yi Futian's. Chimu wanted to see how Yi Futian would reply to him. "Regardless of whether you believe or not, I have indeed only started concocting pills for a short period of time. I came in contact with the art just a few years ago. I am also not a disciple of Alchemy Emperor," Yi Futian replied with a smile. He knew that the other party was curious, but he did not reveal anything, leaving them to their own speculation. "Are you interested in joining Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate?" Chimu asked. Now, in the Donghua domain, Alchemy Divine Palace is considered the top holy land for concocting pills. In Alchemy Divine Palace, your pill concocting ability will be fully developed. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. Was this Chimu inviting impressive alchemy masters to join Alchemy Divine Palace whenever he came across them? Before this, Zihi had extended him an invitation. Now, Chimu was also doing the same. Yi Futian felt that the way Chimu phrased his invitation sounded weird. Alchemy Divine Palace would fully develop his talent? Chimu, from your tone, you make it seem as though that Alchemy Divine Palace has cultivated many more alchemy masters with superior abilities compared to him, said Lin Xiao with a smile beside them. Fully develop his talent? How many people in Alchemy Divine Palace have pill concocting ability that can compare to him? Why does he need to join Alchemy Divine Palace? Lin Xiao already knew Yi Futian's identity. His previous speculation had not been off the mark. Yi Futian was not from the tower of the Alchemy Emperor on the Taiwan continent. He was from Eastern Deity Island in the Penglai continent. That maiden was the descendant of Supreme Deity Donglai. Yi Futian might be her disciple and might have received the teachings passed down from Supreme Deity Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai was the top alchemy grandmaster in the Donghua domain back when he was alive. Would his heir need to be enrolled in Alchemy Divine Palace to learn the art of concocting pills? This Chimu actually claimed that Futian should join Alchemy Divine Palace, not to waste his talents. Only God knew where Chimu gained his confidence from. Even up until this moment, Chimu seemed to bear an air of superiority. He believed that the Alchemy Divine Palace was the best holy land for concocting pills in the Donghua domain. Hence, all the powerful alchemy grandmasters had to join the palace. Aside from Alchemy Divine Palace, it is very difficult for other forces to help him improve his pill concocting ability to the next level. Chimu calmly replied, ignoring the mocking tone in Lin Xiu's voice. He looked at Futian and said, although not many people in Alchemy Divine Palace have greater attainments in concocting pills compared to you, we still have many incredible alchemy grandmasters. You can exchange ideas with them. In the future, we can also regularly have discussions on the methods of concocting pills. On the ancient mountain, an elder who had come here said, Yi Lionian, if you are willing to join Alchemy Divine Palace, we can provide you with the best resources for cultivation. We can even ask the palace lord to personally instruct you in concocting pills. How about it? Futian looked at the other party. These people were courteous. Futian originally had concocted the pill to challenge Alchemy Divine Palace. Yet, after seeing the level of his pill concocting ability, they had actually offered him invitations one after another. They wanted him to join Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate and had not viewed him with animosity. Most of the time, their animosity towards each other was due to their different stances. If Futian joined Alchemy Divine Palace, he would naturally be on the same side as the other party. Although the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor has Alchemy Emperor to hold the fort, it is still not considered the true holy land for concocting pills. It lacks the resources. Alchemy Divine Palace is the most suitable place for you. With your level of pill concocting ability, you should not miss this opportunity, another person said. This caused the people in the space to reveal strange expressions. Their academic discussion had descended into poaching Futian. They wanted to undermine the members of Alchemy Emperor and get Futian to join their Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate. Everyone, your suggestions are quite moving. However, I am not that interested, Futian replied with a smile. He rejected the other party's invitation directly. Why would he join Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate? Setting aside his relationship with Alchemy Emperor, Futian was originally from Eastern Deity Island. He was the Eastern Deity Island's second island lord and the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. How could he join Alchemy Divine Palace? The members of Alchemy Divine Palace were also somewhat full of themselves and looked too highly upon themselves. They believed that Alchemy Divine Palace was the most powerful holy land for concocting pills. It was as though missing this opportunity to join them would be a huge loss. He might learn many things if he joined Alchemy Divine Palace, but Futian did not believe that he had the energy to focus on this. The inheritance that Supreme Deity Donglai gave him was already sufficient. Futian rejected Chimu's offer. It seemed like Alchemy Divine Palace had failed to recruit him. Chimu saw that Futian had rejected them. He looked at Futian and asked, since that is the case, please concoct your best pill, sir. Why don't we compare our work? Since Futian was unwilling to join Alchemy Divine Palace, he was here to stir up trouble and to prevent their alchemy conference from wrapping up. If so, Chimu would make his move and compare his work with Futian. Countless gazes looked over in their direction. Many people revealed excited looks. The top alchemy genius figure of Alchemy Divine Palace was personally stepping out. What grade would the pill he concocted be at? If Futian went all in, how would the pills that the two of them concocted compare? However, Futian merely cast an indifferent glance at the other party and answered, I'm not interested. As he said this, he immediately turned and left. Before this, he was forced to concoct pills by the other party. To appease them, he had to do it. Now, Chimu wanted to compare works with him? When would this end? Chimu frowned. Numerous cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace unleashed their auras. Lin Xiu and his group took a step forward. As he scanned the crowd, he said, what's happening now? Could it be that the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace are bad at alchemy and are now prepared to forcefully make others stay? Let them leave, ordered the elder of Alchemy Divine Palace, who stood on the ancient mountain. Immediately, many cultivators retracted their auras and allowed Yi Futian's group to leave. They had no reason to keep Yi Futian and his group around today. Countless people were watching the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. If they forcefully made Yi Futian stay, they would only bring shame onto Alchemy Divine Palace. "Let's go," Yi Futian said to his companions. His group turned around and walked towards the exit. "Is your ability in concocting pills really strong? Aren't they weak?" asked Beigong Shuang innocently as they were leaving. When the crowd heard her comment, countless cultivators had their eyes dead set on her. Those alchemy grandmasters itched to seize Beigong Shuang and give her a good beating. Didn't this girl understand the etiquette of taking care of the pride of others? Why would she humiliate them before she left? Yi Futian glanced at Beigong Shuang, speechless. "In the future, I shall visit you. We can learn the way of alchemy from each other." Chimu's voice sounded from afar and was transmitted into Yi Futian's ears. Clearly, the other party did not plan to leave this be. Yi Futian and his group continued walking around Wangdu. They then returned to their inn. However, according to Lin Xiao, they had only covered a small part of Wangdu. As the main city of the Dongxiao continent, Wangdu was expansive and had countless cultivators. Even so, news of Yi Futian's group had spread very quickly. It was for no other reason than the Alchemy Conference of Alchemy Divine Palace receiving a lot of attention. Everything that occurred during the conference would naturally be known far and wide very quickly. Soon, it was being discussed in taverns big and small. Many people now knew that Alchemy Emperor had also come to Wangdu. Alchemy Emperor's descendants had also come into conflict with an Alchemy Grandmaster of Alchemy Divine Palace and even managed to suppress him. Some people said that Alchemy Emperor had done this on purpose, sending people to disturb the Alchemy Conference to prove his pill concocting ability. However, some people also believed that Alchemy Emperor was above doing so, and that the members of Alchemy Divine Palace had spoken out arrogantly in the first place. They had boasted that most of the talented alchemy masters in the Donghua domain were from Alchemy Divine Palace. They ignored the existence of Alchemy Emperor and the other alchemy forces. That was why the disciple of Alchemy Emperor could not take it. However, Alchemy Emperor did not know about this. While Yi Futian was out strolling, Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai went to Wangshan Watchtower to visit the master there, Millet Emperor. Ordinary people would naturally not be able to meet the Millet Emperor easily, but Goddess Donglai could. She was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai and Millet Emperor were good friends. Many years ago, when Goddess Donglai was still young, she had been close with Millet Emperor and called him uncle. Millet Emperor would always embrace her. Their relationship was naturally intimate. It was just that after things occurred to Supreme Deity Donglai, Goddess Donglai had always remained in seclusion on Eastern Deity Island. Many years had passed, and their relationship had grown distant. After Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai returned, many people came to see them in the palace. The number of people who came grew. Many of them were renowned figures of Wangdu. Alchemy Emperor could only receive them. After that, only did he know that Yi Futian's group had stirred up trouble in Wangdu, and that they had directly offended Alchemy Divine Palace. This made him speechless. Right now, in the banquet area in the palace, an elder smiled at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Now, Alchemy Divine Palace is the largest alchemy force in Wangdu. Alchemy grandmasters are being drawn to it. It is difficult for the cultivators from the outside to obtain even a pill from them. This has caused Alchemy Divine Palace to grow more and more arrogant. Now that Alchemy Emperor has come, it is good for someone to knock them down a few notches. They should understand that Alchemy Divine Palace is not the only alchemy force." This cultivator was clearly dissatisfied with Alchemy Divine Palace. After hearing this, Alchemy Emperor was somewhat speechless. It seemed that he had been dragged into this mess. Many people believe that Yi Futian was intentionally sent by the Alchemy Emperor to stir up trouble in Alchemy Divine Palace and sully their image. That is right. That person proclaimed himself the top alchemy master after Supreme Deity Donglai and is even more arrogant. Alchemy Emperor is the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Your ability will certainly not be weaker than his, said another person. This was all just fancy words to appease Alchemy Emperor. However, in reality, The Alchemy Emperor knew his own strength. Rumor has it that the person in Alchemy Divine Palace was already aiming to break through to the next plane. That person's pill concocting ability was extremely proficient. In terms of level, it should be above that of Alchemy Emperors. After all, many years ago, the other party had been an incredible alchemy grandmaster. Alchemy Emperor naturally did not take such praise to heart. Everyone, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Leonian is neither my disciple nor an alchemy master of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. I did not send him to the alchemy conference of Alchemy Divine Palace. This matter should just be a coincidence, Alchemy Emperor explained. Such an explanation was meaningless, as those who had misunderstood would still misunderstand. Nevertheless, Alchemy Emperor was not so free to find fault with Alchemy Divine Palace on this trip and stir up trouble. He isn't, someone said as they revealed a strange expression. He looked at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Then, who brought up such an outstanding and monstrous alchemy master?" Alchemy Emperor would not lie to them on this. If Yi Lianyan were his disciple or cultivated in the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, Alchemy Emperor would not deny it. Regarding that, I will not say anything on the matter. Please understand, Alchemy Emperor said as he saluted with his fists. This caused the crowd to be even more curious. Could Yi Lianyan's master be one of the powerful alchemy grandmasters who kept low profiles? They could not figure out who it could be. Could we meet little friend Yi? Someone asked with a smile. I'll ask him, Alchemy Emperor replied as he instructed a person beside him. The person left and, not long after, Yi Futian's group arrived. Yi Futian glanced at the group of people before him. They were all senior figures with upper-level Renhuang cultivation. Seniors, Junior Yi Lianyan bids you all well, Yi Futian said with a smile as he bowed politely. Although Yi Futian's ability was not below that of many senior figures, he was still a junior figure. He should not forego the necessary courtesies. He has a good temperament, someone praised when he saw Yi Futian. Yi Futian was dressed in white robes and had white hair. He appeared extraordinarily handsome. Yi Futian's temperament alone gave off an outstanding vibe. One could tell that he was a prominent figure at a glance. He is such a prominent figure. He must be from a powerful background. I wonder which master managed to cultivate such an extraordinary talent, someone else praised. He was trying to dig up Yi Futian's identity. Yi Futian indeed gave off such a vibe. With such temperament, he appeared to be a descendant of a powerful clan. Based on Alchemy Emperor's tone, that should be the case. Seniors, all of you are praising me too highly, Yi Futian replied with a smile as he greeted them back. He similarly did not answer the other party's question. Little friend Ye's alchemy techniques are outstanding. Even Grandmaster Zihe was rendered speechless, someone said with a smile. Many people claimed that when little friend Yi presented your pill, no one from Alchemy Divine Palace could say a word. I can imagine how their expressions were like then. What grade was the pill that little friend Yi concocted? It was a middle grade pill. After all, my cultivation is at the middle level Renhuang plane, Yi Futian answered with a smile. The other party smiled and nodded his head slightly. They had all heard that although the pill he had concocted was only a middle-grade pill, it was a flawless pill of the Great Path. It was just that they had not witnessed it themselves. At that moment, a person traversed the sky nearby and immediately landed on the cliff outside the palace. Yi Futian turned to look at him. The person who had arrived saluted with his fists and said, "A representative of Heavenly Battle Palace greets Senior Alchemy Emperor." He was from Heavenly Battle Palace. Yi Futian recalled the place with the extremely magnificent law battle area that they had passed by yesterday. They were the top force in Wangdu, Heavenly Battle Palace. Yi Futian never imagined that their representative would come here. The position of this force in Wangdu was not below that of Alchemy Divine Palace. "Please come in," Alchemy Emperor said as he looked outside. The person immediately crossed the sky and came over. "What brings Heavenly Battle Palace here?" Alchemy Emperor asked. With Heavenly Battle Palace's position, they did not need to flatter him. "We have come to seek Renhuang Yi and Lin Xiao," the person who arrived said. Yi Futian and Lin Xiao beside him felt somewhat surprised. Heavenly Battle Palace was looking for them? Alchemy Emperor looked at Yi Futian. With a smile, he said, "You all should chat." Yi Futian asked, What business do you have with me? The other party answered, Heavenly Battle Palace has heard that recently many cultivators from the neighboring continents have come to Wangdu. Hence, we wanted to invite everyone to pay us a visit. Aside from that, we have also invited many forces from Wangdu. Coincidentally, there will be a few exciting battles taking place in Heavenly Battle Palace. Therefore, we intentionally came over to invite Ren Huangyi, Dragon Submission Villa, as well as everyone from Taiyuan Continent to come over to Heavenly Battle Palace to spectate the battles. Heavenly Battle Palace is a place for law battles and regularly becomes a place to meet people. Cultivators love to battle. With such conditions, Heavenly Battle Palace is a suitable place to meet people, Lin Xiu explained to Yi Futian through transmitted thought. Lin Xiu then smiled and said, All right, since Heavenly Battle Palace has come especially to invite us over, we will naturally oblige. Thank you for coming all this way. As Lin Xiu said this, he looked over at Yi Futian, who was beside him, and asked, Shall we go together? All right, let's go over to take a look, Yi Futian said. Since the other party had come all this way to invite them over, he would naturally oblige. Everyone, let's go, the other party said as he gestured. Yi Futian's group walked out. The member from Heavenly Battle Palace bowed slightly at Alchemy Emperor and said, Apologies for disturbing Senior Alchemy Emperor. We will be leaving. Alchemy Emperor nodded his head slightly and did not say anything. Very quickly, the other group also disappeared. As they watched the silhouettes head off, someone said, The members of Heavenly Battle Palace love to battle. That fellow might have arranged this gathering. They must have also invited Alchemy Divine Palace aside from inviting little friend Yi. It is not a possibility. It is a certainty, commented someone to the side. They would not miss such an event. Not just Alchemy Divine Palace, anyone that they invite would also not miss this event. As they spoke, they glanced over at Alchemy Emperor, seemingly wanting to glean something from his expression. However, they saw that the Alchemy Emperor's expression was calm, as though everything was as usual, and there was nothing off. He seemed to be unfazed by Yi Futian's departure. Could it be that he was not worried that Yi Futian would be taken advantage of? Or rather, it was his confidence towards Yi Futian's ability. Aside from his alchemy techniques, they did not know much about the actual ability of that monstrous alchemy master. However, he was most likely not weak. Right now, Heavenly Battle Palace was filled with people and was extremely lively. Wangdu was vast and endless. Yet, among the most prosperous and lively places in Wangdu, Heavenly Battle Palace was second to none. In Heavenly Battle Palace, a large number of cultivators of various planes gathered every day. Each law battle platform was grand and impressive. From top to bottom, it was extremely majestic. Yi Futian's group were guided upstairs by the cultivator from Heavenly Battle Palace. There were already many people waiting there. Yi Futian saw some of the people he had encountered yesterday. Chimu and Zhongfan from Alchemy Divine Palace had also been invited. From another direction, there were many cultivators also making their way over here. One group among them was exceptionally eye-catching. They were a group of goddesses from Goddess Peak. At that moment, a group of people stood up on a level nearby. They were the cultivators of the Heavenly Battle Palace. The leader appeared to be in his 30s, and a formless pressure emanated from his body. His figure was proportional, and his facial features were distinct. This person was Yang Qian, who was the eldest son of Heavenly Battle Palace Palace Lord. He was also the most talented person in Heavenly Battle Palace. He was considered by many to be the next Heavenly Battle Palace Palace Lord. He had cultivated for more than 100 years, and was now a powerful existence at the upper-level Renhuang Plain. His combat ability was extremely powerful. Now, Heavenly Battle Palace Palace Lord had already begun paving the way for his son to inherit the title of Palace Lord. Yang Qian could already command many of the elders of Heavenly Battle Palace. Right now, there were many cultivators beside Yang Qian. The cultivators sitting on the levels watching the law battle platform were all incredible figures from Heavenly Battle Palace. Yang Qian from Heavenly Battle Palace welcomes all of you, Yang Qian said as he saluted at the crowd with his fists. The members of the forces of Wangdu naturally knew who he was. However, there were some outsiders who did not recognize him. So, Yang Qian intentionally mentioned his own name. He is the eldest son of Heavenly Battle Palace Lord and the future master of Heavenly Battle Palace, Lin Xiu explained to Yi Futian via thought transmission. Yi Futian immediately understood. He must also be the one who invited everyone here this time. Aside from a person of such status, no one else could invite various cultivators to gather together without embarrassing themselves. Many people returned his salute. Yang Qian glanced around at the crowd. He then looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said, "You must be Ren Huangyi. Before this, you have displayed your abilities during the alchemy conference. I have heard about this from other people. Hence, I specifically instructed for Ren Huangyi to be invited over." "You are too kind," Yi Futian replied with a smile. "Please be seated," Yang Qian said as he gestured towards a seat. Yi Futian and the others sat down immediately. Yang Qian also looked towards the cultivators from Goddess Peak and said, "Goddess, we are all familiar with each other. Please, be seated." The cultivators from Goddess Peak had extraordinary temperament. They sat down in seats near Yi Futian's group. Many of them looked over at Yi Futian curiously. Hearing what Yang Qian said, they naturally also knew that Yi Futian was the person who caused the disturbance during the alchemy conference. The major forces of Wangdu were the first to know about this. The members of Goddess Peak naturally also heard of this. The arrival of Yi Futian's group drew the attention of many people, or rather, they were interested in Yi Futian. He had already become a prominent figure. Of course, the people who were most interested in Yi Futian were undoubtedly the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Qimu, Zhongfan, Zihe, and the rest of their group were sitting to one side. They looked over when Yi Futian arrived. They only shifted their gazes when they saw Yi Futian sit down. They appeared to be talking casually to each other. However, the people here knew that the storm during yesterday's alchemy conference was not settled. There was bound to be a continuation. It was just that no one knew when the situation would erupt. After that, cultivators from all over arrived one after another. There were cultivators from the top forces of Wangdu and cultivators from various other continents like Yi Futian's group. Nevertheless, those invited here were the top forces of the various continents. Otherwise, they would not have caught the eye of Heavenly Battle Palace. More and more people gathered here. It was very lively. Fortunately, this area was expansive, and there were many seats to watch the platforms from. The view was excellent. This was a place to spectate law battles. At a glance, all the law battle platforms were in sight. Yi Futian turned to look at the law battle platforms below. Matrices surrounded each law battle platform. They were scattered across different areas, and they were well spaced out. Even their heights were different. The layout was similar to that of the Jutian Temple back then. The higher the plane of a battle, the taller the law battle platform it would be held on. The lowest platforms were for law battles between those below the Saint Plane. They already formed their own area on the lower half of Heavenly Battle Palace. The people above were not too interested in the battles here. Many people were more interested in the law battle platforms in the center region. They were the platforms for the battle between saints. Battles between cultivators at the Saint Plane were the most frequent battles in Heavenly Battle Palace. Among the people who came to participate in these battles, some came for fame. Others came for benefits. No matter their reason for coming, Heavenly Battle Palace was the best training ground to temper one's combat ability. There was a single law battle platform at the region at the very top. It floated in the sky and was enveloped in the light of a matrix. It seemed ethereal, appearing transparent. If there were no battles on it, it would appear as though it did not exist, and there was no law battle platform there. This law battle platform was reserved for Renhuangs. Not many Renhuangs participated in law battles. Hence, there was only one law battle platform reserved for them. This platform was sufficient to support the Renhuangs who wanted to participate in law battles. Yi Futian casually glanced at the various battlefields below. Battles between saints and between sages no longer caught his attention. He merely looked around. After all, his cultivation and the cultivation of those around him were already beyond the Saint Plane. "Yang Qian, when you invited us over, didn't you mention that there would be exciting law battles? Why haven't you arranged for one yet?" A crisp voice sounded at that moment. The person who had spoken was a female cultivator from Goddess Peak. Although her voice was authoritative, her appearance was stunning. She made people feel that her beauty could only be admired. No one dared to approach and sully her image. "Goddess, you are still so impatient," Yang Qian stated with a smile. He gave some instructions to the people beside him, and immediately, someone left. Not long after, a light of the great path shone. The law battle platform seemed to be changing. It became real and floated in midair. It was like a gigantic battle platform. Light of the great path circled the platform. The matrix around it contained the aura of the great path of space. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in midair. It descended from the sky, and his silhouette landed on the law battle platform. This person had a powerful aura. An overbearing air emanated from his eyes. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivators. Many people sensed his aura. He was actually at the middle-level Runhuang plane. At that moment, many people below felt somewhat excited. Were they about to witness a Ranhuang law battle up close, that of the middle-level Ranhuang plane? Heavenly Battle Palace seemed to have invited many people over today. The upcoming battles would not be simple. Was only one person going up? Many people revealed bizarre expressions. If it were a law battle, he would naturally have an opponent. Why was he standing there alone? What was Yang Qian planning to do? I am Wang Yi from Qinhe Palace. I have heard that cultivators from many continents have arrived, preparing to train in Wangshan Watchtower. I am somewhat curious as to what level of ability the cultivators from the various continents sent here to Wangdu are at. Hence, I wish to use this opportunity to experience it for myself, the cultivator on the law battle platform proclaimed in a loud voice. He swept a glance over the crowd of cultivators and asked, "Cultivators of Taiyuan continent, would anyone be interested in a spar to test our abilities against each other?" Yi Futian frowned when he heard the words of the other party. Was Wang Yi targeting them? Had Heavenly Battle Palace invited them over a false pretense? Lin Xiao and the others also clearly realized this. They glanced over at Yang Qian. Yang Qian's expression was normal, as though all this had nothing to do with him. Lin Xiao also noticed the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Zhong Fan from Alchemy Divine Palace glanced over in their direction. His expression was indifferent and calm. It was as though this was within his expectations and was no surprise. Alchemy Divine Palace and Qinhe Palace had always been close. Hence, for Alchemy Divine Palace to know something about this was no surprise. They might even be the masterminds behind this. From the Alchemy Conference, they had brought their conflict with Yi Futian onto the law battle platform. Were they planning to restore their image here? Currently, Lin Xiao did not know what role Heavenly Battle Palace was playing in this incident. However, Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace were not so close. Heavenly Battle Palace loved battles and was a law battle force. They respected the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, but it was just respect. They would not be ordered around by Alchemy Divine Palace unless it was something they themselves wanted to do. Heavenly Battle Palace wanted to witness an exciting battle. Now that the cultivators from various continents had arrived, in addition to the friction caused during the Alchemy Conference, they had the opportunity they wanted to organize a law battle between powerful Renhuangs. Loud, intense roars came from below. The crowd seemed to be waiting in anticipation for this battle. Law battles between powerful Renhuangs were rare, unlike the battles between sages and saints. It was because even if they were merely sparring, Renhuangs hated being spectated by others. Now, there was such an opportunity. The person who had come out to battle was a cultivator from the Qinhe Palace, a top force. The person who the cultivator had incited to battle was the Taiyuan continent cultivator who had caused a disturbance during the alchemy conference. His spears were aimed at the powerful alchemy grandmaster Yi Liuyan. If you wish to ignore this challenge, leave immediately. Heavenly Battle Palace will not dare to do anything. They are not qualified to directly interfere in whether or not you accept the law battle, Lin Xiao explained to Yi Futian over transmitted thoughts. No matter what Heavenly Battle Palace's motive was, if Heavenly Battle Palace had invited them all here to see their law battles, Heavenly Battle Palace had plotted against them. Yi Futian and Lin Xiao would naturally feel dissatisfied. Yi Futian naturally would not accept the law battle. A mere middle-level Renhuang from Qinhe Palace wanted a law battle with him. They were not on the same level. A 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang was barely qualified to invite Yi Futian for a law battle. Yi Futian looked at the law battle platform. His expression was calm. It was as though all this was unrelated to him. The other party had invited cultivators from the Taiyuan continent to have a law battle with him. In reality, they were targeting Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was not a cultivator from the Taiyuan continent. Many people sitting beside him gazed at him. They wanted to see how he would respond. However, they were quickly disappointed when Yi Futian remained sitting there, showing no intention of battling. On the other hand, some Renhuangs next to Yi Futian frowned. Their expressions were not happy. They naturally also realized that Heavenly Battle Palace invited them over with ulterior motives. Now, a member of Qin He Palace had directly challenged them. Would they accept the challenge? It was not just the people on this side. In the vast area of Heavenly Battle Palace, countless cultivators below all lifted their heads and looked over. They wanted to witness a law battle between Renhuangs. It remained to be seen whether the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent would allow them to do so. The cultivators from Qin He Palace are proficient in battle, Yang Qian said with a smile. It has been many years since Wang Yi has proven his way and reached the middle-level Renhuang plane. His divine wheel of the Great Path is powerful, and his combat ability is also extraordinary. Among the figures of the same level in Wangdu, his combat ability is considered extremely powerful. This is his first time participating in a law battle here in Heavenly Battle Palace. It will certainly be a spectacle. Yang Qian did not coerce the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent to participate in the battle. He seemed to keep on talking on his own. Under such circumstances, if the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent wanted to leave, he would not say anything. Yesterday, during the alchemy conference, Ren Huangyi displayed extremely proficient pill concocting ability. He concocted extraordinary pills with middle-level Ran Huang plane cultivation. I believe that his own ability must certainly be outstanding. Will I have the opportunity to experience it for myself? Another person said at the moment. The person who spoke was Grandmaster Zihe. Yesterday, after Yi Futian concocted his pills, Zihe knew that in terms of pill concocting ability, even he was no match for Yi Futian. He speculated that Yi Futian's ability would definitely not be weak. Yi Futian might even be very powerful. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at Zihe. He smiled and asked, "Does Grandmaster Zihe want to have a law battle with me?" Zihe was stunned. His plane was much higher than Yi Futian's. Zihe would naturally not participate himself. His meaning should have been obvious. Wang Ye's plane is the same as Ren Huang Ye's, said Qi Mu to the side as he looked at the law battle platform. Yi Futian traced Qi Mu's gaze and looked in the direction of Wang Yi. Wang Yi similarly was looking at him. His eyes were burning with battle intent. Clearly, Wang Yi desired to have a match with him. Grandmaster Zihe's plane of cultivation is also higher than mine. However, does it mean that the pills that he concocted will definitely be better than mine? Yi Futian said indifferently as he cast a glance in the direction of Wang Yi. If I were to join the law battle, he would be unworthy as my opponent. Yi Futian's tone was arrogant. Since the other party was dying to challenge him, naturally, he did not need to be polite with them. Yesterday, when he was at the alchemy conference, the cultivators of Qin He Palace had tried all sorts of tricks on him. Now that they wanted to challenge him in a law battle, did they think it would be sufficient for them to send out a representative at this level? The crowd had naturally sensed the arrogance in Yi Futian's tone. It seemed like he was indeed very confident of his skills. Wang Yi was considered a powerful figure in Qin He Palace, yet Yi Futian claimed that he was unworthy to be his opponent in a law battle. Moreover, Yi Futian had shamed both Zihe and Wang Yi in his speech. On the law battle platform, Wang Ye's gaze was fixed upon Yi Futian. A formless might of the Great Path pressed down on Yi Futian's space from across the platform, seemingly forcing Yi Futian to retaliate. Yi Futian frowned and swept a glance at the other party. For a split second, Yi Futian's eyes changed. Wang Yi felt as though he was staring at a full moon instead of a pair of eyes. He felt a chill all over his body. The cold seemed to freeze even his soul. The crowd revealed strange expressions. They could sense that a formless aura of the Great Path had appeared in both their eyes. This aura of the Great Path was chilly, emanating a frosty vibe. Were the two of them already exchanging blows? Sizzle. Frost appeared in the air. The crowd noticed that frost also appeared on the body of Wang Yi, who was standing on the law battle platform. His hair turned white as it was covered with a layer of rime. He was shivering, as though the surrounding was very cold. At this moment, Wang Yi, who was already a Renhuang, actually felt extremely cold. He attempted to break free from that sensation. However, he had fallen into his opponent's control. A glance from Futian was enough to make him fall. Many people were astonished as they stared at Futian. He had not even lifted a finger. He merely looked at Wang Yi. He was still firmly seated in his seat. "You want me to have a law battle with you?" Futian uttered. His voice seemed to contain the might of a sonic wave. It was deep and domineering. His voice carried the might of Buddha, which could instill fear in people's hearts. As soon as Futian spoke, countless voices reverberated in Wang Ye's mind. He felt as though his soul was going to explode. With a splat, Wang Yi had actually spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have received a shock from an invisible force. He took a few steps backward as his face turned ashen. At this moment, the might dissipated. Wang Yi had finally freed himself from the unpleasant sensation. He raised his head and looked at Futian, who remained seated. The white-haired youth had a calm expression, as though he had never attacked Wang Yi at all. "Do you still want a law battle with me?" Futian asked. His voice still sounded nonchalant. Wang Ye's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He stood up and bowed slightly at Futian, saying, "Thanks for showing me a few pointers." After Wang Yi had greeted Futian, he turned around and left directly. He was too ashamed to stay around. With just a brief exchange, Futian had engraved in him a profound lesson. There was nothing powerful about being at the Renhuang Plain. The Renhuangs of Qin He Palace had extraordinary combat ability. Wang Yi considered himself outstanding. However, only now did he realize how weak and frail he was. Wang Yi could not even withstand a gaze or a shout from Futian. A law battle? Wang Yi was not worthy. What would he bring to a law battle? Wang Yi turned and walked away. He got off the law battle platform and left, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Just then, deafening cries of astonishment and the noise of rowdy discussion came from below the law battle platform. Although they had not witnessed a law battle, it was as though they had seen a battle that was even more soul-stirring than a law battle. With just a gaze, Futian caused a Renhuang at the same level to be knocked back and surrender. From Wang Ye's response, he admitted his defeat. He no longer had the intention of battling, being defeated fair and square. This could only mean that the two of them were not even on the same level. The difference between them was too great. The people who were sitting on the spectator stand were also astonished at Futian's might. The cultivators of Qin He Palace felt disgraced. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were also speechless. They had coerced Futian to a law battle, yet Wang Yi could not withstand even a gaze from Futian. Their abilities were not matched. What could Wang Yi bring to their law battle? Even though they had speculated that Futian's ability might be very powerful, they had not imagined that he would be so powerful. Based on Futian's attack just now, it would be difficult for even a 5th-tier Renhuang to defeat him. No wonder he had directly challenged Grandmaster Zihe. "If you want to see me in a law battle, your core members should come out personally. For instance, if the young Palace Lord of Heavenly Battle Palace were to stand on the law battle platform, I might consider it," Futian said indifferently. Such arrogant words startled the surrounding people. What sort of figure was the young Palace Lord of Heavenly Battle Palace? He was already a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. His combat ability was also very powerful. No one below the upper-level Renhuang plane was a match for him. However, they could hear the dissatisfaction in Futian's tone. This time, Heavenly Battle Palace had invited them over, yet they actually wanted to watch Futian participate in a law battle. Futian naturally had qualms with this. Hence, he had said such words, venting the frustration in his heart. The young Palace Lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, Yang Qian, ignored Futian's discontentment. He laughed heartily and said, "I have to confess to Renhuang Yi about the matters today. I have indeed invited you all here with other motives in mind. I wanted to witness the abilities of the members of various continents. This is how I am. I love law battles. If I have offended Renhuang Yi, please excuse my offense." Many people revealed strange expressions. Yang Qian was actually apologizing to Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian's previous attack had won Yang Qian's respect. I regret missing the grand occasion at the alchemy conference. I never imagined that I would witness such a scene today. I am getting even more curious about Ren Huangyi. Your pill concocting ability and combat ability are extraordinary. If my speculation is correct, Alchemy Emperor has brought Ren Huangyi to Wangdu to meet Millet Emperor? Yang Qian asked with a smile. Many people had come this time for the Wangshan Watchtower. However, not many people dared to say that they had come to meet Millet Emperor. After all, even if they could enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, they would not necessarily meet Millet Emperor. However, the instantaneous exchange just now made Yang Qian realize that Alchemy Emperor had brought Ren Huangyi to Wangdu for this purpose. Chapter 1965. Mysterious Visitors. Yi Futian smiled casually and did not respond directly. He merely said, I just came out to see and experience Wangdu. I did not have anything planned. This time, he was mainly following Goddess Donglai's arrangement, following her to Wangdu. Yi Futian also had no plans of cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower. Goddess Donglai meant to introduce him to Millet Emperor now that he was considered half a disciple of Supreme Deity Donglai. The master of the Wangshan Watchtower, the top figure on Dongxiao continent, Millet Emperor, was good friends with Supreme Deity Donglai back in the day. Ren Huangyi's ability is extraordinary, and your alchemy techniques are also so astonishing. May I ask, what is the relationship between Ren Huangyi and Alchemy Emperor? A voice asked. Yi Futian shifted his gaze towards the person who had spoken. It was actually a disciple of Goddess Peak. She had an extremely outstanding appearance and temperament. She was a goddess of Goddess Peak. Goddess of Goddess Peak. Empress Yi. Lin Xiu introduced her to Yi Futian via thought transmission. Empress Yi's question was also what other people wanted to know. Yi Futian had such outstanding alchemy techniques, but he claimed that he was not a disciple of Alchemy Emperor. Then, what was his identity? Up until now, this was still a mystery. No one knew. However, even if he wasn't a disciple of Alchemy Emperor, he had come to Wangdu with Alchemy Emperor's entourage. Yi Futian must have an extremely intimate relationship with him. Goddess will naturally know in the future, Yi Futian replied with a smile, not answering the other party's question. Since Goddess Donglai had instructed him not to reveal his identity, for now, she naturally had her reasons for doing so. Alchemy Emperor had also instructed the members who had come with him from the Taiyuan continent to keep it to themselves for now. Only they knew that Yi Futian was not the disciple of Alchemy Emperor, but his junior, an heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. If the people knew that Yi Futian was the heir of the once top alchemy grandmaster of the Donghua domain, they would probably treat him differently. It would certainly whip up a storm. After all, aside from his daughter, Supreme Deity Donglai did not have an heir back then. After he perished, Eastern Deity Island went into seclusion and was gradually forgotten by the world. After so many years, Eastern Deity Island was gradually forgotten by the top forces of the Donghua domain. Ren Huangyi, can't you reveal a little? Empress Yi asked with a smile. It was hard to refuse her. Yang Qian, who was sitting there, also went along with her and said, I am also similarly curious about this. Since it will be revealed in the future, why don't you give us a teaser? Or maybe you can hint about it a little. Alchemy Emperor is considered my senior, and not my teacher, Yi Futian replied with a smile. It was still an answer that did not reveal anything. However, it was considered a hint for them to speculate on. Supreme Deity Donglai had perished many years ago. Alchemy Emperor was just a cultivator who Supreme Deity Donglai had instructed before. It was difficult for anyone to link Yi Futian to Supreme Deity Donglai. After all, no one would even consider Supreme Deity Donglai in their speculation. The crowd was all pondering this issue, but no one could make any head or tail. From the looks of it, we can only wait. I cannot figure this out. Has anyone managed to do so? Yang Qian asked the crowd. The crowd shook their heads. They could not figure out the true identity of this cultivator with proficient pill concocting ability, powerful combat ability, and who also claimed to be the junior of Alchemy Emperor. It seems that no one has managed to guess, Yang Qian said with a smile as he shook his head at the crowd's response. So be it. We can only wait and see. I wonder what sort of surprise will be in store. The crowd did not ponder more on Futian's identity. Since the other party was unwilling to reveal it, and they could not figure it out, they could only leave it be. It was a waste of time anyway. I also wish to ask everyone a question, someone asked right then. The crowd looked over at the person who spoke. He was a middle-aged Runhuang who had an authoritative aura. This person was not a cultivator from Wangdu, and was instead like Futian and the others. He was from another continent, and was mainly here for the Wangshan Watchtower. Go on, Yang Qian said. He had invited everyone here, so he naturally knew who the other party was. This person was also an incredible Renhuang from the Taihua continent. He was a Renhuang from the Hua clan, which was the top clan of the Taihua continent. His name was Hua Tianlin. Based on what Yang Qian knew, Hua Tianlin was very famous on the continent. He was renowned far and wide. Since his youth, he was known as the most monstrous figure on the continent. Hua Tianlin came to Wangdu on the Dongxiao continent with only one goal in mind: to meet the top figure of this continent, Millet Emperor. Back in the day, he had asked to study cultivation methods under Millet Emperor. Although he was a member of the top clan of the Taihua continent, he had not received instruction from any major figure. He had come this time for such an opportunity. With his ability, he would certainly get such a chance. This time, cultivators from various continents have come to Wangdu. How many of them will have the chance to meet Millet Emperor? Hua Tianlin asked. He was not that curious about Futian. The divine prefecture was huge, and there were too many incredible figures. Powerful cultivators were innumerable. He couldn't pay attention to so many of them. He could only focus on what he wanted. I'm afraid no one can answer your question, Yang Qian answered. Even in Wangdu, few people here have seen Millet Emperor more than once. Millet Emperor is elusive. We can't come in contact with him even if we wanted to. Be it Heavenly Battle Palace, Alchemy Divine Palace, or other forces, it is the same. If you want to ask how many people will get to meet Millet Emperor, only Millet Emperor himself knows. Hua Tianlin nodded his head and did not ask more. However, since all of you are here, you can get to know one another beforehand, Yang Qian continued with a smile. Those who have come here are all prominent figures from all over. Many of you have come for the Wangshan Watchtower. If you're interested, you can get to know each other on the Law Battle platform. I have no interest in learning from others, as well as verifying the abilities of others. Farewell, Hua Tianlin said. He seemed uninterested in law battles. As he said this, he actually got up, causing many people to reveal strange looks. Was Hua Tianlin actually planning to leave just like that? Those who have cultivated up to such a high cultivation plane each had their own quirks. I also have some business to attend to, so I won't stay. May we meet again in the future. Futian bid farewell, preparing to leave. He had entertained the other party's invitation because he had nothing to do. Hence, he had come over to check the place out. He never imagined that the other party had plotted against him and wanted him to participate in a law battle. Although Yang Qian had apologized, Futian still did not like the atmosphere here and was not interested in participating in law battles. So, he prepared to leave. This made it somewhat awkward for Yang Qian. From the looks of it, his idea had missed the mark. These people had no intention of clashing with one another. However, just as Futian was prepared to leave, his gaze suddenly looked far into the distance. From there, a terrifying aura could faintly be sensed. It was not just Futian. The others in his group had also sensed it and were frantically looking in that direction. Very quickly, the sky in the distance changed color. A monstrous pressure of the great path loomed over them and enveloped the entire Heavenly Battle Palace. It was not just them. Very soon, the members of Heavenly Battle Palace sensed the terrifying pressure of the great path and frantically looked up into the sky in the distance. Yang Qian frowned. Just then, behind him, cultivators emerged from the palaces of Heavenly Battle Palace one after another. Powerful wills swept out towards the distance. They had clearly also sensed the pressure. Soon, in the sky far in the distance, divine light descended from the sky. The next moment, a group of cultivators descended, accompanied by divine light. They immediately appeared above Heavenly Battle Palace. These people had extremely powerful auras. Each person had Ranhuang plane cultivation. Among them, There were even a few people who had terrifying auras. The aura of top-level Renhuangs faintly emanated from their bodies. There were many upper-level Renhuangs among them. Such a lineup was frightening. Even in Wangdu, not many forces could put together such a powerful lineup. These people were clearly not a force from Wangdu. The law battles in Heavenly Battle Palace below all stopped at this moment. Countless gazes looked up at the group of cultivators who had descended from the sky. Who were these people? "What business do you have with Heavenly Battle Palace?" asked Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, right then, as he stood up and looked up into the sky. He had yet to discern where the other party had come from. In the Donghua domain, few forces had such a lineup. Chapter 1966, Ancient Royal Family of the Northern Land. The cultivators stood high in the sky as their gazes scanned the Heavenly Battle Palace beneath them. One of them said, "This is the location of Dongxiao Continent's Wangdu Law Battle." The others around the speaker nodded. Then, looking down, the people beneath them had odd expressions on their faces. After hearing those words, they knew that these people were not cultivators from the Dongxiao continent, but were from another continent. So they should be from a continent of a similar caliber. Futian and his group observed closely and found out that they did not behave like they were from a single entity. They moved and acted in separate smaller groups. They also instantly realized that these cultivators were most likely not from the same faction, but multiple factions. This meant that these people could be from one of the other 6 continents of the 7 main continents of the Donghua domain. Only a continent at around the Dongxiao continent's level would have such a domineering and powerful lineup. Cultivators not from the 7 main continents would never have dared to arrive in such a manner. This is the Heavenly Battle Palace, the location of Wangdu Law Battle. "Are you not from Wangdu?" Yang Qian asked. The cultivators looked down and scanned the area. Then, one of them said, "We come from the north." The north. Many cultivators' pupils shrank. Within the territories of the Donghua domain, the north specifically meant the northern areas among the 7 main continents, and one continent in the northern areas was one of the 7 main continents. Among the 7 main continents within the Donghua domain, the Donghua continent was at the center. It was where the Donghua domain chief's office was situated, and it was most certainly the core of one of the 18 divine prefecture domains, which would be the Donghua domain. The other 6 main continents surrounded the Donghua continent, and between the main continents were many other continental plates scattered around the 6 main continents. It looked like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. 1. The Dongxiao continent was in the eastern areas, and the north in the northern areas meant the Yinyun continent. Since these people came from the north, they were most certainly from the Yinyun continent. The cultivators of the Yinyun continent arriving in Wangdu of the Donghua continent were not an insignificant event. It was possible that the military leaders of the Yinyun continent had also arrived, and it was unclear if they were hidden among the crowd. The north, Futian thought. He was searching for a memory. Due to Supreme Deity Donglai's memories, he knew a little bit about many things concerning the divine prefecture. However, the memories were scattered and in pieces, so it was still relatively blurry. Only the memory that Supreme Deity Donglai specifically left within the will during his cultivation was preserved perfectly. That was why Futian could inherit Supreme Deity Donglai's cultivation. However, when it came to things concerning the external world, he only knew a little, but the memories were always vague. The north. It seemed to have left a rather strong impression. Supreme Deity Donglai's main enemy was in the north. Lin Qiu's expression turned solemn. He looked at Futian beside him from the side. He moved as if he wanted to speak, but stopped before saying anything. He had guessed Futian's identity, and there was a high likelihood that these people were connected to Futian in a ridiculous number of ways. "How much do you know about the north?" Futian transmitted his voice to Lin Qiu, who was beside him. He noticed that Lin Qiu had wanted to speak to him earlier, so he guessed that Lin Qiu knew some things. The northern continent centers around the Yinyun continent. The Yinyun continent is the equivalent of our Dongxiao continent. The difference between us is that the Yinyun continent's influence is more frightening. 2 superpowers had tried to conquer the continents in the past, the ancient royal families of the Yin clan and the Yun clan. The Yun clan had vanished over time, and only the great Yin ancient royal family stayed and carried on until this day. It has a long history. Its history is not something the Wangshan Watchtower can compare against. Lin Xiao transmitted his voice and continued to brief Yi Futian. The Great Yin ancient royal family has been around for many years. Their background is profound, and they are incredibly strong. They have a lot of influence across the entire Donghua domain, and they are very forceful and overbearing when doing things. A long time ago, an argument arose between Supreme Deity Donglai and the Great Yin ancient royal city. Both sides were incredibly prideful and unrelenting, which led to an impasse and an ensuing conflict that led to a major war. The war resulted in Supreme Deity Donglai's fall, the death of the legendary alchemy master, and the Eastern Deity Island isolating itself from the outside world. Yi Futian nodded. He finally understood. The Yin ancient royal family was the Eastern Deity Island's main enemy and a potential threat to him. It was no wonder he felt that the northern lands sounded familiar. It was actually the base of the Great Yin ancient royal family. This meant that the cultivators of the Yin ancient royal family might have also arrived in Wangdu. His gaze focused on the group of figures in the sky. However, he did not discover any core figures among them. It seemed as if the cultivators of the Great Yin ancient royal family did not come personally. After all, they were of different status. The Great Yin ancient royal family's cultivators were the same level as the Wangshan Watchtower. If they wanted to speak to anyone, they would directly speak to the Wangshan Watchtower. There was no need for them to show off their strength in front of the top factions of Wangdu. It did not suit the status of an ancient royal family. It was the same as last time when they were cultivating in the Eastern Deity Island. The cultivator from the Jiang ancient royal family, Jiang Jioming, who always acted alone and never mingled with any other factions. It was because they were not of the same level. So the group of cultivators in front of them were most likely cultivators from various factions of the Yinyun continent, which followed the Great Yin ancient royal family. Naturally, Yang Qian and the others also realized that cultivators from the Great Yin ancient royal family had arrived after learning that the group had come from the north. Were they here for the Wangshan Watchtower? The eyes of the cultivators suddenly looked a few times heavier. The cultivators underneath the heavenly battle palace also stopped their battle. Everyone raised their head to look at the mighty cultivators in the sky. The vast and powerful heavenly battle palace suddenly became extremely quiet. The forces of the north had arrived in Wangdu of the Dongxiao continent. Of course, the people had realized just how unusual it was. Something was probably about to happen. Everyone knew the conflict between Wangshan Watchtower's Millet Emperor and the ancient royal family from the north back then. Neither side was friendly with the other. So, the visitors most likely did come with good intentions. Dear cultivators from the north, may I inquire as to the purpose of this visit to my heavenly battle palace? A voice asked. It came from within the heavenly battle palace. The tone was strong and powerful. Just as the sentence ended, a group of cultivators strode out from within the heavenly battle palace. The one leading the group looked full of energy, and an overbearing and powerful will might emanated from his body. He was like a war god. It was clear that this middle-aged man was the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace, the war godlike existence of the Yang clan, Yang Jian. We come from the north and heard that the heavenly battle palace is the place of the law battle. That is why we came here, to observe and evaluate the levels of the cultivators of Wangdu. You can all proceed, answered a figure in the sky. They still maintained their condescending and arrogant attitude. It was extremely discomforting. Under the circumstances, how could the heavenly battle palace start the law battle as if nothing had happened? Since you are here, why don't you also take part? What's the fun in only observing? Answered Yang Jian in a calm and cool tone. He did not like the visitors' attitude. Even if they did come from the Yinyun continent, this was their territory, Wangdu of the Dongxiao continent. Even a mighty dragon would have to bow down if it had arrived. Moreover, these people were clearly trying to instigate things. As the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace, Yang Jian, an incredibly iron-blooded and domineering character, would never allow them to act so cheeky. After finishing his sentence, multiple gazes landed on the heavenly battle palace's Lord Yang Jian's body. A powerful and intense might of the Great Path was released. However, Yang Jian was a peak Runhuang. He allowed the might of the Great Path to land on his body as he maintained a calm expression. A great aura of the great path actually also emerged from his body, instantly filling the space with an intense battle will. Everyone inside the heavenly battle palace could clearly feel the strength and intensity of the battle will. The people of the north did not arrive with good intentions. "I was just thinking the same thing," answered one of the elders among them calmly. He was also a peak existence at the ninth plane. When Yang Jian saw that someone like the elder was here, he understood that the cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family from the Yinyun continent had arrived. Moreover, they were already inside Wangdu, possibly watching everything that was happening at that moment. Without the backing of the great Yin ancient royal family's cultivators, these people never would have had the guts to provoke them. Moreover, if not for the cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family, a person as powerful as that elder would not have come so far. It seemed like this debacle was not meant to target them. Instead, they targeted the Wangshan watchtower. As he thought of that, his divine consciousness shot out toward a place far away in search of something. He kept widening his search, and with the heavenly battle palace as the center, everything inside Wangdu appeared in his mind. It was as if he could see everything in one go. Amidst a vast crowd, Yang Jian quickly discovered a tavern. A group of dignified people aura sat within this tavern. No one else was there. It was like they had cleared the place. The person leading the group seemed rather young, but he was surrounded only by high-level Renwangs. Impudence. An elder quickly raised his head to look outside. The young man also seemed to frown as he looked outside. Then, as if his gaze was able to pierce through the sky, he looked toward the direction of the heavenly battle palace. There was no anger in his eyes. He seemed calm. The strongest person of the heavenly battle palace was quite formidable. After all, it did not take long for him to find them. Chapter 1967. Bad Intentions from the Visitors. Yang Jian retracted his divine consciousness. His mind was as clear as a mirror. Just as he expected, the cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family had arrived. They were already in Wangdu. Moreover, they did not seem at all interested in what was happening at the palace. They were quietly drinking their liquor at the tavern, as if they did not care about the happenings in the heavenly battle palace at all. Perhaps, the cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family really did not care much about the actions of the cultivators here. Perhaps, for the great Yin ancient royal family, the only thing they really cared about was the Wangshan watchtower. Who knew why the great Yin ancient royal family actually came here? After withdrawing his divine consciousness, Yang Jian stopped thinking about the great Yin ancient royal family. It was not something he could worry about at that moment. They were not at the same level. He was not yet qualified to intervene in their affairs. At the current moment, what he needed to deal with were the cultivators from the north. These cultivators from the north most likely came following the great Yin ancient royal family. As for why they went to the heavenly battle palace, no one knew if they did it by themselves or under orders of the great Yin ancient royal family. After Yang Jian arrived, the other cultivators from the heavenly battle palace became extremely quiet. No one spoke. After all, Yang Jian was the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace. He was an elder. Since he had arrived, it was natural that he would take the lead. An oppressive and intense aura accompanied the solemn and silent space. The situation was tense. It was as if a huge battle could break out at any moment. Yang Jian looked at the cultivators in the sky and said, "Since you also have this intention, please. My heavenly battle palace happens to be the location of the law battle. The guest room of our heavenly battle palace is this law battle platform. Since you have come from the far north, my heavenly battle palace will help receive and welcome you on this law battle platform." One might mistake Yang Jian's words as one uttered to a dear friend who had come to visit if one did not know the context. Naturally, what he meant by receiving and welcoming them at Heavenly Battle Palace's law battle platform meant that they would receive them in the form of a battle. In the sky, the vast and powerful might continue to occupy the sky. Among the cultivators from the north, the elder who spoke earlier was rather respected. He said to the cultivators around him, "Since the Heavenly Battle Palace has issued such a sincere invitation, if any one of you wish to reciprocate their kindness, just head down there." Just as Yang Jian and many others had expected, the cultivators from the north were powerful. They were indeed not from the same faction. Instead, they were from multiple different factions that followed the great Yin ancient royal family over here, to Wangdu. The reason they came here was that the Heavenly Battle Palace was the place of law battles. Here, they could clearly see the strength and capabilities of the practitioners in Wangdu. While it was not enough for them to gauge individual practitioners' abilities, it was enough for them to peek at the general strength. High up in the sky, a figure strode forward. His body leaned forward as he landed on top of the Heavenly Battle Palace. The person's body was muscular and sturdy-looking. His eyes were like copper bells, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His body was cloaked in a golden robe, and he gave off a sense of domineering wildness as an intense and powerful aura emanated from his body. His cultivation level was Renhuang 5th plane, and his powerful aura was very oppressive. The practitioners from the north instantly relaxed after they saw the Renhuang step forward. That person was a powerful cultivator from a royal family that conquered a continent in the northern lands. When that royal family conquered the continent, they stepped over numerous corpses, and they were famous across various continents for a time. The royal family's influence also spanned across various continents. Even in the main continent of the north, the Yinyun continent, the royal family was very well known. This person was a core cultivator from that royal family. He excelled in battles, and his battle strength could be described as frightening. If the Heavenly Battle Palace did not send out a powerful person, they would be crushed. Which one of you is willing to go and welcome our guest from afar? The Heavenly Battle Palace Lord Yangjian asked. Just as he finished speaking, a Renhuang of the same plane stepped forward. With a step, he leaped into the air and landed on the law battle platform. He raised his head to look at the figure in the sky and said, "Appreciate your guidance." Neither one of them gave their names as if that was not important. It did not matter what the objectives of the visitors from the north were, they certainly did not have good intentions, so they did not need to be too polite or formal. Moreover, the way these visitors arrived could also be said to be incredibly cocky. The Renhuang who stepped forward was a practitioner of the Heavenly Battle Palace. For these visitors to arrive at the Heavenly Battle Palace in such a cocky manner, he naturally knew that there was no need to be polite with them. Then, bright lights appeared, and the Renhuang Law Battle platform floated into the air. Lights from the Law Matrix shot through the clouds in the sky, and the Renhuang Law Battle platform formed a space of its own. Futian looked at the matrix of the Law Battle platform. The self-formed space segregated the space, and happenings on the inside would not affect the outside. However, the inside was large and spacious enough. It was quite fascinating. It seemed like it was something that the Heavenly Battle Palace specifically prepared for law battles of the Renhuang level. Bang! Then, a loud bang sounded. The law battle platform emitted an intense spatial wave. The cultivators could clearly hear the crisp sound, and the Renhuang from the royal family in the north stepped across the sky, and countless beams of lights descended straight from the sky. The cultivator from the Heavenly Battle Palace extended a fist. Then, the crowd could vaguely see a gigantic golden foot come from above, clashing with the opponent's fist. As the two clashed, a frightening light burst forth. A cacophony of intense battle noise resounded in the air. The cultivator from the north moved down from the sky step by step. Each of his steps created a frightening giant footprint that was accompanied by a potent and oppressive power of the great path, as if he was going to crush the sky at any moment. The law power attack had a resemblance to the divine elephant stomping the sky skill. The crowd looked toward and inside the law battle platform. Every step would turn into a giant footprint. The giant golden footprints would block the sky and fill the sky. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Battle Palace released continuous attacks to block them. A divine wheel of the great path appeared above his body. It was a golden eagle that blocked the sky and the sun when it spread its wings. It tore through space and cut open a route as it charged straight toward its enemy. The Renhuang cultivator from the north glanced at the divine eagle beneath him, and a mighty large footprint descended from above. At that moment, it was as if a golden armor had dawned on him, and bright and wondrous divine lights surrounded his entire body while his eyes were filled with pride and condescension. The eyes of the Renhuang from the Heavenly Battle Palace were sharp. Fearsome tornadoes appeared all around him. With its wings extended, The divine eagle shot upward. Golden divine light that tore through space appeared above the law battle platform. It was inevitable. It seemed as if they were going to crush and destroy everything within its path. However, the Run Huang from the north seemed very calm. He looked at everything with composure. Just how strong were those from the royal family of the north? Many of them had experienced that firsthand. It was far above this level, that was for sure. Vong. Incredibly bright divine light devoured the sky. The Run Huang from the north had disappeared. Then, a towering war god illusion appeared in the sky. The face of the Run Huang from the north also appeared. From high up above, a humongous rock pillar emerged. As if a pillar of divine light that pierced through the great path, it came crashing down. It was not a rock pillar. It was a leg. However, it moved as fast as lightning, to the point where a divine light that pierced the sky appeared in the air, stomping downward. The great path was directly crushed into pieces. The sharp divine eagle fought against the tide to charge upward, but was crushed under the pillar of light. Divine light burst forth when it was annihilated. It was blinding. Boom! The bright light directly crushed the great path and pierced through the sky, striking the body of the heavenly battle palace Renhuang. With a loud bang, the mighty divine wheel of the great path of the heavenly battle palace Renhuang cracked. The body of the divine eagle was about to be crushed. He grunted as a ray of light pierced through his body. Then, his body fell, and he knelt on the ground. His great path was damaged, and he was severely injured. Everyone in the vast land of the heavenly battle palace witnessed this scene. The place was unbelievably quiet. So ruthless. A powerful Renhuang was completely crushed and severely injured. This hit was incredibly damaging to the heavenly battle palace's Renhuang. However, it also showed them the strength of their opponents. This practitioner from the north had overwhelmingly defeated and severely injured the Renhuang of the heavenly battle palace. The law battle platform's matrix moved. Someone went up to the platform to bring the heavenly battle palace's Renhuang down. The heavenly battle palace Lord Yang Jin's expression became cold after witnessing the scene before him. He raised his head and said to the Renhuang floating in the sky above the law battle platform coldly, "You have come so far from the north. Is there a need to be so ruthless and cruel?" The Renhuang did not pay much attention to Yang Jin's words. He replied, "I heard the law battle platform of the heavenly battle palace was a cruel place. Injuries and even deaths are not uncommon. It is supposed to be a real law battle. Why is it that when it is from me, it is ruthless and cruel? Could it be that the rumors I heard were wrong?" The Renhuang from the north stood in the sky above and looked down calmly as if he was not surprised by this reaction. Futian raised his head to glance at the Renhuang in the sky. He was confused. The cultivators of the north arriving in Wangdu meant that they were very powerful outsiders. Why did they have to be so ruthless and cruel? Were they trying to bring up the conflict between the north and the Donghua domain? What was the reason behind their pressuring? Were they aiming for the Wangshan watchtower? It looks like the visitors are not simply unkind. The northerners follow orders of the great Yin ancient royal family. For these cultivators to be so rude and cocky, someone must be supporting them from behind. It can only be the great Yin ancient royal family. This means that the great Yin ancient royal family might have already agreed to it. In that case, their objective for coming here will not be simple, said Lin Xiao to Futian gently. Futian nodded. To be so ruthless, it was natural that they were not here to spar. Instead, they were here as a show of force. In terms of who they were showing it to, that was something for one to ponder. Or perhaps, they were showing it to the entire Wangdu. The heavenly battle palace had gathered many powerful cultivators of Wangdu, and even many from the Dongxiao continent, on this day. For them to do this, the one backing them was definitely not simple. This battle had triggered the emotions of many. They were miserable. At that moment, no matter what internal conflicts existed, it did not matter. The arrogant behaviors of these northern visitors were simply contempt. Chapter 1968, Not Giving Face. The Renhuang from the royal family in the north remained on the law battle platform and did not leave. His gaze scanned the Renhuangs in the heavenly battle palace. His body was brimming in golden while his eyes had the dignity of royalty. He was a Run Huang from a royal family that conquered an entire continent. Wangdu, the capital city of the Dongxiao continent, is famous because of the Wangshan Watchtower and became the #1 city of the Dongxiao continent. Today, the Battle Palace is the location of the law battles of Wangdu. Hence, all the fighters are gathered here in Wangdu. Don't tell me this is your battle strength, is it? The Run Huang from the north said. His voice was dignified, and contempt for the Run Huang of Wangdu permeated through his cold tone. While he was not a cultivator from the core Yinyun continent, his family still conquered a continent. He was powerful, and even among the group of cultivators who came from the north, he was still one of the stronger combatants among those on the same plane level. As such, the Run Huang of the Heavenly Battle Palace suffered a crushing defeat and was even severely injured. As the Run Huang finished speaking, the solemn and dignified atmosphere of the Heavenly Battle Palace was suffocated by an oppressive aura. In front of the towering ancient Great Hall, many cultivators looked toward the powerful northern Ren Huang, and for a moment, they were silent. For a law battle like this, it was naturally impossible for them to send a fighter who was on a higher plane. However, they were not confident anyone on the same plane level had the ability to defeat the northern Ren Huang. The northern Ren Huang had not even shown his true strength yet. After all, the gap between the two in the previous battle was rather large. The combatant had failed to force his opponent to give his all. "Do you still want to fight?" the Heavenly Battle Palace's palace lord asked. The northern Ren Huang looked at him and nodded before answering, "Of course." "Is anyone able to let our visitors from the north re-evaluate our Wangdu's practitioners?" Yang Jian scanned the crowd as he asked. The opponent had already shown his hand. If he continued to fight, the advantage was theirs. Since they had seen the enemy fighters, it was naturally easier for them to weigh their options. Of course, the precondition was that they needed a Run Huang at the same plane level who was strong enough. "I'd like to recommend someone." At that time, someone spoke. Instantly, gazes shifted towards the speaker. Many people's eyes lit up. It was Alchemy Divine Palace's Chimu. The Alchemy Divine Palace was powerful in itself. They also knew practitioners from everywhere. As the heir to the Alchemy Divine Palace, Chimu's vision was naturally impeccable. A cultivator recommended by him would naturally be powerful. "Please speak," Yang Jian said. Then, Chimu's gaze moved slowly and landed finally on Yi Futian. He smiled and said, "Earlier, some Renhuang asked Renhuang Yi about the Great Path, but Renhuang Yi did not partake. He defeated his opponent with just a glance. His strength is unfathomable. While he is only on the 4th plane, it was said that only a young palace lord is worthy of sparring with him. So, based on what Renhuang Yi said, there is no need to doubt his combat strength. If Renhuang Yi is willing, I am certain he will be able to leave a big surprise for our guests from the north." Lin Xiao and the others around Yi Futian frowned. This Chimu did not step forward himself, but instead recommended Yi Futian. He was most certainly very calculative. Whether Yi Futian won or not, he would not lose anything from it. At the very least, he would be able to see and gauge Yi Futian's strength. "That's right. I also think that Renhuang Yi is suitable," said the cultivators from Qinhe Palace. They also wanted to see Yi Futian's strength, to see whether he could fight the powerful northern Renhuang. In an instant, the cultivators' attention had shifted to Yi Futian, and that included the cultivators from the Heavenly Battle Palace. They had earlier seen how strong Yi Futian was. While it had only been a glance, he was able to injure a Ren Huang of the same level. If he were to step forward, they would have a chance. "I apologize. I am not a practitioner of Wangdu." Yi Futian glanced at Chimu. As the heir to Supreme Deity Donglai, and after receiving so much from the Eastern Deity Island, he was not very fond of Supreme Deity Donglai's enemy, the Great Yin Ancient Royal Family. These Renhuangs followed the Great Yin Ancient Royal Family here. In addition, they came forcefully and were ruthless and cruel when they fought. He was slightly irked and annoyed by them. However, this did not mean that he would go along with what Chimu intended. Chimu's words annoyed him even more. This Chimu did not step forward himself and did not ask anyone from the Alchemy Divine Palace fight, but had instead pushed him forward. Moreover, he said it in front of a crowd. It felt like he was trying to trap him and force him to fight. In a situation like this, trapped under the circumstances, standing amidst factions of the Dongxiao continent. It seemed like he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would have to offend many people. Unfortunately, Futian was just the guy who never cared. He did not need to appease anyone, and he also did not need the cultivators from Wangdu to like him. He came here because he was invited to visit. Even if the Heavenly Battle Palace were to become his enemy, many people had odd expressions on their faces after hearing Futian's reply. Were Futian's words not words that cut him off from the others? Renhuangyi, what do you mean? Even if you are not from Wangdu, you came from the Taiyuan continent. It is one with the Dongxiao continent. Chimu smiled and answered, unperturbed. He was wondering who Futian was. To speak such words, it seemed quite stupid. I came with the Alchemy Emperor, but I am not from the Taiyuan continent, Futian answered. It felt like he was doing his best to draw a line between them and separate himself from them. This confused many, while some other Renhuangs were slightly irked. Even if you don't want to fight, you don't have to do all this. If you do not identify with the Dongxiao continent, why are you here in Wangdu, sitting here? A cultivator from the Qinhe Palace asked coldly. Renhuangyi followed the Alchemy Emperor here. Does that need your approval? When did the Qinhe Palace's jurisdiction expand so much? As for sitting here, Renhuangyi and I were invited to come here. If you don't welcome us, we can leave, Lin Xiu, who was on the side, answered, annoyed. Then, he continued, since the Alchemy Divine Palace and Qinhe Palace are so amazing and heroic, why don't you step forward and fight? What's the meaning of this, constantly trying to push someone else to fight? The Alchemy Divine Palace actually touted themselves as the #1 holy land of alchemy in the Donghua domain yesterday. Why aren't you stepping forward yourself right now? Could it be that the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qinhe Palace are not factions of Wangdu? Or is it perhaps because you don't have a Renhuang who is capable of fighting? His tone was light and calm. However, it was very insulting. It made the people of the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qinhe Palace very unhappy. Enough, said Heavenly Battle Palace's Yang Jian. Only then did the people quieted down after realizing that their bickering was inappropriate. In the sky, the northern cultivators gazed at them. Mocking and cold smiles were on their faces. Did Wangdu have no one? To actually bicker among themselves to avoid a battle. Many glanced coldly at Futian. It seemed like the conflict was ultimately attributed to Futian. Many people were unhappy. Since no one wants to fight, what's the point of staying here? Someone mumbled. Futian looked at the person who spoke. He smiled, not taking notice of that. Then, he stood up and looked at Yang Jian before saying, sorry for the disruption. After that, he left. With his white robe fluttering in the air, there was a sense of pride as he left. Many people looked surprised. Did he really leave? Boring. This young one will take his leave. Lin Xiu and the others also stood up to leave. He was not in a good mood after this visit. To have someone try to coerce him into a battle, he naturally understood Futian's mood. Moreover, he knew Futian's true identity. A person from the Eastern Deity Island, it was possible that he was the heir to Supreme Deity Donglai's inheritance. Whether it was alchemy or combat strength, he was exceptional. How could someone like this not be prideful? How could he sit and be aggrieved like this, to constantly be coerced into battle? The northern cultivators came to pick a fight. If Futian wanted to fight, he would do it on his own accord, not like this. If these people knew Futian's true identity, the heir to the Eastern Deity Island, who knew what they would be thinking? At that moment, the cultivators of the Heavenly Battle Palace were incredibly unhappy as they saw Futian's group leave. They really did not give them any face at all. To really leave after saying it. Were they throwing a tantrum? People from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range were really like those village masters, aloof in nature and very difficult to befriend. All this to avoid battle. How ridiculous, someone mocked quietly. However, no one else responded. Instead, they looked at the cultivators in the sky. At that moment, it was still not yet time to discuss Futian. While they were unhappy, they could only suppress it for now. Futian's group leaped into the air and left. They headed straight toward the direction of the inn. Why are you also following me? Futian asked Lin Xiu, who had caught up to him. Since we came together, we will naturally leave together, answered Lin Xiu. Aren't you afraid of being isolated? Asked Futian, smiling. The dragon's submission mountain range has always acted alone. The path of cultivation was always a lonesome journey. When was it necessary to find a mate? Lin Xiu answered indifferently. You, on the other hand, just came to Wangdu. With that, you've already offended most of the factions in Wangdu. As I said, I'm not a person of Wangdu. Why should I care? Yi Futian answered indifferently. Lin Xiu laughed and asked, the people from the north came with clearly unkind intentions. I'm afraid the heavenly battle palace is going to suffer. While you did not fight, I am still curious. If you were to fight, what would happen? As he spoke, he kept staring at Yi Futian. Clearly, Lin Xiu was curious about Yi Futian's strength. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Xiu on his side. Then, he shifted his gaze forward and answered casually, he is not worthy of fighting me. Lin Xiu's body stopped moving for a brief moment. He blinked and looked at Yi Futian. An odd expression appeared on his face. That person was a Run Huang of the fifth plane. Moreover, his combat strength was amazing. However, Yi Futian said he was not worthy of fighting him. What confidence! Moreover, with the events that happened in the past, he believed Yi Futian. Since he said so, it was clear that there would not be any issues. So, the reason that Yi Futian did not fight was that the opponent was not worthy. This interesting. Lin Xiu smiled and continued moving forward. These people were here for the Wangshan Watchtower. He knew Yi Futian's identity, so he was sure that Yi Futian was also after the Wangshan Watchtower. This meant that they would meet again sooner or later. There were also the cultivators of Wangdu. This made him look forward to it. Chapter 1969. Righteous Yi Futian. The Run Huang of the North arrived in Wangdu in force and challenged the Renhuangs of Wangdu at the law battle platform inside the Heavenly Battle Palace. Multiple Ranhuang-level law battles took place. The Wangdu camp lost more than they won. One could even say that they were overwhelmingly defeated. Many Renhuangs had also suffered severe injuries. After news of this got out, all of Wangdu was shocked. Factions from all sides were ready to make their move. It was as if a brewing storm was about to arrive. The Renhuangs who gathered at the Heavenly Battle Palace this time were not only Renhuangs from their faction. Renhuangs from all sides were also invited. Apart from some of the top factions in Wangdu, many top factions around Dongxiao continent were also there. Their lineup was most definitely very powerful. However, despite that, they were still crushed. One could only imagine just how strong the lineup of the visitors from the north was. They were definitely the elites among the elites. These powerful Renhuangs from the north were specifically handpicked before they traveled and arrived at Wangdu. That was why their battle strength was so high. It was certain. The great Yin ancient royal family was behind them. There were rumors that they had already arrived and were staying in a pavilion within Wangdu. This caused a considerable commotion very quickly inside Wangdu. Many people were already talking about it. Apart from the law battle itself, one person received a lot of attention and a lot of criticism. That person was obviously Yi Lianyan, the person who gained his fame just one day ago. Yi Lianyan earned his fame after he defeated Grandmaster Zi He in the Alchemy Conference. Many people knew him after that. According to rumors, someone challenged him a day earlier, and with just a glare, he injured the person. He was mighty. However, when a strong cultivator from the north issued a challenge during the law battle, Yi Lianyan denied any connections to Wangdu, even the entire Dongxiao continent, before leaving, avoiding battle altogether. His actions and style annoyed many people. Even if he were an amazing alchemy grandmaster, his actions were shameless, particularly when the fight involved the conflict of two sides. Everyone was caught up in the overall trend, but he actually drew a line to clearly separate him from Wangdu. How could people not criticize him for that? Who was this genius alchemy grandmaster that the alchemy emperor brought over? It seemed like his conduct was questionable. Moreover, one should not forget that the alchemy emperor and the Wangshan Watchtower were connected. According to rumors, the alchemy emperor was once handpicked by the good friend of the millet emperor, supreme deity Donglai, and who was not aware of the relationship between supreme deity Donglai and the great Yin ancient royal family. Yi Futian choosing to run away at this time would naturally invite gossip. However, Yi Futian did not mind. After he returned to the inn, he shut himself in his room and cultivated in peace. An absolute beauty suddenly appeared beside the cultivating Futian. "Senior sister," Futian called out after seeing that Goddess Donglai was the one who came. "Why didn't you lend a hand?" asked Goddess Donglai calmly. No one could tell her emotion from her tone. "I did not want to, so I didn't," answered Futian, laughing. "Didn't want to?" Goddess Donglai looked at him. Futian raised his head and looked at the cold and prideful figure before saying, "I inherited the path of supreme deity Donglai. Does senior sister think that a Run Huang of the same plane from the north is a worthy opponent?" Goddess Donglai's eyes twitched slightly as she continued staring at him. "Since the people from the great Yin ancient royal family have not acted, would I not be devaluing myself by entering the law battle platform? How could I live up to the name of the heir of the supreme deity if that were the case?" Answered Futian with a smile. Then, he continued, "I'm sure senior sister knows as well. If I were to act before the cultivators from the great Yin ancient royal family appeared, the eastern deity island would also lose face." Goddess Donglai looked at him. What Futian said sounded very sensible. As the heir of supreme deity Donglai, his opponent should be someone from the great Yin ancient royal family. Since the great Yin ancient royal family had not even made an appearance, what was the reason for him to act? As she thought of that, Goddess Donglai no longer brought it up. Instead, she said, "There are many rumors about you circulating outside. Many practitioners know that you live here. Many are gossiping, and I'm afraid some may try to create commotions. To ruin my name. I've just come. Why would someone do this?" asked Futian. "To prevent you from entering the Wangshan Watchtower," answered Goddess Donglai. Futian was stunned briefly. In that instant, he suddenly understood. With his talent and strength in alchemy, if he were to get in touch with the Millet Emperor after entering the Wangshan Watchtower, he could threaten the position of the Alchemy Divine Palace directly in the future. If his name were ruined, and if news of him drawing a line to segregate him from Wangdu were to reach the ears of the practitioners of the Wangshan Watchtower, it would be natural for them to form an opinion about him and impact his chances of getting into the Wangshan Watchtower. Unfortunately, the enemy's efforts were in vain. First of all, Futian had no intention of entering the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. Secondly, with the relationship between the Millet Emperor and Supreme Deity Donglai, the enemy would probably not prevent anything from happening. Moreover, Futian's strength was there. Even without the relationship with Supreme Deity Donglai, he would still meet the Millet Emperor eventually. "Go and cultivate. I'll find you when you visit the Wangshan Watchtower," said Goddess Donglai before leaving. Moments after she left the place, someone else came, albeit in a sneaky manner. He glanced in the direction where Goddess Donglai left. Futian glanced toward this person and asked, "What are you doing, sneaking around?" Lin Xiu smiled, walked over, and returned to his usual demeanor. He was only suspicious before, but now it was proven. However, Goddess Donglai did not seem to do anything even after discovering him. Obviously, she did not really care. He walked over and sat beside Futian. Then, he asked in a whisper, "The descendant of the supreme deity?" While he arrived earlier, he did not dare to eavesdrop. After all, it was quite disrespectful. He only knew that Goddess Donglai had come to see Futian. The powerful deity was most probably the daughter of supreme deity Donglai. Futian followed her here, which meant that entering the Wangshan Watchtower was probably not an issue. Futian glared at him but did not respond. However, to Lin Xiu, not responding meant that he was acquiescing. His eyes lit up. The way he looked at Futian was like someone looking at their treasure. "Since you are the disciple of the supreme deity's descendant, you probably came from the eastern deity island, right? Do you perhaps have a miraculous and divine elixir or pill that you could lend me on you?" At that moment, Lin Xiu no longer cared about his demeanor. Who was supreme deity Donglai? The #1 alchemy grandmaster of the Donghua domain. Since Futian was his successor, he should not lack divine pills or elixirs, right? "Of course I do," answered Futian. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up even more. He was restless. Happiness came too suddenly. "But why should I lend them to you?" Futian looked at him condescendingly while smiling. Could someone lend a pill or an elixir? Was it even possible for it to be returned? You devour it right away, No? That was the first time he heard of someone borrowing pills and elixirs. We're all brothers. We should share our blessings. Lin Xiao seemed to have forgotten his decency at that moment. Oh? Yi Futian looked at Lin Xiao. When did they become brothers? And to share their blessings. Noticing Yi Futian's expression, Lin Xiao said, Brother Yi, in the future, this young brother will only follow Brother Ye's lead. Yi Futian looked at Lin Xiao. This person was still a mid-level Runhuang. His aura was decent, and he had a strong background. However, he was so shameless. Now that a rather reputable Runhuang had already displayed such shameless behavior, what else could Yi Futian do? He brought out a clay bottle, passed it to Lin Xiao, and said, There are several divine pills inside, all of which are my treasures. The deities left them for me, but now I am giving them to you. This is sharing my blessings. So, the misfortune in the future, I'll leave it to you. As he finished speaking, he patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao was so grateful that tears almost rolled out of his eyes. I will give my everything. Lin Xiao's eyes were red. He stretched out his hands to receive the clay bottle. He held the bottle with a lot of strength, but did not take it. He looked at the reluctant Yi Futian and continued, I will not hesitate to lay down my life to go through the depths of hell for you. Yi Futian finally let go. His gaze continued to linger on the clay bottle. Lin Xiao quickly packed it up. How could he afford Yi Futian the chance to feel regret? Brother Yi, I will not interrupt your cultivation anymore. I still have some matters that I need to attend to. If Brother Yi has any orders, please look for me at any time. As he finished speaking, Lin Xiao turned around to leave. He could not have moved any quicker. Oh? Yi Futian blinked a few times as he saw Lin Xiao leave. Shameless. He had never seen such a shameless Renhuang. Sigh. What a pity for his treasured pills. He extended his hand. A clay bottle identical to the one earlier appeared in his hands. He opened the clay bottle and took out the pills within it. Then, he threw them into his mouth before devouring them in one go. In an instant, strands of powerful aura began to fluctuate around his body. Such valuable pills. Was it easy for him to make them? He only had a few hundred bottles left on him. The following day, Lin Xiao had come to Yi Futian's side again. However, it was not only Lin Xiao. He also brought along two brothers, Han Tai and Long Yi. They were all descendants of the three lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. The Lin Xiao of that moment had completely changed. His plane level seemed to have improved. His face was bright, and he looked very energetic. The three of them bowed together at the same time when they found Yi Futian. In particular, Lin Xiao looked at Yi Futian with gratitude and said, Thank you, Brother Yi, for giving us such valuable pills. The pills were high-class divine pills that could solidify one's path fundamentals. After taking them, the fundamentals of one's great path would stabilize further, while one's life force would become vigorous and energy levels would also go up. Cultivating for a day would result in a marked improvement of one's plane level. Where would anyone find such amazing divine pills? Yi Futian's generosity was commendable. How could someone not be so grateful when shown such generosity? Yi Futian glanced at them and waved his hands. Then, he said, Since we are all brothers now, don't be so formal. Those pills were given to me by the deity so that I could break through my plane level. Since you needed them, I gave them to you. I can cultivate a few more decades for that. It is only a few decades. It's nothing big. The three of them were endlessly thankful. They were completely subdued by Yi Futian's generosity. He was a real brother whose righteousness and generosity had pierced the skies. Chapter 1970. Opinions. Naturally, Lin Xiao and the other two knew that Yi Futian's decades were exaggerated. After all, they knew that he was not the most honest of people. However, they could not deny the value and worth of those pills. The item class of those pills was such that they were difficult to obtain even in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Moreover, they were far from something that a person with Yi Futian's cultivation and plane level could create. As such, they were definitely gifts from the daughter of the Supreme Deity. With Yi Futian giving the pills to them, they were naturally grateful. It was a significant favor. If Brother Yi has any requests in the future, please just let us know, said Long Yi, who was beside Lin Xiao. The three of them were the sons of the three villa lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. They were also temperamental people who were extremely loyal. Otherwise, the three villa lords would not have been able to stay together for so many years. Futian smiled and said, "With your cultivation and plain levels, the pills can last for some time. They are not so easily refined. You should continue cultivating them and maximize the effects of the pills. I have nothing at the moment." "All right." Lin Xiu nodded. "Since that is the case, Brother Yi, we will take our leave for now." After that, the three of them turned around to return to their cultivation. The main reason they came this time was that they were utterly stunned by the pill's effect and had to come personally to thank Futian specifically. At that moment, it was true that they had not yet fully refined those pills and could continue cultivating and improving themselves. Futian continued to cultivate in silence. Wang Du remained as busy as ever. The cultivators from the north did not continue causing problems. However, they also did not leave. They had settled down inside Wang Du. Many people understood that the cultivators of the north came specifically for the Wangshan Watchtower. Naturally, the great Yin ancient royal family was behind them, and the royal family had also arrived some time ago. It was just that they had not made an appearance. On this day, the Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai visited Futian together. "Senior brother, is there news?" Futian smiled gently and asked the Alchemy Emperor. The Alchemy Emperor liked Futian's address of him. While his position was respected, being the top alchemy grandmaster of the Taiwan continent, he always revered Supreme Deity Donglai. Back in the day, he was not considered Supreme Deity Donglai's real disciple, and it had always been a great regret of his. Futian inherited Supreme Deity Donglai's will, so it was naturally proper for him to become the heir. For him to be willing to call him senior brother, the Alchemy Emperor was naturally quite happy. "Yes." The Alchemy Emperor nodded. "News has come from the Wangshan Watchtower. The Wangshan Watchtower will open in 3 days. At that time, everyone who came will have a chance to go. We are the same. By then, you will have to grasp the opportunity to try to meet the Millet Emperor." "Understood." Futian nodded. They had already been there for several days. Naturally, he already knew about things surrounding the Wangshan Watchtower. The Wangshan Watchtower stood at the peak of the city of Wangdu. Every year, practitioners from Wangdu and all other continents who came would have a chance to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, and even meet the Millet Emperor and listen to his words. It was a tradition that had remained unchanged for many years. Every year, at this time, the Millet Emperor would sit within the Wangshan Watchtower and preach. It was a chance for Renhuangs to reach the Millet Emperor. Initially, they had thought that Futian's status as the heir to Supreme Deity Donglai would be enough for him to meet the Millet Emperor. However, Goddess Donglai did not make that happen. Instead, she wanted to let Futian prove himself first before anything could happen. Apart from that, everyone who came had come for this. Even the great Yin ancient royal family had led a group of powerful cultivators from the north for this. They had remained very quiet over the past few days, so it was highly likely that they were also waiting for this day. There was no way the Wangshan Watchtower was going to be peaceful. Of course, the Wangshan Watchtower had long got wind that the great Yin ancient royal family had arrived. However, they did not need to worry about such things. "Get ready. We'll come and notify you again before we depart," said the Alchemy Emperor. Futian nodded. He did not need to prepare anything, to be honest. His main competitions for this journey to the Wangshan Watchtower were the practitioners of the Dongxiao continent. They were not really strong enough to put any pressure on him. The only ones who could threaten him were most likely the top factions, such as the almighty Great Yin ancient royal family. As such, since the beginning, he had been taking it easy when facing the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qinhe Palace. The reason was that he did not care much and did not see them as his opponents. As the news of Wangshan Watchtower spread, Wangdu became a lot busier in an instant. Multiple people began talking. How many Renhuang would have the chance to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate and study the Great Path? How many would have the opportunity to meet the Millet Emperor, to receive the teachings of the Millet Emperor? However, before all this, the Wangshan Watchtower also had a commotion. The commotion concerning the Great Yin ancient royal family. They were not friendly and had kept quiet over the past few days. It was highly likely that they were waiting for this day. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For practitioners, it was too short. When the day came, the entire city of Wangdu was effervescence. At dawn, countless people were already moving in the skies. Every cultivator was headed in the same direction. From afar, one could vaguely see a towering ancient palace far away in the direction they were heading. It looked like the reflection of a divine ancient imperial city in the clouds in the mortal realm. In the skies of Wangdu, auras filled the sky. Some glided across the sky, others moved on their swords, and some rode on beasts. On this day, in a pavilion inside Wangdu, a figure exited a room. The figure raised his head and looked toward a place far away. Then, in a flash, multiple shadows had entered and landed in several locations nearby. However, no one could be seen anywhere. "Make preparations," said the figure in the room calmly. "Understood." Neat and uniform voices came from his surroundings. Then, multiple shadows disappeared one after another. On this day, the entire city of Wangdu seemed to be moving. The city was bustling like never before. According to legends, in the beginning, the Wangshan watchtower was only a few walls. The Millet Emperor and Supreme Deity Donglai discussed the great path amidst these walls. However, as the years passed, the Wangshan watchtower had become a holy land, the strongest force across the Dongxiao continent. It sat at the center of Wangdu and occupied a large space. Looking in from the outside, it was impossible to see the border. One could only see an endless and empty space. If one tried hard enough, one could maybe vaguely see the walls of the great path that pierced into the sky, as well as several magnificent towering ancient buildings. And standing at the peak of everything, the ancient palace that floated in the sky, that was the place where the Millet Emperor cultivated. According to legend, it was said that behind the floating empty palace was the old Wangshan watchtower, which had remained perfectly preserved even now. At that moment, multiple practitioners had arrived outside the Wangshan watchtower. One could not see the end of the crowd in one look. However, most were here as observers. Normal people were not qualified to enter the Wangshan watchtower. Otherwise, the Wangshan watchtower would have a problem with overcrowdedness. Only the top factions from the different continents and the top factions of Wangdu were qualified to recommend some Renhuangs to enter the Wangshan watchtower to train. The recommendations by the factions were always the strongest and those with the highest potentials. As such, a competition like this would occur every year. At that time, a group arrived. Their robes fluttered in the wind as if they were deities. Countless gazes fell upon the group. Then, someone uttered, "The deities from the Goddess Peak have arrived." The Goddess Peak was a top faction of Wangdu. Naturally, they could make recommendations to enter the Wangshan watchtower and meet the Millet Emperor to receive his teachings. Entering the Wangshan watchtower did not mean joining the Wangshan watchtower. It simply meant entering to cultivate, train, and receive teachings. If one were strong enough to interest the Wangshan watchtower, one could also be selected to join the Wangshan watchtower. "Good morning, dear deities." Another group of strong cultivators had arrived. They were the cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace. Many practitioners followed them as if a myriad of stars surrounding and supporting the moon. Cultivators from all sides also went up to greet them. They all seemed very formal and polite. After that came the Heavenly Battle Palace, the Qinhe Palace, and many other factions. There were also the factions from the continents surrounding the Dongxiao continent. At that time, another group of cultivators came from the sky and landed outside the Wangshan watchtower. The one in the lead was the Alchemy Emperor. It was Futian's group. In an instant, many people shifted their gaze toward them. Many cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace gently bowed and greeted the Alchemy Emperor. Meeting the Alchemy Emperor. Their voices instantly attracted even more gazes. The Alchemy Emperor had arrived. That meant that the white-haired youth beside him was probably Yi Lionian. Meeting the Alchemy Emperor. Many people bowed to the Alchemy Emperor. However, no one knew if they were sincere or not. Some looked toward Yi Futian. Then, someone said, "Senior Alchemy Emperor." This person said that he is not a practitioner of Wangdu and has no connection to the Dongxiao continent, refusing to take part in a battle. For someone who acts like that, why should you bring him here? The one who spoke was a cultivator from the Qinhe Palace. After that, he glanced at Futian and said, "Since you've already severed your relationship with the Dongxiao continent, why are you still here?" The crowd was now focused on Futian. The incident at the Heavenly Battle Palace last time clearly irked many people. Now, upon seeing that he was trying to enter the Wangshan Watchtower, many were clearly annoyed. Qi Mu from the Alchemy Divine Palace smiled gently as he watched. In the end, he was still affected. He was certain that the people of Wangshan Watchtower would have a bad impression of him due to the incident. The difficulty of Futian entering the Wangshan Watchtower had clearly increased significantly. He could even face early elimination. Futian glanced at the people, but before he could speak, Lin Xiu walked up and swept a glance at them. "When did it become the turn of all of you to take charge of the affairs of Wangshan Watchtower?" "Today, when Ren Huangyi came to Wangshan Watchtower, did he have to ask all of you first if he could enter? Are you guys already able to represent the attitude of Wangshan Watchtower?" Lin Xiu's words caused the pupils of all the people to contract slightly. He criticized them very harshly. "There is also the matter of the Heavenly Battle Palace. You deceived Ren Huangyi. After he arrived, you spoke provocatively and were disrespectful to him. But now, when necessary, you encourage Ren Huangyi to participate in the war. Who do you think you are? Are you better than Ren Huangyi in alchemy, or are you stronger than him?" Lin Xiu continued, "That day, you were thoroughly defeated. Knowing that your own strength is not good, are you now looking for someone to take the blame?" His voice was lighthearted, not happy or angry. He seemed exceptionally calm. The other party just wanted to refute, but heard Lin Xiu continue, "Cut the crap. Do you know why Ren Huangyi left? In the eyes of Ren Huangyi, you are just a group of nobodies. Ren Huangyi is not interested in alchemy, yet you wanted him to take action, and what was the result? It was the same in the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. The Renhuangs of the Qinhe Palace provoked him. What happened in the end? So, I see that you're still not repentant now. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson yet." The people looked at Lin Xiu. This series of words blocked their words back. This guy did not seem to be a nosy person, but he had such a glib tongue. Futian did not care to be with them. After listening to Lin Xiu's words, the people around them vaguely felt that they might have misunderstood Futian. The truth was that the other party kept provoking, and he was too lazy to have contact with the other party before leaving. "Lin Xiu, no matter how clever you are, you can't change the fact that he ended his relationship with us and avoided fighting," a strong person from the Qinhe Palace coldly said. Did he want to get rid of that matter by talking his way out of it? Avoiding and not fighting? Futian raised his head and swept his gaze at the person who spoke. Those indifferent eyes were filled with contempt as he opened his mouth. "Are you also worthy of fighting?" Saying that, he moved his gaze away without looking at the other party again and walked towards the front. "Lin Xiu, since you also know it's a bunch of nothing, why bother with more words and waste your energy?" Lin Xiu knew how strong Futian was, so he helped him brag a bit. Anyway, he would be exposed soon. Then, he would see how the other party would react. He did not expect Futian himself to say such arrogant words. This time, it would be interesting. These Renhuangs were probably even more upset now. He was increasingly looking forward to it. Futian told him previously that the arrogant Renhuang at the Northern Land was an unworthy opponent. The eyes of everyone from all sides were all staring at Futian. This guy was simply arrogant to the extreme. There were many Renhuangs here. The major top powers of Wangdu and the top figures of all continents were present. He even said wildly that they, who stood at the top of the Dongxiao continent, are a bunch of rabble-rousers. "Since that's the case, I'm looking forward to your next performance." The strong man from Qinhe Palace responded indifferently, and all the cultivators from all sides also looked at Futian. Once he entered Wangshan Watchtower, they would be able to know the truth. Having been so arrogant, if he did not have real strength, he would be miserable. This time, Futian offended a lot of people. In one direction, the goddess emperor also took a look at Futian, thinking that Futian was really different. Cultivating in Wangdu, she had also seen all kinds of people and many top cultivators. No one was like Futian. Facing top cultivators from all sides, it was as if he was independent of the world. That feeling was like no one could really get his attention. Whether it was the heavenly battle palace's Yangqian, the alchemy divine palace's successor Chimu, or those powerful Renwangs from the northern land, he had never regarded them properly. He was extremely arrogant. She was also very much looking forward to what kind of strength this level 4 human emperor actually had to allow him to disregard everyone from Wangdu. Just at that time, at the faraway Wangshan watchtower, several extremely majestic figures appeared in the firmament. They gazed directly through the void, looking at these people coming. Although they were far apart, it was as if they were close at hand. "Start the formation," said someone above Wangshan watchtower. In an instant, the world changed, from the outside of the Wangshan watchtower to the inside. That empty place filled with wisps of the aura of the Great Way and became indistinct. In front, one could see the stairs to the Wangshan watchtower and palaces. They seemed to be close at hand, but the people of Wangdu knew that they only seemed to be close at hand. If they wanted to step onto the stairs and enter the Wangshan watchtower, it would be difficult to do. At this moment, a great formation appeared in the Wangshan watchtower, and only those who had broken through this great clan-guarding matrix will be qualified to go up to the Wangshan watchtower and have the opportunity to listen to the preaching of the Millet Emperor. That had been the rule for many years. Those who seek the Tao can now enter. A voice came from the void in the distance. At once, countless people looked ahead and did not think about things about Futian anymore. The Wangshan watchtower was open. It was an extremely rare opportunity. He wondered who would be able to grasp it. The various forces stepped forward and stepped into that spell matrix. Futian perceived the spell matrix, which formed a space of its own. It was marvelous, and a master-level person definitely set up this spell matrix. "Go in," the alchemy emperor said to Futian, and he nodded. A group of people stepped forward and walked towards the front. The alchemy emperor, goddess Donglai, and several of them watched from the outside. Not only they were like that, but the various factions were also like that too. If they could break through that spell matrix, they would have broken through it many years ago. Many top figures of the older generation had listened to the teachings of the Millet Emperor. This time, the people who came were the younger generations of their respective factions and those most confident of breaking through. Because of the limited number of places, they would only choose the most promising and powerful Renwangs to enter each year. When Futian stepped out of it, he felt that everything was changing. The matrix of the Great Way seemed to have forged an illusionary realm. This was no longer the world he saw before, but a completely imaginary world. This area was vast and endless, with many buildings and mountain peaks. Gazing into the distance, at the farthest place within his gaze, only vaguely could he see a heaven's gate, like a door leading to the Wangshan watchtower. His eyes changed abruptly with a touch of demonic color as he tried to see through the illusion. He was able to see that the buildings here and this heaven and earth were made of the power of the Great Way. But he could not look through completely. He could see, but he could not exit and was still stuck in the spell matrix. An invisible wall might appeared in heaven and earth. It seemed that countless dour currents were flowing to and falling on their bodies, making them all bear an invisible oppressive force. "Be careful. Someone will attack. It's the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower." Lin Xiao instructed Futian. "In addition to that, we have to be careful of the cultivators of other powers." Futian nodded. He probably already knew something before coming. To enter the Wangshan watchtower, he needed to walk through this clan-guarding matrix. And in this matrix, there would be cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower attacking them. They were in the light, and the other side was in the dark. A group of people spread out in formation, not standing together. On Futian's side, there were Xiaqing Yuan, Beigong Shuang, Bai Mu, and Zifeng. Judging from strength, naturally, Zifeng was the strongest. Buzz! At this moment, someone was extremely fast and turned into a bolt of lightning as he tried to break through quickly. However, a giant hand slammed down from the firmament suddenly, seemingly descending from out of nowhere. The giant golden hand covered a portion of the sky and hid the sun. There were many runes on the giant, impenetrable hand that slammed down. The cultivator's retreat was blocked, bearing the extremely strong will might. His divine wheel of the great path erupted. His body shot directly through the void and crashed toward the sky above head-on. Clang! A loud sound came out as that person who rushed into the forefront of the cultivators was directly blasted into the ground by the palm of the Great Way. His body was dented, and he looked very miserable. The next moment, a golden hand appeared in the void, directly grabbing him and taking him away. Seeing this scene, the various powerful cultivators became cautious. Needless to say, the Wangshan Watchtower cultivators were powerful. Those who could enter the Wangshan Watchtower were probably more talented than a majority of them. Breaking through the formation was no simple matter. As they were trying to break through the matrix outside the Wangshan Watchtower, another vast group of figures appeared. The auras of these people were scary, and many recognized them. They were the Renhuangs of the northern land that descended upon the heavenly battle palace that day. However, they had never seen the few people at the head of the group in the heavenly battle palace before. However, with just one glance, the people knew where these people came from. Chapter 1972. Interspatial Encounter. After the Wangshan Watchtower became the top sacred place in the Dongxiao continent, the Millet Emperor started preaching here. For many years, countless mighty figures have entered the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. At this time, on top of one of the buildings in the Wangshan Watchtower, there stood many Renhuangs, each appearing in a different position, very scattered. Their eyes were looking at the spell matrix in front of them at this moment, which hid the heaven and earth within the spatial world in the Wangshan Watchtower. They could clearly see everything within the spatial world in the spell matrix, and many Renhuangs were releasing powerful auras of the Great Way, launching attacks toward the spatial world from time to time. This time, I don't know if there are any powerful people who come to the Wangshan Watchtower to seek the way, a Renhuang smiled and said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and attacked. A huge pagoda came down directly into the formation and attacked a Renhuang of the same realm as him. This spell matrix was a test of combat power for those who sought the way. They would select people of the same realm to attack. Of course, this was not the law. If they encountered powerful people, people of higher realms would also strike as they wish. But the strongest people of the Wangshan Watchtower would see in their eyes who was strong and who was weak. They could be screened in the law battle. They could even enter the spell matrix to attack. But of course, generally speaking, they would not do so unless they met someone who interested them very much. In the front position, at the lower space of the Wangshan Watchtower, an old man with an immortal style was sitting quietly there, with several strong people standing beside him in the left and right direction. He swept his gaze ahead and said, "They're here?" The old man looked into the distance. Beyond the spell formation, outside of the Wangshan Watchtower, a group of powerful people appeared there. They knew who those people were. They were the powerful people from the northern land, led by the ancient royal family of the Yin Kingdom. "Don't bother," the old man responded. "Yes." The people next to him nodded. They wanted to see what the ancient royal family of the Yin Kingdom wanted to do by leading the strong people from the northern land. Now, they just needed to wait and see what happens. No matter what can the ancient royal family of the Yin Kingdom do? If the master of the ancient royal family of the Yin Kingdom did not come, who could affect the Wangshan Watchtower with the Millet Emperor around? Therefore, even though they knew that the other party had arrived, the Wangshan Watchtower did not take any action but just let nature take its course. If they also wanted to break through the spell matrix, the Wangshan Watchtower did not mind. They could make use of the opportunity to see how strong the Renhuangs from the northern land were. Two completely different worlds existed within the spell matrix and outside it. At this moment, Dao attacks broke out continuously behind the spell matrix. Many strong people were attacked from outside the spell matrix as if they were suddenly bombarded from the sky. All the human emperors who came in were doing their best, not daring to be the least bit careless. Many Renhuangs had fallen to the sudden attacks and were taken away. They were probably thrown out of the spell matrix and lost the right to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to seek the Dao. Disregarding whether they could enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, being thrown out like that was a rather humiliating thing for them. Futian seemed to be a bit lucky. Since he stepped in the formation, he had not been attacked so far. Near him, Lin Xiao and Xiaqing Yuan had been attacked to varying degrees. He found that the strength of those Dao attacks and the realm of the people inside were matched, meaning that the other party was controlling their attacks and will not attack randomly. Otherwise, if the top people of the Wangshan watchtower attacked, how many people could withstand it? Just after Futian strode forward in a relaxed manner, a powerful will might suddenly locked onto him. In the next moment, an extremely radiant divine blade of light descended from the sky. It pierced through the void directly and left a ray of light in the space. From top to bottom, the blade of light instantly engulfed Futian. Just like before, this attack was a level 4 Renhuang plane strength attack, and its attack strength was one of the stronger ones in the 4th level of the Renhuang plane. Futian looked up and directly eyed the blade of light descending. His pair of deep eyes as brilliant as stars were extremely calm. Even if it were a cultivator of the Wangshan watchtower, it would probably be challenging to find an existence of the same realm that could threaten him. Buzz. Futian stood in place without moving. A divine blade of light directly erupted from his body, shooting upward against the trend. His body became extremely sharp, like a divine sword of the Great Way as it split the sky. The blade of light swept through, and the blade of light that shot towards him was torn apart. The Tao was annihilated. The divine sword that shot towards him was directly decimated. The blade of light that remained was the blade of light that was released from Futian's body. He took a step and continued to move forward. It was as if this blade of light did not hinder him in the slightest. However, when he took a step, the firmament suddenly blossomed into a gorgeous swordsmanship haze. Lifting his head to look, he saw countless divine swords coming from beyond the sky clanging in the firmament. Many divine blades of light glowed down, making the space he was in was turned into a very strong swordsmanship space. Obviously, the Renhuang who struck him outside the spell matrix had intensified his attack, and the sword that shot toward Futian was easily broken. So it must have been a bit humiliating for the person who cultivated in the Wangshan watchtower. This time, the swordsmanship aura was obviously more powerful. Buzz. Blades of light spilled down. Countless divine swords in the void turned into swordsmanship streams of light, dropping down from the firmament. Each sword turned into a ray of light. Many divine swords attacking at the same time seemed to turn into a terrifying sword matrix, like a meteor rain of swords. At this moment, it was as if Futian's world had only blades of light and was buried by this meteor sword veil. The swords were like rain, flooding Futian's body. Futian's white clothes fluttered, and his silver hair flew. He still stood there quietly as his body still did not move a bit. A more terrifying wisp of swordsmanship aura blossomed from his body. 10,000 swords sounded together as if infinite sword wills were born around him, creating a powerful resonance. They formed a terrifying sword chi storm that rotated around his body. The rain of swords fell and directly entered the sword chi storm around him and was directly swept into it as if it had directly become a part of this swordsmanship storm, resonating here and turning into his sword. The storm was getting stronger and stronger, and the terrifying storm made the surrounding space filled with suffocating destructive power. Many people glanced towards the direction where Futian was, and people outside could also see the scene inside the spell matrix. They secretly said that this Futian's strength was really strong. No wonder he was so arrogant. The powerful swordsmen in training in the Wangshan watchtower unleashed the destructive power of their swordsmanship, but the swordsmanship was directly assimilated and sucked into his sword chi storm as he suppressed his opponent's swordsmanship. This meant that Futian's swordsmanship was not below his opponent's. However, because his opponent was attacking into the spell matrix through the air, it was not possible to say that Futian was necessarily stronger. But even so, the vast majority of those who entered the spell matrix were passive resistors, and there were few Renhuangs like Futian who could directly suppress the opponent's Dao attacks. Outside the spell matrix, a swordsmanship Renhuang's gaze pierced through the void and looked at Futian inside the spell matrix. When Futian looked up, this look gave him an illusion, as if it was looking at him through the spell matrix. Those indifferent eyes shone with a touch of extremely strong self-confidence, and he never took their attacks seriously. The Renhuang had sword wills circling his body. As he stepped out, it seemed like he was going to turn into a sword. Wait. Someone interrupted said, "You want to enter the spell matrix so soon? This person is pretty strong. I will go and fight him." The swordsmanship Renhuang said. Interesting, Someone made you unable to resist and want to enter the spell matrix so quickly. A Renhuang smiled and remarked, "Your sword doesn't seem to be very good." The swordsmanship Renhuang raised his head and swept his sharp gaze at his companion. He smiled as he replied, "Why don't you try?" "Sure." He gazed at Futian, who was in the spell matrix. A swordsmanship cultivator? Eh? The light of the divine wheel of the great path shone on his body. An incomparably lofty war god illusion raised his arm and blasted out directly downward. In a flash, a huge hand went towards the spell formation, and a huge word appeared above this big hand. "Suppress," it read. The moment the word entered the formation, the swordsmanship storm around Futian stopped. The huge word slapped down, covering the sky as all the surrounding Tao was suppressed. It was as if the space he was in and all the power in it was going to be suppressed. This space became heavier than ever. Rumble. The runes slammed down towards Futian's body as wisps of swordsmanship aura were suppressed and decimated. The sword wills around Futian seemed to be suppressed by the aura of the Great Way. He swept his gaze towards the rune, then raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. In an instant, the swordsmanship storm turned into a terrifying cyclone, and 10,000 swords roared together, turning into a single sword, shooting upward against the trend. One sword was born, and 10,000 laws were destroyed. Bang! With a loud sound, the rune was destroyed directly under the sword. The radiant divine sword shot all the way up directly towards the spell matrix overhead and directly pointed at the Wangshan Watchtower's Renhuangs outside the spell matrix. However, this spell matrix was irreversible, and his sword could not get out. How arrogant! Outside, the swordsmanship Renhuang looked at Futian's eyes and the sword. He smiled, looking at the Renhuang who had struck, and said, "How? Your attack? It doesn't seem to be good." That Renhuang coldly snorted and looked at Futian inside the spell matrix. This guy was indeed not simple. He was able to break their Dao attack directly, and it seemed that defeating him through the spell matrix would be a little difficult, unless they personally entered the spell matrix. Chapter 1973, Barging In. Futian continued to move forward after breaking through the foreign Dao attacks. His white clothes were fluttering, and he looked dashing and unrestrained. In the surroundings, many people were looking at Futian. This person is powerful. Although he was arrogant and disregarded everyone, he did have the strength to back it up. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so reckless. But even so, his phrase, "the rabble," offended many people from the different factions. It probably would not be so easy for him to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. Only then, several people came towards the direction where Futian was, vaguely forming a closed circle around Futian, causing those watching the battle outside the spell matrix to reveal a flash of puzzlement. It seemed these people were going to make a move on Futian. They needed to break through the spell matrix to enter the Wangshan Watchtower. During this period, there were no laws, and any means could be used. The Wangshan Watchtower did not make any laws. Of course, the Wangshan Watchtower Renhuangs outside of the spell matrix was, in fact, secretly controlling all of this. Even if there were no laws, they were able to control the situation inside. For example, they could decide whether or not to attack the Renhuang inside, and they could also decide what level of people would launch the attack and against whom. That would enable them to directly influence the battlefield within the spell matrix. If inside, there was a battle between strong people with obvious realm gaps, and people of higher realms moved against Renhuangs of lower realms, Wangshan Watchtower cultivators would normally intervene and directly launch an attack against the higher realm Renhuangs, which the people of Wangdu understood. If some of the Renhuangs in the spell matrix broke out to fight with each other, then at that time, the Renhuangs of the Wangshan Watchtower over the spell matrix would instead stop striking and would let them fight on their own as long as the difference in realm was not too great. Therefore, those who were walking towards Futian did not have any psychological pressure. According to their speculation, before, Futian had showed extraordinary fighting power, so even if several of them were to strike against him at the same time, the people outside would not interfere. As they guessed, the strong people outside the spell formation stopped attacking when they saw someone walking towards Futian, and they were curious about Futian's strength, so they wanted to use this opportunity to take a look. The Renhuangs who were walking towards Futian were all the Renhuangs who were in the heavenly battle palace that day. All of them were forces that had a better relationship with the alchemy divine palace. 2 Renhuangs of the 4th realm and 2 of the 5th realm approached Futian from different directions. The moment their auras of the Great Way erupted, an oppressive to the extreme Great Path domain was formed with Futian's body as the center. They really are nobodies. Futian continued to move forward without paying attention, but Lin Xiao and the rest had already struck. The 3 of them moved directly towards their opponents. Seeing this scene, more Renhuangs were surging to this side. Instead of fighting with the Renhuangs outside the Wangshan Watchtower, fighting with people here was the same. Futian also had many strong people around him. All of them were cultivators who followed the Alchemy Emperor from the Taiwan continent. Let me see how strong the cultivators of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor are. At this time, a voice came out and a figure appeared in the void. It was clearly the Alchemy Divine Palace's disciple Zhongfan. He was the demonic figure who was refining pills with Grandmaster Zihe that day. When his aura of the Great Way was released, the flames of the Way enveloped this void. Their power was terrifying, and they made the temperature of the whole space climb sharply. Zifeng, Futian shouted. He had no intention to make a move himself. Beside Futian, the long phoenix skirt on Zifeng's body flew. A pair of divine wings suddenly appeared behind her. Terrifying flames of the Way filled her body, and at this moment, she was incomparably gorgeous, like a phoenix goddess. In a flash, she caused many cultivators to look at her. What a strong aura! Those Renhuangs were trembling inside, and the next moment, they saw the gorgeous phoenix wings flickering and moving. Buzz! The raging divine fire directly engulfed the void, and as Zhongfan stood there, he saw his body wrapped in an illusory Great Path domain. An incomparably huge divine bird phoenix appeared in this Great Path domain, covering the sky and flooding this space. A loud and clear call of the phoenix sounded, stinging his eardrums, and Zhongfan only felt his spiritual soul tremble as the huge divine phoenix's wings swept out. Poof! Zhongfan's power of the Great Way was cut and shattered as blood spurted out. A bloody wound was torn out from his body as he was sent flying. If not for Zifeng not going for the kill, he would probably be unable to resist her attacks and be dead by now. This is a phoenix, and it's so strong? Many people were shocked. Zifeng's body floated in the air. As her wings beat behind her back, that boundless huge phoenix shadow covered the sky, enveloping the boundless space. Another call of the phoenix sounded, and those Renhuangs who came towards Futian all saw a phoenix shadow grabbing towards them. The suffocating power of the Great Way made them feel unable to resist. The sounds of poofing continued. Just as they felt, figures were directly slapped out as they spit blood, and their faces turned pale. Even Lin Xiao and the others froze. Their bodies floated in the air as they stared blankly at Zifeng. Had she finished doing what she wanted to do? Before, Zifeng had been quietly following Futian and had not shown her aura, let alone her strength. No one knew how strong she was, yet this sudden outburst made everyone freeze. The phoenix goddess who followed behind Futian was so strong. The body of Zifeng was still suspended in the air. She gazed around the crowd, and her pair of gorgeous divine phoenix eyes dazzled with the flames of the Way, noble and cold. They were filled with contempt for everyone as if to confirm the words of Futian before. At that time, if Zifeng attacked, they would not necessarily lose to that Renhuang from the northern land. Did Futian need to avoid him on purpose? Perhaps he indeed had not wanted to participate in the battle. If you want to attack later, find some guys with a higher cultivation level. These guys are not worthy of my attention, Futian remarked while sweeping a glance at the crowd and ignoring the strong people. As to who he was talking about, he would let the other side interpret it for themselves. As long as they were hostile to him, then, naturally, they were all included. He did not even seem to care about all the mighty figures in the entire Dongxiao continent. Futian continued to move forward as he spoke, and the strong people around him also followed him. At this time, even the Wangshan Watchtower Renhuangs outside the spell matrix were also shocked. Many Renhuangs stared down and spoke. Interesting. Want to go down for a walk? It was impossible to truly feel how strong Zifeng's combat power was here. Only by entering the spell matrix and colliding head-on could they know. On top of that, how strong Futian was likewise a mystery. Although he had countered the two Renwang's attacks before, no one knew how much strength he had used. Don't rush. They're going in. Some people looked into the distance. Outside the Wangshan watchtower, those strong people who came from the northern land were already moving. The person at the head of the group gazed in the direction of the Wangshan watchtower and said, "We came from the northern land to visit Senior Millet Emperor. Use the ancient road and enter the spell matrix with the Renhuangs of the Dongxiao continent to receive the test of the Great Way." After saying that, they did not wait for the permission of the people of the Wangshan watchtower and directly stepped forward into the spell matrix. The other strong people outside showed a flash of strange color. The cultivators of the northern land forcefully stepped into the spell matrix. Coupled with the previous battle in the Heavenly Battle Palace, they were going to show the cultivators of the Dongxiao continent who was boss. The moment the Renhuangs of the northern land stepped into the spell matrix, they immediately and simultaneously unleashed a strong aura of the Great Way, heading forward. They are going. The people outside saw many people directly release their divine wheels of the Great Path. Several figures were stepping in the void and sprinting extremely fast above the spell matrix. They were like heavenly gods. With each step, they shattered the sky and earth, and the spell matrix space violently shook. Among them, the mighty figure from the Northern Land's sovereign family was first to go in battle in the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. Those sprinting in the air were cultivators of the sovereign family, and they all specialized in the same skill. Boom! At that moment, the crowd only saw several people stepping on the void at the same time. They stepped directly towards the Renhuangs in the spell formation. It was as though a boundless huge stone pillar had flattened this space. Those Renhuangs, who were attacked instantly, unleashed their powers of the Great Way to resist. But under the huge footprints, the Great Way directly collapsed and shattered. Booming violent sounds came out as several Renhuangs were directly trampled under the feet and seriously injured. Sure enough, this was to provoke trouble. This time, the Northern Land sent a group of their top Renhuangs to deal with the Dongxiao continent's Renhuangs. These people who arrived were the most powerful cultivators of the Northern Land. In the Matrix, a Renhuang turned around to look at those who killed the Renhuangs inside. Their faces had changed. Was the last law battle of the Heavenly Battle Palace an early rehearsal? This time, they got serious and started a team fight. The elderly man with an immortal aura and Taoist bones swept his gaze inside the spell matrix. A sharp glint also flashed between his eyes. Beside him, someone looked towards him and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Obviously, he was asking if he needed the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower to barge inside and start a war with the other side. They used seeking the way as an excuse to enter the spell matrix. Although they attacked ruthlessly, they held back a little, did not look to kill, and knew their limits. "Since that's the case, let's wait and see," the elderly man remarked. Such a battle could allow them to see whether there was anyone worthy of the teachings of the Millet Emperor among the Renhuangs who entered the spell matrix this time. Yes. Next to him, the person nodded without saying anything more and continued to look at that spell matrix battlefield. Chapter 1974, One Punch. The roar of the Great Path's violent resonance continued to erupt inside the matrix, and Renhuang from the Northern Land rushed into it, initiating the vicious battle. The cultivators of various forces in the Dongxiao continent no longer fought against one another, but were united against the outside force. Otherwise, they would all suffer miserably. After the cultivators from the Northern Land had initiated their attack, they discovered that the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, who were watching outside the matrix, no longer interfered. Its significance was not lost. This was essentially handing the battlefield over to them as a kind of assessment. The matrix itself was Wangshan Watchtower's test to them. To enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, one must pass the matrix. Except that the assessment this time was a little different. Renhuang from the Northern Land had replaced the Renhuang of Wangshan Watchtower, entering the matrix's battlefield to participate in the battle. The cultivators from Qin He Palace did not continue their attack on Futian and his party. They now turned their attention to the Renhuang, who were attacking violently. Many people were already on the move, and each of them had found opponents of a comparable realm and started a law battle within the bounds of the Matrix. For a moment, the space inside the Matrix seemed about to fall apart, on the brink of a complete riot that could crush the sky and the earth. The cultivators outside the Wangshan Watchtower were observing the dizzying battles that erupted at the same time. They wanted to watch each battle in detail and didn't want to miss anything, but the actions were too fast for this great battle that exploded at the same time in different battle locations. The only choice was to pick a battlefield to observe with a glance at the other battlefields from time to time. After all, divine consciousness was unable to invade inside the Matrix, so they could only watch it with their naked eyes. These Renhuang from the northern land are quite wild, someone remarked. Well, the cultivators from the ancient royal family of the Yin Kingdom have come here in person. That young man in the lead is surrounded by many cultivators, so he must be a royal member of the ancient royal family from the Yin Kingdom, leading a group of Renhuang to seek the way. If so, they must have selected the strongest among their people. But we are different. Many of our powerful people have already entered Wangshan Watchtower before, or they are currently cultivating at Wangshan Watchtower. This time, only some of these powerful men had entered the Matrix, not a carefully selected elite as the other party. Someone who was more rational saw the key to the battle. They had the opportunity to enter Wangshan Watchtower every year, and many powerful men had entered to cultivate one time or another. This year, there were just some excellent characters who attended. However, it was a different story with the other party. Led by the ancient royal family of the Yin Kingdom, they must be commanding a powerful group of Renhuang from all the top forces in Yinyun continent to descend upon the city. From this standpoint, they were at a disadvantage. Under such fierce attacks, I am afraid they will be entirely wiped out. A cultivator frowned. They were from some of the major forces in Wangdu, and many elders from these forces did not enter the Matrix, and they had a bad feeling when they saw the progression on the battlefield. The Renhuang from the northern land had great momentum and were extremely ferocious. In different realms, they had been able to cause considerable destruction. This battle was somewhat similar to the law battle at the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. It was as if the battle on that day was the dress rehearsal of the great battle today. The cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace gathered in one area, but in a scattered formation. After all, their realm varied. Chimu, the heir of the Alchemy Divine Palace, stood in the center. He glanced at those imposing Renhuang from the northern land, then turned around to look behind him, where Futian and the others were positioned. Because Futian and his party were traveling the fastest, so that Futian was in the rearmost position when they turned around. In another direction, there were the cultivators from the Heavenly Battle Palace, where Yang Qian, the leader of the Heavenly Battle Palace, was standing there. He had a terrifying aura about him, an extremely tyrannical fighting while surrounding him. He glanced at Futian and the locations of other cultivators, such as Chimu of the Alchemy Divine Palace. He said, "You had differences in opinions regarding the affairs that occurred at the Heavenly Battle Palace, but that is all in the past. Now that the cultivators from the northern land have invaded Wangshan Watchtower and see Dongxiao continent as nothing with no one to protect it, I'm asking everyone to put aside previous grudges temporarily and face this foe together." Chimu and other cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace looked at Futian and the others, only to hear him say, "I have no opinion." Clearly, he had also felt the might of the other party. Any further internal conflicts would inevitably cause more damages to either party, resulting in their disqualifications. "What does Emperor Yi think?" Yang Qian asked Futian. "Not interested," Futian replied, calm and nonchalant. He glanced at the cultivators of the northern land, who had come from afar. No one could stop him from seeing the Millet Emperor, not even those cultivators who came from the Yinyun continent of the north. He didn't need to partner up with anyone, especially not those people who had meant to do him harm earlier. When the cultivators around him heard his words, their eyes sharpened slightly. They had already made concessions and gave him a way out, but still, Futian was so arrogant. Yang Qian frowned, a little displeased, and said, "Emperor Yi, although there were some misunderstandings previously, the important thing now is the situation at hand." "The situation at hand?" Futian looked at the other. "I remembered I told you before that I am not from Wangdu. nor am I a cultivator of Dongxiao continent. Yang Qian had nothing to say when he heard what Yi Futian had to say. Yi Futian was serious. He still saw himself as a separate entity from Dongxiao continent, not with the other cultivators. When Lin Xiu heard Yi Futian's words, he couldn't help but smiled and said, "Before, when there were no cultivators from the northern land, you had joined forces to fight against him, drawing a clear boundary. Now that the people from the northern land are here, you wanted to leverage his power? How quickly you change your tune. You think you are so much better than everyone else," some cultivators remarked next to Lin Xiu and Yi Futian. Even at a time like this, they were still acting like this had nothing to do with them. Not far from the sky above, the terrifying aura of the Great Path permeated, and several Renhuang attacked in this direction. One of them was the cultivator from the northern land royal family. He glanced at Yi Futian and recalled that he had seen this man before, on that day when they entered the heavenly battle palace. At the time, this man evaded battle and left soon after. No need to argue. We are all going out. It seems that we should go to the Millet Emperor for advice. The royal cultivator sounded domineering, golden light shining upon his body. An overpowering might spread out as he stepped forward. Heaven and earth boomed, and the void trembled. Besides him, there were many cultivators around who struck from different directions at the same time. Buzz. Chi Mu of the Alchemy Divine Palace drifted backward without any intention to engage in battle, and the rest of the cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace followed his example. Other cultivators retreated when they saw their action and gave up their positions as well, an act that caught many by surprise. After they backed away, Yi Futian was facing squarely at the other party. In other words, Yi Futian and his people were directly facing these cultivators from the northern land. Sensing the aura coming from Yi Futian, the cultivator who belonged to the royal family from the northern land swept a glance at him. A touch of dominance flashed in those eyes as he took a step that made the void tremble. It was as if he could step through the void. That day Yi Futian avoided the battle. Today, where would he go? Chi Mu and the others were looking at Yi Futian as well. This time, he could not avoid it, and he must fight no matter what. If he didn't want to join them, then he must face it alone. A contemptuous sneer flashed through the eyes of that northern land Renhuang. His figure flickered and landed a little slanted above Yi Futian and the others. The divine glory of the Great Path exploded from his body, and a mighty pressure slammed down that created an oppressive, suffocating coercion of the Great Path in this vast space. A boundless and heavy might now enveloped Yi Futian. In the next moment, a towering figure like a god of war appeared. Like a divine wheel of the Great Path, this war godlike figure overlooked the sky below as one of his feet stomped down from above. A horrific loud rumbling sound was heard that seemed to shatter heaven and earth. A golden stone pillar appeared, pulverizing the void, flattening one corner of the sky. Shockingly, it was the foot of the other, which, like golden lightning falling from the sky, stepped directly on Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the foot that was stomping down at him. Above his body, a majestic aura of the Great Path permeated. When his eyes swept toward the sky, a most radiant aurora of the sword seemed to shot out from his eyes while his entire body filled with immense power. At this moment, it seemed that the world was resonating with his body, and an unparalleled momentum burst from him. Though he stood there casually, he gave an illusion of total invincibility. In the void, that royal cultivator from the northern land felt an invisible threat as well. Looking at those eyes filled with extreme confidence, it is as if his opponent did not pay any attention to his aggressive attack. When the footprint of the war god landed, the radiant beam of the towering stone pillar attempted to penetrate Yi Futian's body. But at this time, Yi Futian raised his arm and threw a punch at that footprint. The sound of elephant trumpeting was heard between heaven and earth. It was the divine elephant that rocked the sky. With this one punch, the Great Path collapsed and the space shattered. The crowd saw that the beam of light formed by the footprints of the Great Path readily split in two, and the dazzling light of the Great Path radiated in all directions. A light beam went up against all odds, and though the stone pillar continued to collapse, the light was still traveling upward until it finally descending on the foot of the god of war. Boom! An astonishing and violent explosion was heard. The foot of the war god exploded and shattered. Then, the phantom of the war god started showing cracks and seemed to be exploding as well. The terrible power from that punch was mighty. It blasted directly on the body of the royal cultivator in the void. He made a muffled groaning sound, and then his body was thrown back as he spat out a trace of blood in the void. Futian stood where he was. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. He lowered his arms as every Renhuang's attention now focused on him. He was frozen and filled with great shock. Could this power be so terrifying? Even the cultivators from Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace trembled violently in their hearts. However, Futian surveyed everyone around him and said indifferently, "Does this level worthy to battle with me?" Chapter 1975, Melee. One punch. The Renhuang that has been so arrogant at the Heavenly Battle Palace, who had crushed several opponents of the same level in Dongxiao continent, was knocked down by Futian with a single punch, unable to fight back. That day when Futian left, had that really been to avoid fighting? Dared not he to fight? With a single punch that could knock down his opponent, would he deliberately find excuses to avoid fighting? He didn't fight because he didn't want to fight or didn't care to fight. Not only were the people on the battlefield stunned, but many cultivators from Dongxiao continent outside the battlefield also had their eyes glued to the same place, staring at the man in white in total shock. He stood there quietly, ignoring these cultivators, finding no need to partner with any of them. Could it be that what Lin Xiu said is true? Someone whispered. He doesn't fight because the cultivators of Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace moved against him and used his power in the law battle, so he left in protest. It's also possible that he thinks the others were not worthy of fighting with him at all, said someone else. If Futian were not so strong, his case would have been weak. But now, he had proven his own strength, so whatever he did before was justified, and no one could doubt him. Of course, it was indeed the case. He had no reason to avoid fighting, just his disdain for law battles and his disdain for those from Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace. So, who was this person? Someone looked in the direction where Alchemy Emperor was and saw him standing with his hands behind his back. Goddess Donglai stood behind him quietly, her eyes looking into the matrix as well. No one knew Futian's true strength better than Goddess Donglai, and she wasn't worried in the least. He would undoubtedly prove himself in this matrix with his strength and see the Millet Emperor as he deserved. Now, the cultivators from Yinyun continent were here to attack. Even the cultivators of the ancient imperial family of Yin had arrived. Were they here for the matter regarding Eastern Deity Island? However, now that he had made it to Wangshan Watchtower, she no longer worried about Futian's safety. On the battlefield, Futian independently occupied one side of the void, with many cultivators in the surrounding. Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, looked at him and found no words. Was this level unworthy to fight with him? Chimu and other cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace also looked at Futian. Obviously, they had underestimated Futian's strength. Not only could Futian battle the royal cultivator from the northern land, but he also ended the battle with just a single punch. Would Futian's victory mean that those at the same level from various forces were also not worthy of engaging him in law battles? Successively, other cultivators were attacking this way. There was contention between various cultivators in this space, specifically the Renhuang from the northern land, the Renhuang from Dongxiao continent, and Futian and his people. Futian had separated himself from those who were from Dongxiao continent, so they were not together. Boom! The coercion of the Great Path was terrifying as giant footprints trampled the void. Several royal members who were more powerful cast a glance at Futian. However, at this moment, the sky above the matrix felt a violent shockwave, which caused many to look up. Powerful figures of Renhuang had appeared in the void. These men were the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. Is Wangshan Watchtower going inside the matrix to get involved in the battle? Those who saw this new development outside of Wangshan Watchtower were shocked. If so, then there was now one more principality to contend with, and it was Wangshan Watchtower no less. In the past, Wangshan Watchtower's presence was usually reserved for testing some extraordinary Renhuang with extraordinary combat power and would enter the matrix to escalate the battle. But this time, it was a little different. This time, the cultivators from all sides had gathered in one place. The cultivators of the ancient royal clan of Yin had led a great army of Renhuang here, whose express purpose was to challenge Wangshan Watchtower. The target for top figures brought from the north were also the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. "Everyone, please continue," said a young Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower with a smile. After their arrival, all the Renhuang had positioned themselves in various places and did not intend to engage in battle immediately. They planned to observe those from the north and, at the very least, to prevent those in the higher realm from taking advantage of those in the lower realm. If those who were already the Matrix had no way to compete with the Renhunag from the northern land, it wouldn't be too late for them to get involved. "Since we are here, let's do it together." At this moment, a voice was heard, catching everyone's attention. The speaker was a central figure from Yinyun continent, standing in the middle of a powerful group of Renhuang, like the moon that was surrounded by the stars. He didn't release any aura from his body, nor did he participate in the battle, but no one dared to underestimate his existence. If they were right, this person ought to be the leader of this campaign, a cultivator from the ancient royal family of Yin, from the Yinyun continent. This Renhuang, who appeared to be 30 or so, was a member of the ancient imperial family of the Yin kingdom, Yin Dongyang. "If you want to come along, we have no objections. Please feel free," said the young man who headed Wangshan Watchtower as he stared at the other. Since the other forces had already come here, how could Wangshan Watchtower show any weakness? After all, this here was their territory. No matter how their opponents wanted to move, they would have to oblige. Those who defeated cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower are qualified to seek instruction from the Millet Emperor? Yin Dongyang said softly. His voice was very soft, but it was heard clearly by everyone. He glanced around the battlefield and said, "We have come from the northern land, traveled for hundreds of thousands of miles across many continents. Now we have a chance to learn from the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. How can we miss such a rare opportunity?" Yes. The eyes of the Renhuang from the north were filled with powerful fighting will. They were willing to come this time because they also wanted to feel the strength of the Renhuang in Wangshan Watchtower of Dongxiao continent. This kind of opportunity was rare and would be able to prove their own combat effectiveness. As each Renhuang found his opponent, this battlefield became even more violent and crazy. In the entire Matrix space, battles were erupting everywhere, and there were even several battles where Upper Renhuang were fighting. Yang Qian's cultivation was of Upper Renhuang. At this moment, a tyrannical Renhuang appeared in front of him with a terrifying aura. The same was true for Qimu from the Alchemy Divine Palace and all the other cultivators. The Renhuang from Northern Land, who had slaughtered their way here, appeared in front of them, with fierce momentum. Great battles erupted in an instant, and there was a terrifying roar of the Great Path within the Matrix, and the turbulence of the Great Path raged between heaven and earth. When the battles erupted, Futian did not take action. He was still standing in his own position, watching all this taking place. He did not help anyone, acting as if he was a principality in his own right. Renhuang from various principalities sometimes glanced at him, wondering if he was waiting to jump in as they were destroying each other. At this moment, a middle Renhuang with an awesome aura appeared in front of Futian. This middle Renhuang was also someone with great combative power from the northern land, who looked to be in his 40s. He was authoritative and domineering, with a shocking momentum about him. "I'm here to get a taste of your strength," the middle-aged man declared loudly. When his voice fell, the void vibrated, and the hair on everyone's neck stood up. Futian didn't really care. He glanced at the man casually and saw that two other men appeared on either side of him. They were not Renhuang from the northern land, but Renhuang from Dongxiao continent. Both men were of the 6th realm, which exceeded Futian's by 2 realms. Clearly, they realized that those in the same realm would never be able to beat Futian. Since Futian regarded himself as a lone principality, the rest of the people would let him struck out first. Futian was suspended in the air. His line of sight was directed at the northern Renhuang in the sky above. There was a brilliant golden brilliance blooming above his body. In an instant, the golden light filled the sky, like the light of Buddhism, with the endless sound of Buddha ringing in the air. The Renhuang from the northern land frowned. He felt a force similar to his own power of the great path. As his eyes surveyed the land beneath him, suddenly, his expression changed, and he became extremely fierce and wild. A giant beast that was extremely wild appeared above the sky, like a real dragon, but also like a lion, with 4 hoofs, standing above the firmament, as a roar came out of its bloody basin of a mouth. Countless sound waves of the great path swept through the space like endless sharp swords of the sound wave. It tore through the void and shattered spiritual souls. In just an instant, Yi Futian's body seemed to be submerged by invisible sound waves. At the same time, the Renhuang on both sides also launched an attack of the great path on Yi Futian. Cultivators from all 3 sides attacked Yi Futian simultaneously. How unforgiving! Many who were outside fixed their attention on the battlefield where Yi Futian was at. Because of his independent ways, he was now being attacked by both forces. Men from Dongxiao continent and the cultivators from the northern land were now fighting against him. But at this moment, the golden divine brilliance on Yi Futian was getting even more radiant, as sounds of Buddha was heard, and a Buddhist aura lingered in the air. Get away! With a loud shout accompanied by the roar of the terrifying beast, an infinite and domineering Buddha suddenly appeared above the sky. It was Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The infinite ancient Buddha released the endless glory of Buddhism, rocking the mountains and rivers. The Buddha's light and rhythm pierced the beast, and then its body was pulverized. Not only that, the spiritual souls of that northern Renhuang and the other 2 Renhuang who attacked Yi Futian trembled violently, as if they might collapse and pulverize at any time, while the great path was also destroyed. A rustling sound was heard, and with the blooming of the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, a giant divine tree appeared above Yi Futian's head. Numerous branches and leaves spread out, and captured the other 3 Renhuang in an instant. The power of the great path wanted to smash through, but these leaves were extremely resilient, locking their bodies in place within the void. The branches and vines furled, and 3 figures were being wrapped up and delivered in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them, and his indifferent eyes made them realize that even if their cultivation was stronger than Yi Futian, they were not his equal, after all. Chapter 1976, 7th Realm? Yi Futian looked at the 3 figures that were wrapped in the leaves and branches. His eyes were cold and indifferent. It was as if he had never taken them seriously. The 3 struggled within the grasps of the branches and vines, trying to loosen their holds, but more sounds of rustling were heard as the branches and leaves that kept the 3 prisoners slammed straight down and smashed them directly into the ground. Their bodies seemed to be pierced through as muffled sounds of groaning were heard. It was rather abusive. It was clear by now that the 2 sides were not on the same level. All the Renhuang who were battling around them were greatly shocked as they watched the situation unfold, especially the cultivators from other forces such as Alchemy Divine Palace. They would have never expected Yi Futian to be this powerful. All 3 Renhuang were from major forces. One was a cultivator from the northern land, and the other 2 were of the 6th realm. But none of them were unable to fight back. They were so easily manipulated by Yi Futian. Clearly, to him, they were not opponents at all. Was this something that could have been achieved by a middle Renhuang of the 4th realm? Divine Wheel. His aura of the great path was so overpowering. Was it possible that his great path was flawless and that he possessed the perfect divine wheel? At this moment, a divine light twinkled above the sky, and an upper Renhuang of the 7th realm appeared above Yi Futian. It was an upper Renhuang cultivator from the Qinhe Palace. A few of the people controlled by Yi Futian were his companions. Can he resist cultivator of the 7th realm? Many wondered silently. Even on the outside, most of the people were looking at Yi Futian's area of battle. Yi Futian had been a hot topic before he entered the Matrix. Many people were especially focused on him. Now that Yi Futian had demonstrated such strength in the battle, it was inevitable that he was attracting all the attention, and even more eyes were trained on him. Not just them, but even many of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were looking at Yi Futian at this moment. The old man in the lead was sitting there as he was before. As his eyes focused on Yi Futian inside the Matrix, he asked, "Who knows who this man is?" This man goes by the name of Yi Lianyan. It is said that he came with the Alchemy Emperor. Previously, he had caused some disturbances in the heavenly battle palace. Some suspected that the alchemy emperor was his master, but he denies it. However, in my estimation, this man did not come from the tower of the alchemy emperor of Taiwan continent, someone said as he was walking over to where the old man was sitting. Then, where do you think he was from? The old man did not care too much about the outside world's affairs and didn't know of the news regarding Futian, hence his inquiry. Eastern Deity Island, that Renhong replied. A flash passed through the old man's eyes as he looked into the distance. I see. So, it seems that she had sent him to Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. It must be. The Renhuang next to him nodded. Their mutual understanding needed no further clarification. Goddess Donglai did not publicize Futian's identity. She took Futian to see the Millet Emperor immediately. However, as the #1 principality in Dongxiao continent, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower could still make out a thing or two about many events that had happened. Of course, they only guessed that Futian had come from Eastern Deity Island, but didn't know that he was the heir of Supreme Being Donglai. Let's see if the Upper Renhuang of 7th Realm could do any better, said the old man, looking at the battlefield. The Upper Renhuang of the 7th Realm had already released the coercion of the Great Path and was ready to attack. When that cultivator of 7th Realm unleashed the coercion of the Way, the vast and endless void was filled with a suffocating oppressive force. Futian looked up in the sky and saw that many additional phantoms now surrounded the opponent. In an instant, there were thousands of them, standing above the sky and surrounding the void. Each phantom was akin to a figure of the war god. How horrific would it be when these thousands of phantoms unleashed the coercion of the Great Path at the same time? It seemed that Futian was in a desperate situation and was about to be buried in that space. But those cultivators watching the battle from the outside were shocked. An Upper Renhuang of 7th Realm now took action, but without any interference from Wangshan Watchtower. It was as if they had given their permission in silence to allow Futian to deal with an opponent of the 7th Realm. Renhuang 4th Realm was classified as the first realm of Middle Renhuang, and 7th Realm was already Upper Renhuang. There was an entire level separating the two. Could Futian still have a chance in such a battle? As an Upper Renhuang, it is a little unfair to fight against you. If you can withstand one strike from me, I will stop, said the Upper Renhuang of 7th Realm in the void, loud and clear. His voice resounded throughout the void. It was as if his many phantoms were speaking simultaneously, which caused countless echoes between heaven and the earth. His voice lingered in the sky, reverberating in everyone's ears for quite a while. Futian raised his head to look at the other. How could he be so hypocritical? One strike. This was probably going to be the most powerful strike ever. Your guys already showed that no lowly tactics are off-limit in battle, so why bother to pretend to be so generous? Futian said sarcastically. In this law battle of the Matrix, what could victory mean when someone in the 7th Realm was fighting against someone in the 4th Realm? The original intention of this trip had already been violated. This was now purely an attack aimed at Futian. If that was the case, there was no need to dress it up. Of course, I don't care how many times you attack me. In front of me, you are not in a position to say what you just said, Futian remarked sarcastically. As soon as his voice fell, his body levitated into the air, and an astonishing aura of the Great Path was released. A golden divine light glittered upon his body, and a Buddha seemed to have appeared. The sound of Buddha lingered. It was as if there were endless Buddhist characters flying out, resounding everywhere between heaven and earth. Everyone's ears were filled with the rhythm of Buddha, and in their mind, an ancient Buddha seemed to have manifested. Since you are so shameless as to allow an Upper Renhuang to launch the attack, don't blame me for being merciless, Futian said softly, completely stunning everyone as they looked at him in astonishment. No mercy? Was this an appropriate thing to say to an Upper Renhuang of the 7th Realm? How arrogant! Not far away, Goddess Emperor of Goddess Peak regarded Futian with her beautiful eyes. This was the most conceited Renhuang she had ever seen. His ostentation was not expressed in his attitude, but implicitly through his action and speech. But he did have actual strength to back up his sense of superiority. However, at this moment, he was facing a powerful existence of the 7th Realm. Could he also crush it with the Great Path? Be careful. This man is a powerful Renhuang at Qinhe Palace. His attacks are extremely fierce. He can will thousands of phantoms attacking at the same time, so its offensive power would multiply manifold. Don't be careless. Yi Futian heard a voice, and it was Goddess Emperor Yi who had transmitted the message to him. Yi Futian glanced at the other person from the corner of his eyes, only to see Emperor Yi appear as she was, quietly watching the battlefield where the two were located. Perhaps this warning was a sign of her goodwill toward him. He did not respond. The coercion of the Great Path from the cultivator of the seventh realm in the void was getting stronger. Thousands of phantoms seemed to resonate with the Great Path. A domineering power of the Great Path emerged from each of the phantoms, suppressing this space. The entire void felt an immeasurable heaviness, as it was shrouded and oppressed by an invisible pressure of the Great Path. Any ordinary Renhuang standing inside this space would suffocate. Yi Futian stood there with his usual expression, but he had felt a trace of pressure nonetheless. The feeling was like a corner of the sky was about to collapse and crush on top of him. Above Yi Futian, a divine tree appeared, expanding at a terrifying speed. In a few short moments, the elusive aura of the ancient tree was everywhere in this vast world, as if a divine tree had been planted here, turning it into a domain of the Great Path. Bang! A muffled sound came out, as thousands of phantoms stepping at the same time above the firmament. A golden brilliance bloomed upon their bodies. They had the same movement, raising their arms as golden light screens flowed upon those arms. They were tinged with a terrifying breath of shattering the Great Path. Finally, under countless gazes, the other man moved with the many phantoms that moved at the same time in the same fashion. They delivered a blow downward, and in that instant, this corner of the sky seemed on the verge of collapsing. The crowd saw the phantoms of the Sky Lord running through the void, blasting their attacks at Yi Futian. Simultaneously, a horrific invisible sound wave swept out, causing those phantoms to explode and then pulverized. Many wore a shocked expression on their faces as they beheld this unbelievable scene in awe. The greatest sound was usually inaudible. They could not hear the sound of this sound wave, but they could feel it. In the space shrouded by the ancient tree, an exquisitely cold and dark aura appeared in the domain of the Great Path, which froze those elusive phantoms that had dove downward, turning them into icy frost. Before the attacks had reached Yi Futian, they had already turned to ice. The crowd saw Yi Futian's body slowly levitating, and a terrifying storm of swordsmanship appeared around him. Wherever he passed, those elusive phantoms continued to shatter and explode. Thousands of phantoms dissipated at a breakneck speed, and in a short time, everything had turned into dust. Soon, the Renhuang of the seventh realm appeared in person. He looked at what was happening in front of him in utter horror, as all the external phantoms of obfuscation turned into dust and disappeared in an instant. However, he had no time to be in shock. Before he knew it, a sword with flawless swordsmanship had arrived in front of him. Boom! A wildly violent power of the Great Path exploded fiercely as his body turned into an indestructible golden form, suppressing the Great Path with its power. Both of his fists blast through the air to block the sword strike. As the sword fell, a sharp sizzling sound was heard. This sword seemed to have integrated thousands of sword will between heaven and earth, converging them into a single sword. The golden form shattered, and the fists emerged bloodied. The sword continued traveling forward, slashing the arms. It slammed into the body of the Great Path above. Cracks appeared as a golden divine glory was observed by the crowd. In the next moment, the sword finally stopped, but that Renhuang of the seventh realm was knocked out into the faraway distance, standing motionlessly, with blood spurting from his chest. His body was filled with terrifying, destructive sword will. Is this your strike? Yi Futian glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. Is this the very powerful seventh realm? The upper Renhuang of the seventh realms was still being utterly crushed. Chapter 1977, Decimated. Was a seventh-tier cultivator very powerful? Even when an upper-level Renhuang attacked, he still lost to Yi Futian without any suspense. Yi Futian's combat ability was absolutely terrifying. Both inside and outside of the Matrix, Many cultivators were speechless. Only now did they understand why Futian was so proud. Recalling the day when Heavenly Battle Palace invited Futian over, they actually wanted to challenge him to a law battle. Maybe in Futian's eyes, all of them were laughing stocks. With Futian's combat ability, their law battles were not worth his time. Looking back now, it was indeed a mockery to Futian. Even many Renhuangs from the northern land looked over to where Futian stood. This person's ability was very powerful. There was a serious look in their gazes. However, right now, Futian ignored what the crowd was thinking of him. He glanced around at the crowd. With a stomp, his figure shot up into the sky. He stood in the space high above the matrix, the light of Buddha circling him. In the sky above, a gigantic Buddha appeared. Buddhist voices circled the Buddha and could be heard by everyone present. What was he doing? Many people only saw a Buddha when they looked over. Right then, Futian had become a Buddha. Aside from that, tens of thousands of swords hummed around Futian's figure. Endless sword will float out, enveloping the endless space. It became a powerful sword will of the Great Path. On this battlefield, many people could clearly sense the power of the sword will. In a corner, Chimu raised his head and looked at the currents of swordsmanship flowing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind. If this sword will was aimed at him, how would he block it? The powerful sword will flowed over his head and flooded this part of the sky. It enveloped an even larger region. Not just him, but many cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were all enveloped within. Many people frowned. There were even many people who stopped fighting and watched Futian. This fellow had released such a powerful aura. What was he planning to do? When they looked towards Futian, his figure was floating up into the sky. Buddhist voices of the Great Path circled him and the surrounding space. The Buddhist voices seemed to form countless Buddhist runes that shot out in different directions. Since all of you want a law battle so badly, I will grant you your wish, Futian said. As he said this, the Buddha let out an angry shout. Terrifying sound waves of the Great Path swept out, generating formless way of sonic wave. It swept across the endless space. The vast space within the matrix was completely enveloped by the sound wave attack. Tui, a few cultivators from Qin, Palace nearest to Futian, were immediately sent flying backward. They let out dull groans, and their faces were pale. Their spiritual souls were shaken, and some of them immediately fell over and fainted. Some coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. They seemed malaised, and their figures trembled uncontrollably. Was Futian attacking everyone? The people outside were astonished as they watched this scene. Futian naturally would not attack everyone, only targeting the cultivators from the forces of Wangdu who wanted to attack him before and those who had already attacked him. Before this, he had ignored the other party and went on the defensive. However, the other party was persistent and challenged him again and again. Since they loved law battles so much, Futian would grant their wish. Splattering sounds of cultivators coughing up blood could be heard continuously. Those below the upper-level Renhuang Plain could not withstand the power of the sound wave of the Great Path. All of them were severely injured. Even a monstrous Renhuang from Alchemy Divine Palace like Chimu remained standing on his spot, unable to move as he withstood the attack of the frightening sound wave of the Great Path. His clothes fluttered in the wind. A divine Buddha seemed to appear in his mind, angrily roaring at him. The Vajra demon-slaying rhythm was repressing him and forcing him to submit. His entire person was stiff. When he looked at Futian, Chimu had a deep sense of fear in his eyes. Only now did he understand that, besides pill-concocting ability, even in combat, he was no match for Futian at all. At that moment, currents of swordsmanship flowed in the heavens above. They tore apart the space, attacking once again after the soundwave attack. "Please, have mercy," someone shouted. It was a cultivator from Wangdu. He could not take it anymore. Sword will of the Great Path descended instantly and pierced through his figure. They left behind streaks of blood. He let out a dull groan. His body was covered in blood as his figure fell to the ground. The sword will seriously injured him, immediately causing him to lose the ability to fight. The sword will kept flowing, frenziedly rampaging all over the battlefield. Very soon, silhouettes fell from the sky one by one. They were all heavily injured by the sword will. Divine fire of the great path surrounded Chimu, yet the dazzling currents of swordsmanship immediately penetrated the divine fire. It was as though the sword will could not be extinguished. Chimu's body released frightening currents of the great path to block the swords, but as a cold sword will descended, he let out a dull groan as his defenses were shattered. Bang! With a loud bang, Chimu's figure was sent flying out. Swords descended upon him again. The sound of blood gushing out filled the air. Very soon, this inheritor of Alchemy Divine Palace also could not withstand the attack anymore. He was severely injured, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. His limp body fell to the ground. Only 7th-tier Renhuangs could withstand the power of Yi Futian's dual attack. Sword will filled the sky and rampaged around the space. Countless currents of swordsmanship danced and howled. Buddhist's voice of the great path also circled Yi Futian as he stood alone high in the sky like a Buddha. When Empress Yi from Goddess Peak saw his silhouette, she was at a loss for words. Yi Futian was attacking all the cultivators at the same time. These people must have finally angered him. Yi Futian had not attacked before this, not because he did not have the ability to do so. It was not worth his time. However, the other cultivators had provoked him repeatedly, finally angering him. He immediately lashed out towards the cultivators. As she watched the silhouettes fall to the ground non-stop, Empress Yi felt emotional. Before this, the Renhuangs from the Dongxiao continent forces were decimated by the forces from the northern land. They had suffered severe losses, yet they still did not forget to deal with Yi Futian. In the end, Yi Futian also attacked them, and they once again faced a bloodbath. The journey to the Wangshan Watchtower was originally a joyous occasion for the various forces of the Dongxiao continent. However, this time, they were completely sidelined. "Incredible!" exclaimed Lin Xiao, who was behind Yi Futian. Yi Futian had hinted before that he was mighty, but Lin Xiao had never imagined that he would be this powerful. He had swept over the battlefield single-handedly. No one could stand against him. These people actually wanted to stop Yi Futian from entering the Wangshan Watchtower. With such a pitiful show of force from these cultivators, who could stop Yi Futian from doing so? Yi Futian entering the Wangshan Watchtower was set in stone. All the rumors and slander before this now made the members of Alchemy Divine Palace seem despicable. It would have been a waste of Yi Futian's time to join them. The various cultivators observing the battle from the outside were naturally aware of this point. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, Qinhe Palace, and the other forces with them were watching this dazzling scene speechlessly. The monstrous Renhuangs they sent into the battlefield had been sidelined, becoming stepping stones for Yi Futian to enter the Wangshan Watchtower. "Who is this person?" an elder from Alchemy Divine Palace asked. He was asking this while looking at Yi Futian's silhouette. He himself did not believe that Alchemy Emperor managed to bring up such a monstrous cultivator. This person definitely had some special identity. No one answered the elder. They all knew who this person was, but it could also be said that they knew nothing about him. No one knew Yi Futian's true origins. Maybe only the Alchemy Emperor knew. Many people glanced over at the Alchemy Emperor. The elder of Alchemy Divine Palace asked, "Alchemy Emperor, this person is not a cultivator from your Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, right?" "He is not," the Alchemy Emperor replied calmly. "Then, where is he from?" asked the other party. The Alchemy Emperor glanced at him. His gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Was an elder of Alchemy Divine Palace in the position to act so presumptuous towards him? "Are you questioning me?" asked the Alchemy Emperor as a powerful pressure emanated from his body. His long robes actually fluttered even though there was no wind. This made the other party realize their place. "I was merely curious. May Alchemy Emperor clear things up for us," the other party continued saying. However, Alchemy Emperor ignored the other party. He swept an indifferent glance at the other party before shifting his gaze away. He continued looking at the matrix. Even he was not clear as to the extent of Yi Futian's abilities. Only Goddess Donglai, who was standing behind him, knew. Yi Futian's power was beyond his expectations. He decimated the various cultivators single-handedly. "Alchemy Emperor, you still have connections to the Dongxiao continent. The person whom you have brought here is acting in such a manner. Don't you think it is inappropriate? Questioned an elder from Chinhi Palace, an ugly expression on his face. They had suffered heavy losses and were almost completely wiped out. Should I instruct him to stand there and allow the members of Chinhi Palace to beat him up without retaliating? Retorted Alchemy Emperor as he swept a cold look at the other party. He replied, "You have cultivated for so many years and are of a ripe old age. Yet, such words can be uttered from that mouth of yours?" The other party had a displeased look on their face, but they could not retort. After all, their members had attacked Futian first, but instead faced a bloodbath now. If this continues, the Runhuang of the northern land will act even more unscrupulously, commented a cultivator from Heavenly Battle Palace as he looked at the battlefield. If they did not have this conflict before and Futian was on their side, he would have been a great asset. Such a shame. Now, their Dongxiao continent forces were facing a bloodbath, making things even easier for the Renwangs of the northern land. No matter how powerful Futian was, he was still only one man. Among the cultivators from the northern land, there were also the forces of the royal family of the Yinyun continent. The cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family had personally arrived. Those who have been eliminated would have been useless even if they remained. Now, on the battlefield, there are still cultivators from the Wangshan Watchtower. In addition to Futian, their lineup will not be weaker than that of the Renwangs from the northern land. They just happened to eliminate the useless folk, the Alchemy Emperor commented. His monotonous voice contained a hint of mockery. Many cultivators from Chinhi Palace, as well as Alchemy Divine Palace, looked towards Alchemy Emperor. Their expressions were hideous. They were useless folk. Nevertheless, legitimacy belonged to the victor. They could not retort Alchemy Emperor. The various cultivators were quelled by Futian. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.